In a fantastical realm where dragons soar and knights roam, Merlin Mague has become the laughingstock of his entire family. As the son of a noble, he possesses no knightly talent and has been mercilessly exiled to a barren and perilous border territory, left to fend for himself. Everyone believed he was doomed, until he discovered his ability to perceive blue text that others could not see. Patrol the territory. Reward: a witch with magical powers. Resolve the northern wheat field crisis. Reward: a wheat sprite. Address the monster infestation. Reward: a young rock-armored pig. While other nobles fretted over taxes, Merlin's domain flourished with dancing sprites and throngs of dragons. When the armies of a rival nation approached, they were horrified to find that this useless lord had rows of dragons lined up on his castle walls. And behind him, a fiery-haired maiden waved her hand, turning the entire sky a brilliant crimson. In a world of dragons and knights, magic and sprites, Merlin, devoid of knightly gifts, ignited a new magical industrial revolution and ascended to become the ruler of the world. Dragons? Merely my pets. Chapter 1. Dragons and Sprites, Magic and Wheat. In the span of 2 weeks, while recuperating from a fall from his horse, Merlin gradually adapted to his new identity in this otherworldly existence. Even now, he occasionally finds himself in a daze. In his previous life, he had acted heroically but met with an unfortunate fate, only to be reborn as the son of a duke. A noble in a different world. This realm resembles medieval Europe, yet possesses its own peculiarities. Here, knights and magic reign supreme. The nobility governs the land. This is a wondrous and fantastical world. Dragons, sprites, magic, and fighting spirit. An apprentice knight. A seed-like fighting spirit within him flows gently. Magic is exceedingly mysterious, unlike the commonplace nature of knighthood. The rulers rely upon this fighting spirit, which symbolizes power. Cultivating fighting spirit is akin to a seed blossoming into fruit. The knight who pioneered the path of knighthood is said to have drawn inspiration from ripening wheat. Through generations of development, it gradually became refined. Apprentice knight is the stage Merlin currently occupies. At this juncture, a seed emerges within him, enabling him to sense the flow of fighting spirit. Upon mastering this sensation and skillfully wielding it, one can ascend to the next stage. Budding knight, where the fighting spirit begins to sprout, doubling one's strength. Rooted knight, where strength takes root in the earth, granting endurance far beyond the ordinary. Ironwood knight, whose body is as resilient as ironwood, capable of withstanding common blades. Flourishing knight, where the fighting spirit manifests personal traits and attributes. Golden ear knight, where the fighting spirit solidifies, achieving a near-perfect mastery typical of ordinary nobles. Merlin's father, Duke Auguste Mague, is a golden ear knight, a prodigy who attained this status by the tender age of 50. In a world brimming with fighting spirit and magic, the enhancement of fighting spirit does not significantly extend one's lifespan. A golden ear knight, without the aid of rare magical potions, typically lives around 200 years. Given that Duke Auguste achieved this rank at just 50, he is still considered youthful. A duke possesses a territory equivalent to that of a province. The Rose Duchy is a vassal of the Plantagenet Empire. Yet, regrettably, as the third son of the duke, Merlin inherited none of Auguste's fighting spirit talent. At 16 years of age, he remains an apprentice knight. His elder brother, Aymon Mague, now 20, has already attained the status of a rooted knight. He is undeniably a genius. His sister, Philia Mague, may not match her brother's knightly prowess, yet her business acumen is formidable. A portion of the family's enterprises was entrusted to her stewardship upon her coming of age. He also has 2 half-siblings. Though they are merely 10 years old, their talent and fighting spirit far surpasses his. If one were to consider merits, Merlin does possess some. He inherited his late mother's exquisite beauty. His short, wavy silver hair and ocean blue eyes may not be striking, yet his clean and delicate features, fair skin, deep-set eyes, and tall stature present a noble visage. In contrast to his elder brother, who resembles the burly Duke Auguste, Merlin embodies the essence of true nobility. Alas, his fighting spirit aptitude is woefully mediocre. Now, Duke Auguste has remarried and sired a son and daughter. Gradually, he has ceased to invest any concern in Merlin, whom he regards as a failure. It is inevitable that Aymon is destined to inherit the duchy. This is beyond dispute. Philia and the younger siblings are not without opportunities for inheritance. Dragons are the pinnacle of this world. Every kingdom possesses at least one, if not multiple, guardian dragons. The Rose Duchy, in allegiance to the Plantagenet Empire, is home to a pureblood gold dragon and 3 adult wyverns. Each pureblood dragon boasts a lifespan of at least 1,000 years. In comparison, the bloodline of wyverns is comparatively diluted. Their lifespans, however, still reach around 500 years. The vassal Rose Duchy is endowed with a young wyvern granted by the Plantagenet Empire. Should any of the siblings earn the recognition of this wyvern, they would undoubtedly become the next duke. For Merlin, the so-called failure, such matters hold no relevance. Perhaps due to his indifference, Duke August bestowed upon him the title of Baron on his 16th birthday. His fief is located in the remote Huangshi town. Fortunately, my appearance still elicits some semblance of affection from the Duke, granting me a small fief. Within this territory, he wields absolute authority. Moreover, unlike the constraints imposed within the Rose Duchy, here he reigns as a local sovereign, thoroughly enjoying his autonomy. However, as a transmigrator, he has come to realize that his scant knowledge offers little advantage. Technological advancement is a pursuit for every transmigrator. Yet in this world, fighting spirit and magic suffice to resolve most troubles. Huangshi town is impoverished, nestled against mountains and bordered by the sea, an area where even crows refuse to land. The townsfolk, serfs, even struggle to meet their basic needs. Expecting them to forge firearms, gunpowder, or explosives is sheer folly. Furthermore, dragons inhabit this world. To ascend to the pinnacle of the hierarchy through technology, one must create a weapon of mass destruction capable of resetting the world, akin to the DF-5C. Otherwise, technological aspirations must remain clandestine. Without sufficient power, one cannot afford to act recklessly. Agriculture is similarly constrained. Sprites, little sprites. Sprites, while not as rare as dragons, are still quite precious. His father, Duke Auguste Meiguet, possesses 2 great rose sprites. The Rose family has engaged with great rose sprites for generations, even before ascending to dukedom. Even now, roses remain one of the duchy's most vital industries. Plants nurtured by great sprites occasionally exhibit extraordinary transformations. These mutated plants are referred to as magical materials. They represent a strategic resource that underpins the entire socio-economic, military, and aristocratic framework. Thus, to thrive in this world without being bullied, one must adhere to its rules. Dragons and elves, martial energy and magic. These are the very tenets of this realm. Chapter 2. The Stalwart Old Arthur. Little elves, Merlin whispered softly. The Rose family boasts 2 grand rose elves, 28 little elves, and over 400 spirit insects. Of these, the 2 grand rose elves are directly overseen by Duke Augustus. The remaining little elves and spirit insects fall under the care of his nominal stepmother, the current lady of the Rose Duchy, Victoria Jinkawa. Yet, in parting, Victoria only provided him with 3 ailing spirit insects. Is this what humanity is capable of? Sigh, Merlin felt somewhat weary. Elves represent productivity. Without them, he was at a loss as to how to develop this impoverished land. Take it slow. At least he no longer had to face his stepmother, and he could breathe a little easier regarding his own safety. He certainly could not compete with those from the Jinkawa Empire in their court intrigues. However, it has been nearly half a month since my arrival. Why has my golden finger yet to manifest? Before Merlin could ponder further. Sir, breakfast is ready. Shall I have the male servant bring it up? The butler Arthur gently tapped on the door and entered with a slight bow. No need. I shall come down now. Merlin collected his thoughts and rose from bed, exercising his nearly rusted joints. By the way, have teachers Lance and Otto eaten? If not, please invite them to join. Since Duke Augustus conferred his title, he had ceased to concern himself with such trivial matters. Thus, he arrived in Huangshi town with little more than the bare essentials. As the elder brother, Aemon had fulfilled his duties on behalf of their father. He understood Merlin's gentle nature, knowing he could never be an effective leader. Before departing, he had intentionally sent both a warrior and a scholar to assist him. Before long, 2 towering figures entered the castle dining hall, one after the other. The first was a middle-aged man with shoulder-length brown hair and an elegant demeanor, who quickly approached Merlin with open arms, embracing him. Oh, thank God you are unharmed. How do you fare? Is there anywhere still troubling you? This middle-aged gentleman was Lance, Merlin's educator and the local administrator of Huangshi town, aiding Merlin in managing the affairs of the territory. At this moment, Lance's excitement stemmed not so much from concern for Merlin himself, but rather from the implications of his brother Aemon's oversight. Should anything happen to Merlin within the territory, he was uncertain how Duke Aemon would respond. He still vividly recalled the despair he felt when Merlin fell from his horse and lapsed into unconsciousness. Cough, cough, cough. Merlin's injuries had not yet fully healed, and Lance's exuberance inadvertently triggered a bout of coughing. Teacher Lance, please calm yourself. I am fine now. At least I can jump and run. Upon hearing this, Lance settled down, gently assisting in straightening Merlin's disheveled attire, silently relieved. Thank goodness, my future is secured. Behind Lance stood a man resembling an iron tower. Originally a knight in Aemon's retinue, he had been assigned to protect Merlin and oversee his safety during training. However, Merlin had sustained an injury shortly after arriving in the territory, leaving the knight feeling quite guilty. Merlin recognized that this knight, Otto, was not one for words. Seeing his expression of remorse, he merely smiled in response. His fall was not Otto's fault, so there was no need for apologies. Both of you teachers have arrived. Let us dine together. Upon seeing Merlin in good spirits, both men exhaled a sigh of relief. Although they found themselves exiled to this remote corner of the world, now serving as teachers to a seemingly ineffectual student, they did not mind. As long as Aemon could smoothly ascend to the ducal position, the promised benefits would surely come to fruition. Their only task now was to fulfill their roles as educators and ensure Merlin's safety. The meal laid before them was modest. The quality of life in Huangshi town was exceedingly low. With Victoria as his stepmother, Merlin could hardly procure many resources. Ensuring Merlin's safe arrival in Huangshi town was already her greatest act of kindness. Nevertheless, Merlin found little cause for complaint. This was infinitely superior to the fare he had endured in his previous life. The staple consisted of fine wheat bread, accompanied by the local delicacy of smoked salmon, mushrooms, and eggs. Of course, warm milk was also indispensable. As for dessert, Merlin had instructed the butler to forego it. The sugar content in a single dessert was alarmingly high. Here, sugar was a scarce commodity. Moreover, their desserts did not cater to his palate. Adhering to the principle of waste not, want not, he decisively eliminated the dessert option. Fortunately, the region's mountainous terrain ensured an abundance of fresh fruits. Opting for fruit as a post-meal substitute for dessert was a commendable choice. As Merlin bit into a tart wild apple, he found his thoughts wandering back to his previous life, grateful for the merits he had accumulated. He refrained from wrongdoing and continued to perform good deeds. To have traversed into the realm of nobility could be considered divine favor. In this world, aside from the nobles, most people could hardly be deemed human. They were relegated to the status of mere beasts of burden. In fact, they were often treated worse than livestock. Like domesticated animals, their lives and deaths rested at the mercy of the nobility. Merlin discarded the apple core and patted his somewhat full belly. He had grown accustomed to this simple fare, as the ingredients were remarkably fresh. Yet, he still longed for the flavors of home. After their meal, the maid began to clear the table. She brought fresh water to facilitate Merlin's post-meal cleansing. Originally, Merlin had a personal male servant to tend to his daily needs. However, he found such arrangements uncomfortable and requested the butler to dismiss them. The burdensome customs of the nobility were tiresome. He attempted to negotiate with Arthur to discard these outdated practices. Arthur had been Merlin's steward since his childhood in the Rose Duchy. Thus, he possessed the authority to reject Merlin's reasonable requests. My lord, I must remind you that these so-called outdated practices are the wisdom passed down through generations of nobility. They delineate the boundary between aristocrats and commoners. Rules are rules, my lord. They not only represent the dignity of the nobility, but also serve as reins on desire. Should they be loosened, the order of the territory will descend into chaos. Seeing Arthur's stubbornness, Merlin chose not to press further. He was well aware of Arthur's capabilities. He would manage the household with meticulous attention, affording him great peace of mind. Once the dining hall was tidied up, Arthur bowed politely with an elegant demeanor. He then followed the maids out, needing to prepare the ingredients for lunch. Currently, the castle faced a scarcity of supplies, and every portion of food was carefully rationed. To prevent unnecessary waste, he felt it imperative to supervise the process personally. Old Arthur is perpetually so rigid, devoid of any expression. Lance sipped his tea, engaging in casual conversation. Yet he is never mistaken, is he? Merlin replied with a faint smile. Chapter 3. The blue light points. Lance remained noncommittal. Merlin, I must remind you, he said, setting down his teacup with a tone that turned grave. Your 3 fairy insects are in poor condition. If we do not act swiftly, I fear that by the time you, Merlin, become familiar with the territory, they may already be harmed. After half a month without care, their condition had deteriorated further. I know you are keeping an eye out for suitable places to house the fairy insects. They are all I possess now, my only capital, and any mishap cannot be tolerated. I am at your service. Otto, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. The farmers and serfs of Huangshe town have reported frequent monster attacks in the Huangshe mountain area. I believe we should take this matter seriously. Huangshe town, while not large compared to the Duchy of Rose, is certainly significant for the newly appointed Baron Merlin. When he arrived from the Duchy of Rose, he brought with him only 6 apprentice knights, an utterly insufficient number for the vast territory of Huangshe town. However, problems can be resolved one step at a time. I understand, Teacher Otto. Please accompany me to Huangshe town. As a lord, I must ascertain the condition of my territory. This was his own domain, and with the mindset of Augustus, he could not afford to neglect it. For his future comfort, it was essential that the farmers within his territory were well fed and clothed, which would subsequently increase his tax revenue. Thus, the development of his territory was imperative. He was not like those short-sighted nobles who exploit the farmers relentlessly. As a successor of communism, his education would not lead him to such behavior. Otto nodded in silence. Riding was not an easy task, and as he gazed at the magnificent horse before him, Merlin scratched his head, the memory of falling off still vivid. Don't these horses come with saddles and stirrups? Merlin thought to himself. Merlin, your injury hasn't fully healed yet. I advise you to refrain from riding for the time being. It is too dangerous, Lance cautioned, still haunted by the memory of Merlin's poor riding skills. No worries, I will ride slowly and be more cautious than last time. I believe I can manage, Merlin replied, as if trying to reassure both Lance and himself. With a gentle pat on the sleek black mare, the horse exhaled a cloud of white mist, nuzzling against Merlin as if expressing its longing over the past few days. Haha, Luna, have you been bored? This was a young mare that Merlin had raised since childhood, her glossy black coat shining without a single blemish, a truly splendid creature. As an apprentice knight, he could mount her easily even without stirrups, though it was somewhat uncomfortable. Feeling Merlin's presence, Luna grew excited and seemed eager to gallop freely. Merlin gently stroked her smooth, shiny coat to calm her down. Easy now, Luna, easy. Suddenly, an unusual sight appeared before Merlin. A cluster of blue light points converged to form a piece of text, which was in Chinese. Merlin was momentarily taken aback. What is this? He reached out to touch it, scattering the glowing blue letters. Yet, within moments, the blue points reformed into words through his arm. Merlin, what's wrong? Lance observed Merlin with growing concern as he noticed the unusual occurrence just as Merlin mounted. Can you see it, Teacher Lance? What? Lance followed Merlin's finger and looked puzzled, his heart sinking. Has your mind truly begun to falter? Merlin heard Lance's response and wondered, is it only I who can see this? Could this be my golden finger? It's nothing. Teacher Lance, Teacher Otto, let us proceed. Are you certain there is no issue? Lance asked uncertainly. Indeed. Perhaps it is just that I have been cooped up for too long. My eyes were merely playing tricks. Teacher Otto, it seems I must resume my night training without delay. That is not a problem, Otto replied in a gruff voice before falling silent and swiftly mounting his horse. My lord, lunch has been prepared, and please exercise caution on the way, old Arthur reminded earnestly from the side. I will be careful, Merlin replied, lightly flicking the reins. Luna neighed and trotted forward as the group set off smoothly. With the experience of the previous outing, Otto led the way on his splendid chestnut horse. As an ironwood knight, his physique was sturdier than most, allowing him to wear light, breathable silver armor, with a one-handed knight's sword slung at his waist. Meanwhile, Merlin, flanked by Otto and Lance, meticulously studied this golden finger. The faint blue light points formed words in Chinese. The content was brief, comprising 2 columns, yet not overly complex. As the lord of the territory, you must thoroughly understand everything within it, including the population, arable land, and industries. Only then can you adequately prepare for future development. Reward, a witch with innate magical talent. As a lord, you need only to indulge in pleasure. The affairs of others are irrelevant, leaving the matters to the officials while you focus solely on enhancing your own strength. Reward, enhancement of fighting spirit. 2 choices, 2 rewards. Magic was an exceedingly foreign concept to Merlin. It was shrouded in mystery, and even the original identity had little knowledge of it. A witch capable of magic? Merlin furrowed his brow. Is this a system reward? Or something else? Surely it cannot manifest a person out of thin air. That would be difficult to explain to old Arthur later. The second option was clearly the antithesis of the first. Enhancement of fighting spirit? Merlin was not particularly interested. The increase would merely elevate him to the budding knight level. With an ironwood knight as his mentor, elevating his fighting spirit would not pose a significant challenge. However, magic was a different matter entirely, representing an existence more mysterious than even fairies. The scant records in the Duchy of Rose only hinted at its enigma. Moreover, they were already en route to survey the territory. There was no turning back now. Huangshe Town was situated at the edge of the Duchy of Rose, bordered by Huangshe Mountain and the boundless sea. Logically, one would expect to thrive off the resources of the mountains and the sea. Yet the common folk of Huangshe Town lived in dire poverty. This was due to the presence of magical beasts that rendered the riches unexploitable. These beasts were not mere wild animals. They possessed an innate ability to sense, absorb, and utilize magical elements from their environment, far beyond what the starving farmers could contend with. Upon his initial arrival, he had encountered a magical beast that startled Luna, leading to his own unfortunate tumble. Consequently, trade caravans seldom ventured to Huangshe Town, forcing the farmers to be self-sufficient. Chapter 4. The Ironwood Knight and the Rock-Armored Boar magical beasts are also a form of resource. Their blood, flesh, and hides possess intrinsic value that can be exchanged for gold. Reflecting on this, Merlin saw promising prospects for Huangshe Town. However, as the group progressed deeper into the territory, Merlin's frown deepened. Nobles had their own lavatories and would not relieve themselves indiscriminately. Public restrooms were available for the common folk. Only those lacking decorum would commit such acts. Yet the Duchy of Rose enforced severe penalties for such behavior. Commoners could be reduced to slavery, and the fate of slaves depended entirely on the whims of the noble lords. Yet, the conditions in Huangshe Town were worse than he had anticipated. Being near the sea, the surrounding environment was perpetually damp. The streets are nothing more than muddy earthen paths, with human and animal excrement visible everywhere. The mingled stench leaves Merlin feeling somewhat dizzy and nauseous. Even Luna beneath him snorts and shakes her head in discomfort. Hygiene is a crucial cornerstone on the path to civilization, and it is imperative that improvements are made. Merlin turned to Lancelot beside him and spoke. Lancelot, holding his nose in disgust, looked at Merlin in astonishment, never expecting this seemingly dim-witted lord to articulate such thoughts. Could it be that a fall had awakened his intellect? I will do my utmost. Not just your utmost. It is a necessity, Merlin asserted with an undeniable tone. Lancelot paused, momentarily taken aback by Merlin's sudden intensity. Reminiscent of the Crown Prince Eamon. Indeed, cleanliness transforms one's spirit and demeanor. Thus, to reform Huangshe Town, the establishment of sanitation and public restrooms is indispensable. Merlin succinctly explained his insights. Lancelot, slightly surprised, had heard rumors about Merlin while serving under his brother Eamon, but the reality seemed to diverge significantly from those tales. Teacher Otto, please assist Lancelot with the knights. Hygiene habits cannot be instilled solely through persuasion. Some peasants are unruly and unteachable, and it is during such times that you and the knights must intervene. Merlin's arrangement was quite reasonable. Changing hygiene practices among these remote farmers would not be an immediate task. Without education, they are akin to uncivilized individuals, lacking in shame. At such moments, a firm hand is a useful tool. I am at your service, replied Lancelot. Merlin, you truly impress me. Your compassionate heart is essential for becoming a good lord. I believe you will lead Huangshe Town out of poverty. Lancelot's admiration seemed genuine, albeit tinged with flattery. Thank you for your kind words, Merlin replied with a faint smile. Upon the lord's arrival, the busy peasants knelt on either side of the street to pay their respects, even amidst the filth beneath them. Most of these peasants had been brought by Merlin from the Grand Duchy. While commoners need not bow like slaves, they must still show deference to the nobility. Their ashen faces were filled with both fear and envy towards the aristocrats. Although the streets were lined with peasants and commoners welcoming him, the atmosphere felt far from lively. The view ahead was dreary, with few commoners in sight. The houses were primarily constructed of earth and thatch, with low earthen walls delineating their territories. Could such dwellings withstand fierce storms and the chill of winter? Merlin inquired of Lancelot beside him. Huangshe Town lies in the northeastern corner of the Grand Duchy, experiencing the full cycle of the 4 seasons. He could sense the suffering of the commoners here, yet it seemed excessively harsh. Adjacent to the boundless sea, the crude earthen walls must endure both the relentless coastal winds and the winter's cold. It is no wonder that the commoners here are few. Merely surviving is already a significant achievement. This plight is exacerbated by the magical beasts on Huangshe Mountain, which devastate crops in summer and attack humans in winter. They expend all their energy simply to survive, leaving little strength to pursue a comfortable existence. Lancelot, equally somber, felt fortunate to be a noble. He enjoyed sturdy homes that shielded him from the elements, warm bedding, and fine wheat bread. Merlin remained silent, lost in thought. Under Otto's guidance, the group traversed the safest routes, surveying the territory. As they rode, Merlin ventured into thatched huts to inspect the interiors. Most peasants' homes contained only rickety wooden beds covered in straw, with a musty odor permeating the air. Merlin said nothing, mounted his horse, and continued the inspection. Passing by the fields, he noticed a stark contrast between the crops here and those from his memories. The grains from his previous life were the result of careful cultivation, while here, most crops were unfamiliar, and their sickly appearance suggested neglect. Moreover, the weeds appeared taller than the crops themselves. He pondered the scientific methods of agriculture. Although this world harbors dragons and elves, such supernatural elements are beyond Merlin's immediate reach. Thus, employing scientific farming methods is the most viable solution to the pressing issues at hand. The procession ventured into a flat clearing, having distanced themselves from the residential areas. The laborers were still toiling in the fields, with no notion of a lunch break. A mere 2 hearty meals a day would be a blessing from the heavens. At noon, the most they could hope for was a sip of cold water to stave off hunger. The group found a flat space and halted. "Lancelot, please bring out the lunch. We shall dine here," Merlin called to his knight captain. "Yes, my lord," replied the knight named Tom, swiftly distributing the meager meal. Today's provisions were exceedingly simple, consisting only of some dry bread and beef jerky. Under the sweltering summer sun, Merlin was drenched in sweat and thoroughly exhausted from the jarring ride, disregarding appearances as he sat on the ground like his fellow knights. It seems imperative to procure a saddle soon. Riding without one is indeed taxing. Naturally, he felt a pang of sympathy for Luna. A saddle would ensure greater safety. If old Arthur saw you like this, he would surely admonish, "Oh my lord, your demeanor is too crude. You must embody the nobility." Lancelot mimicked Arthur's tone, lightening the mood. Merlin chuckled at Lancelot's antics while the knights behind him struggled to suppress their laughter, their faces turning crimson. "If old Arthur hears this, you might find yourself in trouble. I was merely jesting. Their attire and provisions are primarily managed by old Arthur. Fear not, I shall not disclose it," Merlin replied with a mischievous grin. Lancelot ignored him, munching on his dry bread. At that moment, blue orbs of light coalesced before Merlin once more. This time, however, there was but a single task to select. As the lord of the territory, you must thoroughly understand everything within your domain, including the population, arable land, and industries. Only then can you adequately prepare for future development. Reward: a witch with innate magical abilities. Huangshi Town encompasses Huangshi Mountain. It can be said that the territorial scope allows for unfettered expansion without the necessity of dueling other lords for land. However, after this reconnaissance, the cultivable area amounts to merely 1/3, perhaps even less. The remaining 2/3 consists of wasteland and uncultivated land, as well as areas fraught with the danger of magical beasts. This situation does not stem from the laziness of Huangshi Town's residents. Rather, it is influenced by multiple factors. Firstly, magical beasts. More crops do not equate to greater harvests, but rather signify more significant losses. The devastation caused by magical beasts can leave a household bereft of sustenance for an entire year. No one dares to take that risk. Secondly, the population is limited. Few individuals possess the surplus energy to cultivate additional farmland. Thirdly, climate changes render the land exceedingly hard during winter, rendering any crops sown futile. Even with the presence of elven insects, they too would perish. Only the small or great elves can withstand the harsh cold. Additionally, the fourth and most critical concern is water sources. Huangshi Town once had a stream flowing down from Huangshi Mountain, but for reasons unknown, it has run dry. Previous attempts to explore Huangshi Mountain have ended with no survivors. As for industries, Huangshi Town possesses virtually none. Lancelot, how many inhabitants reside in Huangshi Town? Please return and conduct a detailed census. I need to know the numbers of young adults, children, the elderly, and women, Merlin commanded. Chapter 5. Magical Beasts, Rock-Armored Boars. As Merlin finished issuing his command, the blue orbs of light before him began to twist and rearrange their text. Finally, for significant characters gradually formed, mission accomplished. At that moment, Lancey's voice pierced through Merlin's contemplations. His tone was no longer frivolous. Instead, it bore an unusual gravity. The territory of Huangshi Town, while relatively large compared to others, had a sparse population. Within the territory, there were a total of 238 households, comprising 288 individuals. Among the serfs you brought, there were 118 in total, with 18 working within the castle to attend to your daily needs. The remaining 100 were primarily able-bodied laborers. The residents of Huangshi Town included 138 boys and 126 girls under the age of 14. Among the young and middle-aged individuals under 49, there were 498 men and 458 women. Only 22 elderly individuals were above 60 years of age. Lancey exhibited no hesitation, as if every detail of the territory was firmly etched in his mind. Merlin was astounded by Lancey's professionalism. Within merely half a month, he had gathered such precise information about the population. "Thank you for your hard work, Teacher Lancey," Merlin expressed. A subtle smile crept onto Lancey's lips, his demeanor somewhat smug. He had indeed been busy during this fortnight. Yet, regrettably, the time was too brief. He could have gathered even more information had he been afforded additional time, including data on the cultivated lands. For a baron's modest territory, 238 households were quite impressive. However, it was unfortunate that this was Huansha town. The territory's area was comparable to that of a medium to large domain, yet its population reflected that of a smaller one. The scarcity of elderly individuals was due to the average age of the common folk being merely around 55. Reaching 60 years was considered a long life. As Merlin noted the numbers, he remained vigilant, observing his surroundings. The glowing characters proclaiming mission accomplished still flickered before him. Where was the reward? How would it be granted? Surely it wouldn't descend from the heavens. After waiting for a moment, nothing transpired. With midday's arrival, the temperature grew increasingly sweltering. Merlin decided not to linger any longer. Just as they began to gather their belongings, Luna, led by Tom, suddenly became agitated and let out a sharp cry. Otto, the most experienced Ironwood knight, immediately assumed a defensive stance. He drew his silver-white longsword and swiftly moved in front of Merlin, keeping a watchful eye on the thicket ahead. Merlin sensed something amiss. Luna had previously lost control upon encountering a magical beast. Its current reaction mirrored that past encounter. Seeing Tom struggle to maintain control, Merlin deftly seized the reins of Luna from him. Gently stroking her neck, he sought to calm her nerves. Luna, feeling her master's reassuring touch, gradually settled down, no longer exhibiting her earlier turbulence. Merlin bore no ill will towards Tom for his inability to control her. The retinue of knights, after all, were mere servants. Among the six, not a single one was even a squire, falling short of Merlin himself. Furthermore, Luna possessed a trace of magical beast blood, making Tom's lack of control somewhat understandable. As everyone held their breath in anticipation, a magical beast slowly emerged from the dense forest ahead. It was a wild boar, clad in earthy yellow armor. Upon sighting the beast, Otto's pupils dilated in alarm. "Quick, retreat. It's a low-tier adult magical beast," the rock-armored boar. As he covered Merlin, Lancey began to withdraw, drawing his longsword. The array of weapons wielded by knights was diverse, including lances, short spears, bows, and long swords. Otto favored the lance, which paired excellently with his warhorse, allowing him to maneuver deftly on the battlefield. However, today he had ventured out merely for a patrol and had not anticipated encountering a low-tier magical beast. Hence he had only brought his easily wielded longsword. Otto stood tall, his gaze resolute, adopting a defensive posture. He lowered his sword to chest level, positioning his left hand behind him to maintain balance and concentration. This stance allowed a knight to defend while simultaneously preparing for a potent counterattack. Merlin watched intently. This was his first time witnessing the combat of an Ironwood knight, and he was determined to discern every detail. Simultaneously, he was taken aback by the size of the rock-armored boar. It was larger than an average wild boar, its cold tusks glinting ominously. "How enormous! My goodness, it's even bigger than the dairy cows on the farm," he mused. The retinue of knights, unaccustomed to magical beasts, erupted in hushed gasps of astonishment. The rock-armored boar, having noticed the intruders, flared its massive nostrils, releasing 2 jets of white mist. Its stout hooves anxiously scraped the ground, brimming with fury at the violation of its territory. As an Ironwood knight, Otto's advantages lay in his formidable physique and refined battle aura. The aura of the Ironwood knights could not be projected outward. Only upon promotion to the flowering knight rank could its properties manifest and unleash attacks. Otto's vigilant gaze remained fixed on the rock-armored boar. Though it was a low-tier magical beast, he dared not underestimate it. The boar was equipped with both a charging attack and robust mud armor, along with a minor control over earth elements, making it well-rounded in both offense and defense. Its eyes glowed a fierce red. With a furious roar, the boar charged towards Otto and the others, its heavy form akin to a rolling boulder. Otto, steadfast and composed, remained undeterred, like a fortress shielding Merlin and the others. "Huh," he bellowed, advancing rather than retreating, thrusting his long sword decisively. The blade struck accurately against the boar's armored back, which, despite its seemingly impenetrable surface, crumbled under the full force of the Ironwood knight. However, the rock-armored boar was robust. The sword penetrated only a third of the way before becoming lodged in its flesh. A cloud of dust erupted around Otto. Tom and the other 6 knights shielded Merlin and Lancey behind them. The boar let out a pained wail, thrashing violently in an attempt to dislodge the human before it. Otto gritted his teeth, his eyes wide with fury, as his battle aura coursed across his body, shimmering with a metallic sheen. His muscles tensed, and with a surge of strength, he pressed his foot firmly against the sword's hilt. With a muffled thud, the entire blade plunged into the depths of the boar's body. The immense force sent the nearly 1,000-pound beast flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Otto, seasoned in combat, understood the principle of seizing the moment of weakness. Without waiting for the rock-armored boar to rise, he swiftly pursued, yanking out his sword and striking at the beast's vital points with relentless ferocity. Otto employed the most basic swordsmanship widely practiced in the Duchy of Meguay. Though simple, each move was lethal. The boar, desperate to struggle, found itself at the mercy of Otto, an ironwood knight. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Otto thrust his blade towards the one area unprotected by armor, its throat. With a swift motion, the long sword pierced its neck, emerging from the back of its skull. The boar's eyes widened in shock, blood gushing forth as its limbs convulsed violently before finally falling still. Merlin, intrigued, wished to approach for a closer inspection of the magical beast, but Otto intervened. Magical beasts were not mindless creatures. They were cunning and required constant vigilance. No sooner had Otto's warning left his lips than the rock-armored boar began to thrash violently once more, the ground trembling beneath it. Sharp spikes of earth erupted from the soil, their pointed tips alarming to behold. Merlin gasped in horror, staring at the boar. He had never anticipated that this seemingly clumsy creature could exhibit such cunning. Fortunately, Otto had restrained him. Otherwise, he would have been impaled had he advanced. "Stay here. I will investigate," Otto instructed. Otto cautiously approached once more, only signaling Merlin and the others to come forward after confirming that the Yinjiazhu had definitively succumbed. As Merlin stepped closer, he gasped in astonishment. Observing from a distance had not adequately conveyed the sheer size of the beast. Now, standing before the wild boar, which was as large as an ox, he realized just how massive it was. This creature must weigh at least 1,000 kilograms. Typically, such a fatal wound would lead to immediate demise in an ordinary wild boar, yet this one managed to deliver a final strike. Indeed, magical beasts are notoriously difficult to slay. Otto drew out his somewhat damaged longsword and bent down to slice open the belly of the Yinjiazhu. Some magical beasts possess a magical seed within them, and the armor-like exterior and the earth spikes it unleashed before its death indicated that it had mastered elemental skills. If they could acquire its magical seed, even an ordinary person could wield a few simple earth-based spells until the magic was exhausted. Merlin's eyes lit up at the mention of magic. Magic. Even the simplest earth element magic is still magic. This magical beast is truly a treasure trove. Chapter 6. The Witch Who Wields Magic. A moment later, Otto handed a yellowish orb, cleansed of blood, to Merlin. Merlin accepted it with delight, examining it closely. "Tom, Jack, come help. The Yinjiazhu travels in packs. We must quickly dismantle this magical beast and bring it back before the others arrive. This Yinjiazhu is filled with treasures." The 6 attendant knights swiftly complied with the order and began to dismantle the boar. Lance approached Merlin's side. Merlin raised the yellowish orb above his head. The magical seed appeared dull and was covered in cracks. This magical crystal could release magic only once more. Based on his experience, Lance explained, "Magical crystal? Yes, that is what it is commonly referred to in the Grand Duchy. Generally, only magical beasts of intermediary rank can produce magical crystals. It is indeed rare for a low-tier Yinjiazhu to possess one." Though he had never witnessed the hunting of magical beasts, he had heard tales of them. His father, August, the Duke of Roses, once hunted an intermediary magical beast, the marsh venom python, alongside other knights. Out of a party of 10, only 3 returned alive. Such casualties are unlikely even in a lord's siege. One can only imagine the value of this magical crystal. Merlin, holding the magical crystal, furrowed his brow instead of expressing joy. This Yinjiazhu couldn't possibly be his task reward, could it? The innate magic. No, the reward mentioned a witch. It should not be. Yes, it definitely cannot be. After dismantling the Yinjiazhu, Otto quickly approached. "My lord, this place is dangerous. The scent of blood may attract more powerful magical beasts. We cannot linger here." "Understood. Let us depart." Merlin nodded immediately, having completed his territorial task, deeming it unnecessary to place himself in further danger. "Otto, how much pork did we acquire?" "Is it a boar?" Merlin asked, glancing at Otto's chestnut steed. which bore the massive head of the Yinjeju. It is indeed a male boar, weighing a total of 800 kilograms. Upon hearing it was a male boar, Merlin sighed in relief. Thankfully, it wasn't that wild boar. However, 800 kilograms is rather terrifying. This is merely the weight of the meat. The entrails and other offal would go uneaten here, as the locals deem them unclean, and if not handled properly, they would emit a foul odor. By this calculation, the Yinjeju must weigh at least 1,000 kilograms, along with the magical crystal. This creature must surely be the king of the Yinjeju pack. I wonder how the taste of this wild boar king compares. If it weren't for old Arthur's prohibition against entering the kitchen, an area reserved for servants, he would have loved to prepare a sumptuous braised dish. Merlin had tasted the meat of magical beasts before. The Duchy of Roses had once bred a small marine magical beast known as the pearl fish, which excreted pearls. This was part of his mother Mia's dowry. Not only was the meat delicious, but it was also a lucrative source of income. The noble women of the Golden Empire prized pearls, while the noblemen relished the delectable flesh of the pearl fish. Alas, since his mother Mia's passing, the pearl fish had gradually become extinct. As they traveled, Merlin recalled the terrain of Huangshi town to ensure he wouldn't forget the way back to the castle. Perhaps due to the encounter with the magical beast, Otto seemed anxious, hastening their pace considerably on the route to the castle. Along the way, many townsfolk of Huangshi town spotted Merlin and his companions, who had successfully hunted a magical beast, and they expressed their astonishment and admiration. Just that morning, they had reported the magical beast damaging their crops, and by afternoon, the lord had led a party to hunt it down. What a commendable lord! Merlin, however, felt little from the odd gazes. During the several hours' journey back, perhaps due to their good fortune, they did not encounter any more magical beasts. Otto did not lead them back along the same route, but instead circled around Huangshi town, arriving at the shores of the boundless sea. As Merlin gazed upon the azure expanse, he felt an inexplicable affinity, as though something were beckoning him. Teacher Lance, are there magical beasts in the sea as well? Of course, magical beasts are ubiquitous. At least that is what the residents of Huangshi town have described. Those who venture out to sea never return. Merlin stared at the ocean, perceiving it as an untouched treasure. He wondered whether the marine resources in this world were comparable to those of his homeland. However, he could at least ascertain that in this ocean, free from pollution and debris, the fishery resources were undoubtedly vast and immeasurable. If one could devise a method to utilize the riches of the boundless sea, even without farming, it could sustain the residents of Huangshi town. Life in this world lacks entertainment. When they can eat their fill, dress warmly, and have hope for the future, they will strive to create families. With a growing population comes increased taxation. Thus, this cycle continues, and a life of ease is just around the corner. Let us return, otherwise, old Arthur will surely worry. Gently patting Luna's rear, she neighed and galloped along the sandy beach of the boundless sea. Having concluded their coastal inspection, Merlin's territorial survey was officially complete. Upon returning to the castle, a structure of only 2 levels made of natural stone, he realized that without old Arthur's prior repairs, it would have been uninhabitable. It seems that once the territory develops, the castle will require significant renovations. Lance and Otto did not have their own accommodations in the town and were temporarily residing in the castle with Merlin, facilitating Otto's training of Merlin in knightly practices. Outside the castle, old Arthur and the servants had been waiting for some time. "My lord, it is such a relief to see you return safely." Old Arthur welcomed Merlin's return and stepped forward to take the items from him. "Arthur, you will never guess what I encountered today. Knightly magic is truly marvelous." Merlin dismounted with agility, handing the reins to a servant to have Luna cleaned. He excitedly recounted the day's events to old Arthur. Listening to Merlin's narrative, old Arthur observed the bloodied Otto and the knights, as well as the considerable amount of pork, and immediately grasped the situation. He scanned Merlin and, seeing he bore no injuries or even a speck of blood, felt reassured. "My lord, let us save the stories for the evening. You must be exhausted. I have instructed the kitchen to prepare your favorite hot soup and roasted meat. Indeed, I am somewhat fatigued. Do not rush in eating. How is everything in the castle?" "Of course, all is well. Please have Luo La prepare hot water for me. I am in need of a bath. You cannot fathom how deplorable the sanitation in the territory is. I feel as if I am marinating in foulness. This situation must be rectified. As humans, we must uphold civility." Listening to Merlin's grievances and his discussions on the flaws within the territory, old Arthur finally allowed the faintest smile to grace his otherwise stern visage. That timid child has now finally matured. Luo Lame Gue is a maid whom Merlin brought from the Grand Duchy. Though she is merely 26 years of age, she had already adeptly managed all of Merlin's maids back in the Grand Duchy. While it is said there are multiple maids, the number is actually just 5, including Old Arthur and Luo La. Their surnames are derived from their master's surname, while the other male and female servants, as well as the slaves, lack independent surnames. Only those who have rendered notable service or diligently toiled for the noble lords may be granted a surname by them. Old Arthur and Luo La received their surnames during their time in the Meiguei Grand Duchy. Now that Merlin has risen to the rank of baron, he can no longer bestow surnames upon his servants in the name of Meiguei. At most, they may be conferred with the name of the estate to which they belong, Huangshi. By the way, my lord, the residents here have claimed to have captured a witch and are awaiting your judgment. I have instructed them to wait within the estate. Merlin halted in his tracks, casting a look of astonishment towards Old Arthur. A witch? Indeed, a witch skilled in magic? Precisely. How was she captured? Merlin still could not comprehend the nature of the rewards for this task. Old Arthur was momentarily at a loss for words. Upon seeing this, Merlin did not wish to burden him further. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Please provide them with some food and water, ensuring they do not harm the witch. After my bath, I shall meet with them." "Certainly, my lord. The bathwater will be ready shortly." Merlin shed his garments and reclined in the tub, relishing the warmth enveloping him. He reflected on the events of the day, letting out a deep sigh. Serfs and commoners alike perish from hunger each year. Every aspect requires reform. First and foremost is sanitation. The excrement on the streets must be collected and disposed of. This waste, once fermented, can be transformed into nourishing fertilizer for the farmland. Today he witnessed the state of the fields, cracked and devoid of fertility. Wheat should be sown in cycles, allowing the soil time to recuperate. Otherwise, the land's vitality will diminish, leading to degradation. If only there were potatoes or sweet potatoes. Both yield abundantly and are easy to cultivate, providing a swift solution to the pressing issue of sustenance. Moreover, there is the matter of water sources. Once hunger is alleviated, it will be imperative to begin training the militia and lead them to the mountains in search of water sources to channel into Huangshi town. With less than 4 months until winter, the agricultural season will conclude in 4 months. In this brief period, he must ensure the townsfolk have safe and warm shelter, alongside sufficient provisions. Alas, even before commencing, Merlin could feel his hair thinning. Who would have thought that I, Merlin, would one day become a guardian of the people? The day's fatigue and the warmth of the bath began to lull him into a drowsy state. At that moment, the blue light appeared once more. This time, it heralded a new task. Merlin, on the verge of slumber, snapped upright. During today's inspection of the territory, as the Lord, you uncovered numerous issues. The residents are in dire need of provisions for the winter, yet the wheat fields are suffering from severe problems. Identify the source of the issues to rescue the barren wheat fields. Reward: 1 spirit bug. During today's inspection of the territory, as the Lord, you discovered many issues. Yet you deemed them irrelevant, focusing solely on taxation. Reward: an increase in tax revenue of 10. Upon seeing the reward for the first task, Merlin was instantly filled with joy. The spirit bug is indeed a valuable asset. As for the second task, he did not even consider it. He had brought 3 spirit bugs from the Grand Duchy: the Meiguei spirit bug, the flax spirit bug, and the ironwood spirit bug. These 3 spirit bugs were meticulously selected from the Victoria Gorse. They are not useless, on the contrary. The Meiguei spirit bug and the flax spirit bug are exceedingly precious in the Grand Duchy. The roses produced by the Meiguei spirit bug are highly sought after by the noble lords and ladies, while the flax produced by the flax spirit bug can be crafted into top-quality fabric, providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer. It is a highly significant commodity in the Meiguei Grand Duchy. The ironwood spirit bug is also quite rare. It can make timber exceptionally sturdy, making it excellent material for constructing houses. However, the issue lies in the fact that while these items are highly marketable in the Meiguei Grand Duchy, they are of little use in Huangshi town, where hunger reigns. What good is it to grow roses when one cannot even fill their belly? To seek romance while disregarding life. The flax does hold some utility, at least allowing the townsfolk to wear warm clothing. This stepmother is shrewd, successfully obtaining her desired results while also garnering a favorable reputation for her child. However, if she truly wished him well, the best course would be to provide him with practical spirit bugs, such as the wheat spirit bug or the peanut spirit bug, rather than these seemingly precious yet impractical ones. But Victoria has miscalculated in one regard. The poverty of Huangshi town is not due to external factors, but rather the presence of magical beasts. Furthermore, being near the sea, Huangshi Mountain could yield ample edible food if the magical beasts are dealt with. The ironwood spirit bug, which seems of little use at present, is the key to Merlin's conquest of the sea. With this thought, Merlin could not help but hum a tune. In the wilderness, to plant roses, you seek romance, yet disregard life. In the castle garden, the gardener diligently tended to the roses. No one in Huangshe town would dare to cultivate roses. Thus, to provide a home for the Mei Gui spirit bug, a new rose garden must be established. Today marks the day of the rose's bloom, and the fragrance wafts throughout the castle. This leaves the farmers of Huangshe town standing awkwardly in the courtyard, unable to sit or stand, feeling quite constrained. On the ground lies a young girl, tightly bound, tears welling in her eyes. She casts a pleading gaze towards one of the middle-aged men among the farmers. The man, in his 40s, appears aged beyond his years due to years of hard labor in the fields. He notices the girl's gaze, but remains indifferent, his expression betraying a hint of fear. After a brief wait, the Baron has just completed his inspection of the territory and requires some time to prepare before meeting with them. Old Arthur does not look down upon them simply because they are farmers. His tone remains polite and respectful. To express his apologies, the Baron has prepared some food for them. As soon as old Arthur finishes speaking, several maids arrive, carrying trays of food. The 5 farmers are left dumbfounded, not by the sight of the maids, but by the food they bear: white bread, wheat beer, and freshly prepared rock-armored pork. It may not be a lavish feast, but for these famished farmers, it is a grand banquet. Moreover, there is even meat. They have long forgotten when they last had meat, causing the 5 haggard men to salivate uncontrollably. Once all the maids have arrived, old Arthur gives a slight nod. The maids place the food down and retreat in an orderly fashion. Old Arthur gestures for the 5 to partake. They exchange glances, their fear of the nobility rendering them hesitant to step forward, even though their hunger is gnawing at them. The enticing aroma of freshly cooked yin jiao pork wafted into the nostrils of a few individuals, the sound of swallowed saliva akin to a symphony. Yin jiao pork, being a product of a magical beast, is inherently succulent, even without the addition of any seasoning. At last, one person could no longer restrain himself and nearly leaped forward. His dark hands left 5 sooty imprints on the white bread. Yet, he harbored no disdain for himself, alternating bites of bread, sips of wheat juice, and mouthfuls of yin jiao pork. With one taking the lead, the others soon followed suit, abandoning any pretense of politeness. The witch, bound on the ground, gazed at the 5 ravenously devouring their meal, tears of sorrow streaming down her face. She painfully shut her eyes, resigning herself to the grim reality of being sold to a grotesquely fat lord. Just as the 5 farmers were indulging in their feast, Merlin, clad in his everyday attire, approached. His wet hair glistened under the sunlight, and his tall figure, fair skin, and clear, bright azure eyes immediately revealed his noble lineage. "My lord." Old Arthur bowed in acknowledgement. However, the engrossed diners failed to notice Arthur's gesture. Chapter 8. Magic and the Holy See. Merlin raised his hand, signaling for old Arthur to pause. Observing the farmers engrossed in their meal, he chose not to interrupt, but to quietly scrutinize the witch bound beneath their feet. He had initially assumed she might be a reward from the system, but it was evident now that this was not the case. The young girl on the ground bore a striking resemblance to the farmers, clad in rough, patched burlap. Her brown red, straw-like hair contrasted against her sun-kissed skin. She was quite slender. Upon closer inspection, she was not particularly beautiful, her face adorned with faint freckles. She bore a notable resemblance to one of the 5 voracious farmers. Could she possibly be the daughter of one of them? If so, did this task reward stem from something that already existed in reality? This led to the unsettling thought that even if he did not patrol the territory today, they would still deliver the witch. But why send their own daughter? Wasn't possessing such power advantageous? A myriad of questions swirled in Merlin's mind. He beckoned 2 nearby maids, instructing them to untie her and bring her some food. "Please summon Teacher Otto. I have matters to discuss with him." "Yes, my lord." The 2 maids promptly set about their tasks. Merlin observed from a distance. The girl, bound by her father and delivered like an object to the lord, must be filled with anger. He hesitated to approach her, fearing her emotional upheaval might unleash a spell upon him. The castle housed 8 maids, aside from Laura, head chef Mrs. Aaron, and assistant Bessie. The remaining maids were those brought by old Arthur, sold into servitude from Huangshe town. Perhaps they were acquainted. Moreover, the girls might share some common ground. Before long, the maids returned with Otto, who had just washed the blood from his hands. Merlin's call for Otto was not without purpose. He sought to glean more information regarding magic. As the son of the Duke of Roses, he ought to possess some memory of magic. Yet, the truth was starkly different. "Sir, what is it? You called for me." Merlin wasted no time in revealing his intent. "Teacher Otto, I wish to inquire about magic." Otto nodded, awaiting further elaboration. I would like to understand why magic is absent in the principality. Otto gazed at Merlin incredulously, as if to say, as the son of the Duke of Roses. You are unaware? Merlin met his gaze. You see, during my time in the principality, I paid little heed to such matters. Otto remained noncommittal, for he believed that as the Duke's son, Merlin must possess exceptional talent in martial prowess. It was only due to his lack of effort that he remained a mere apprentice knight at the age of 16. It was apparent how little interest the Baron had in these affairs. The Goldfinch Empire prohibited the use of magic. Not only magic, but even wondrous items were subject to regulation. Prohibition of magic? Why? Merlin questioned, perplexed. It seemed illogical for a powerful empire to banish such a remarkable force. If they did not harness magic, other nations surely would. One must remember that the world was not solely dominated by the Goldfinch Empire. They claimed that magic was a power obtained through contracts with demons, particularly witches, who did not require contracts as they were embodiments of demons themselves. The Goldfinch Knights Academy imparted this doctrine, while the Holy See promulgated laws and propaganda to this effect. So the laws of the Goldfinch Empire are dictated by the Holy Church? Merlin's tone reflected disbelief. He was aware of the Holy Church, but had always perceived it as merely a conventional religious institution. To discover such a formidable background was unexpected. Furthermore, the notion of signing contracts with demons seemed absurd. The girl sipping milk nearby bore no semblance to a demonic entity. Did demons consume milk? The thought was too ludicrous to entertain. It was clear that the Holy See exploited the ignorance of the common folk. Naturally, the Emperor of the Goldfinch was a follower of the Holy See, which had established a presence across the continent, with the Holy See existing above all nations. Had there been representatives of the church in Huangshi Town? Certainly, they are omnipresent. Then, do they have personnel stationed in Huangshi Town? If individuals from the Holy See resided in Huangshi Town, the fate of the witch would indeed become a pressing issue. The Holy See's influence was so vast that even the Emperor of the Goldfinch was one of their followers. The consequences of openly defying them were unfathomable. Those who recognize the times are the wise. No, this place is too backward, Merlin lamented. He felt torn between laughter and tears. What are these people here for? Otto raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Oh, they captured a witch. As soon as Merlin's words fell, Otto exclaimed in shock, what? The astonishment in Otto's voice startled Merlin. Otto instinctively reached for the sword at his waist, only to remember that it had been damaged in the battle against the Yin-Jia pig. Where's the witch? Otto positioned himself protectively in front of Merlin and old Arthur. Calm down, Otto. Merlin found it difficult to comprehend their line of thinking. Had the church's indoctrination been so thorough that a knight would regard a witch as a formidable threat? Wasn't it merely magic? He had not reacted with such astonishment when the Yin-Jia pig wielded magic. The girl drinking milk was as frail as a straw. A gust of wind could easily topple her. If she truly were a demonic entity, how could she have been captured so easily by these 5 farmers? Perhaps due to Merlin's reminder or Otto's seasoned experience, he managed to regain his composure. Otto's outburst startled not only Merlin, but also caused the 5 farmers to pause their meal. Merlin leaned in to observe. They had consumed quite a bit. Otto approached with caution. Is she a witch you brought here? The imposing aura of the Ironwood Knight left the 5 farmers unable to raise their heads. One braver soul stepped forward. My lord, yes. Perhaps the meal had been too filling, for he even belched. Just how did you capture her? My lord. That witch is his daughter. The farmer pointed decisively at the man who bore a striking resemblance to the witch. Otto and Merlin raised their gaze, and indeed, the man bore a strong likeness to the witch. While they had partially obscured their faces while eating, the resemblance was undeniable. Now that the full picture was revealed, they appeared to share an 8 out of 10 similarity. Merlin stepped out from behind Otto. You, explain how you discovered your daughter was a witch. The man glanced back and forth between Otto's face and Merlin's. My lord, it was this noon that our farmland was attacked by a magical beast. It was she who drove away the creature using the power of the devil, which is how I discovered it. Chapter 9. Fina and the Flame. Merlin nodded. Isn't it a good thing to possess power? She can help you drive the magical beasts away from your farmland and protect it. Why would you want to capture her instead? The man, believing Merlin's words were a test, became agitated and indignantly exclaimed, the witch is the embodiment of the devil. She is far too dangerous. The magical beast only harmed a small portion of the farmland, yet she used her devilish power to incinerate most of the wheat. I do not know what to do about this year's taxes. His agitation grew as he glanced at his daughter with fear and resentment. The young girl beside him, sipping milk, wore a somber expression with slightly reddened eyes. Merlin, noticing his increasingly misguided remarks, quickly redirected the conversation. How was the destruction caused? The farmland caught fire. Merlin's heart stirred, though her expression remained composed, and she asked with concern, Has the fire been extinguished? Were there significant losses? It has been put out, my lord. Thanks to their assistance, the witch's father said, feeling touched that the esteemed lord was concerned about his farmland. Not only was he approachable, but he also provided them with meat. He was truly a good lord. Besides her, have you encountered any other witches? Merlin inquired. The 5 farmers exchanged glances, all shaking their heads. No, my lord, they replied. After a moment's contemplation, Merlin asked, what did the Holy Church instruct you regarding the disposition of the witch? At the mention of dealing with the witch, the lively chatter among them abruptly ceased. The witch's father fell silent as well. After all, despite being raised by him, his daughter still held a place in his heart. But the others were indifferent. They did not understand the significance of discovering a witch, although they presumed there must be some benefits. Seeing the man hesitate to speak, one farmer interjected. The church people instructed us to deliver her to the nobles or execute her directly. We intended to execute the witch today, but upon learning that you were patrolling the territory, we decided to bring her to you for your judgment. Upon hearing of the execution, the nearby girl trembled, her face paling instantly. Merlin gazed at the ignorant farmers, feeling neither anger nor the need to speak. She merely sighed softly within, recognizing how a lack of education could lead individuals to narrow perceptions, hindering their ability to form independent judgments beyond instinct. They could only passively follow the footsteps of others. She turned to old Arthur and commanded, fetch some rock pig meat for them. Then, she turned to the witch's father and asked, what is your name? The witch's father immediately became anxious, stammering, I am Hans. Merlin nodded. Hans, I shall remember your name. You have done well in upholding the laws of the empire. Your family's taxes for this year shall be waived. I hope you all will learn from Hans in the future. Before Hans could express his excitement, Merlin added, now you may collect your reward, 20 pounds of rock pig meat each, and then return home. Upon hearing this, the farmers rejoiced, immediately kneeling on the ground to express their gratitude. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. Merlin nodded to Otto and turned to return to the castle. Otto understood and kept a vigilant eye on the tearful girl, leading her inside with a maid. After the farmers collected their meat, they exited the castle in high spirits. Ha ha, the Lord is indeed generous. The children at home have not tasted meat in a long time. If we ration it, it should last us for at least half a month. But with this hot weather, it might spoil after that. The crowd buzzed with chatter about how to preserve the meat. Hans, carrying the largest piece of rock pig meat, lagged behind. Whether it was guilt or something else, he could not find joy, feeling an emptiness within. Hans, what troubles you? Nothing. Do not be too sorrowful. You still have a son and a daughter, do you not? The witch is the embodiment of the devil. She is a dangerous being. Only the noble lords know how to deal with her. Entrusting her to the Lord is the right course of action. Perhaps you are unaware, but once, at the foot of Huangshe Mountain in the maple leaf forest, I heard Fina wailing. You must not have heard that sound. It was terrifying. Hans was taken aback, furrowing his brow. When was that? The man pondered for a moment. About a month ago? I cannot recall exactly. It was just recently. At that time, I did not know what was making that noise. I was so frightened that I hid nearby. The wailing lasted for half an hour, and only Fina emerged from the forest. Why did you not mention this earlier? I was too scared and could not imagine that the gentle Fina was a witch. Hans lowered his head in thought, realizing that Fina might have already been a witch, having gained devilish powers a month ago. Yet, throughout this month, Fina had behaved normally, not resembling the devilish embodiment described by the Holy Church. He scratched his head, feeling slightly puzzled. The farmer patted Hans on the shoulder. Regardless, the Lord has granted you an additional 20 pounds of meat. At least your family will have a safe winter this year. By the way, shall we go for a drink together? Will you join us? Hans, lacking enthusiasm, shook his head and declined. You all go ahead. Sarah is still waiting for me at home. Seeing his lack of interest, the farmers did not press him further. Very well, we shall take our leave. Hans bid farewell and dispersed with the others. In a courtyard on the edge of Huangshe town, a middle-aged woman with reddened eyes kept glancing outside. Mother, when will sister and father return? Asked a small boy with chestnut red hair. Your father will return soon. Quickly take your sister back inside. Before long, Hans walked into the courtyard carrying the meat. His wife, seeing him return without anyone else, continued to peer outside. Hans shook his head and sighed. The woman covered her mouth and began to weep. Chapter 10. The Power of the Devil? No, this is a divine gift. Enough, do not cry any longer. Merlin sat across from the girl, her brow furrowed. Since being brought in, the girl had been weeping continuously, and Merlin found it quite bothersome. Though her voice was soft, it was remarkably clear. The girl was startled into silence. Now, tell me, what is your name, and when did you discover your abilities? What are those abilities? The specific details had already been largely conveyed by the girl's father, Hans. Merlin surmised that the girl's magical ability was likely related to the manipulation of flames. If so, it would be a tremendous gain. However, confirmation from her own lips was necessary. The girl cautiously observed Merlin. In the candlelight, within a short distance, she could clearly see the other's handsome features and sensed a gentle disposition. This eased her anxiety somewhat, as the notorious lord, known for his violent temperament, was not the portly, greasy noble she had envisioned. She steadied herself and spoke softly. "My name is Fina. I discovered my ability 2 months ago while preparing to cook. Suddenly, I realized I could ignite flames without tools." Upon hearing the girl's response, Merlin felt a surge of delight, though her expression remained unchanged. "Ah, indeed. You possess the extraordinary ability to control fire. That is splendid. How were you discovered? Please recount the events in detail." Fina reflected on this afternoon when the villagers, who had previously treated her with kindness and warmth, now regarded her with expressions of fear and disdain upon witnessing her abilities. A subtle ache enveloped her heart. Earlier, while laboring in the fields, she encountered a flock of monstrous birds, which her parents could not drive away. In a moment of panic, one of the creatures lunged toward her sister. Merlin listened quietly. Fina's expression darkened, and the flames of the candles around her began to flicker gently. "Now unleash your powers and show me," someone urged. Fina was momentarily taken aback, while Otto frowned and stepped forward to intervene. "Sir, this is no jest," Otto said, perplexed by how the indifferent Merlin transformed into someone curious upon entering the territory. Merlin offered Otto a reassuring smile. "Relax, Teacher Otto. You are here after all. Are you not afraid, sir?" "Afraid? What is there to fear? Will you harm me?" Merlin inquired earnestly, locking eyes with Fina, who noticed the sincerity in his azure gaze, devoid of any contempt or aversion. For a moment, she was entranced. "Ahem." Otto cleared his throat loudly. Fina regained her senses, her cheeks flushing crimson as she waved her hands in haste. "Of course not. Then let's proceed. Show me what kind of power is deemed devilish." Otto hesitated, gripping his spear tightly. Fina timidly asked, "What will you do with me?" "What to do?" Merlin appraised her. "We shall see the extent of your abilities." Fina's heart sank, tears welling in her eyes. Indeed, before she could voice her despair, Merlin continued softly, "I need to understand you. If you can only manipulate a small flame, I shall have no choice but to assign you to the kitchen as a fire-stoking maid. However, if your powers are sufficiently potent, not only will you survive, but I shall also grant you freedom, provided you obey me and become my knight." Otto felt a throbbing in his temples as he cast a glance at the old steward, Arthur. The implication in his gaze was unmistakable. Would he not intervene? A knight? A witch? Heaven help us, if King Goldthorn learned of this. No, even if Duke Rose found out, Merlin would not know how he met his end. Yet, Arthur remained oblivious to Otto's silent plea, respecting every decision Merlin made. "Sir, is this truly the case?" "Of course, deceiving you brings me no benefit," Merlin stated, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he fixed his gaze on Fina. "Come now, if you produce a magic crystal at this moment, I would be quite disappointed." With this, Fina inhaled deeply and closed her eyes. When she reopened them, her brown irises seemed to flicker with sparks. Otto pulled Merlin back. "Sir, do not draw too close. It could become unfortunate." Undeterred, Fina stood her ground, and suddenly, the ground beneath her erupted into a ring of orange-red flames. The very surface she stood upon ignited, as if she were treading upon burning coals. Bang! Crackle! The surrounding moisture evaporated, and the damp room was enveloped in wisps of white steam. The candles illuminating the room flickered to life, their flames soaring dramatically, oscillating violently, expanding, before bursting into dazzling fireballs. The dim room was suddenly illuminated as if it were daylight, revealing the astonished expressions of Merlin, Arthur, and Otto with crystal clarity. Otto instinctively shielded Merlin, assuming a defensive stance with his spear, and commanded, "Stop." Yet, Fina appeared lost in her own realm. Merlin, however, restrained Otto, eager to witness the limits of Fina's powers. The flames engulfed Fina's clothes, yet she remained unafraid, though her garments could not withstand the heat. Key areas were obscured by flames. Fina stepped forward, and the flames surrounding her danced like living beings, expanding. As the flames made contact with the iron window, the bars glowed red-hot, seemingly on the verge of melting. A wave of scorching heat rushed forth, causing Merlin's skin to sting, forcing him to retreat. Soon, the iron bars shifted from deep crimson to bright yellow, beginning to liquefy. It was unclear how long the flames persisted before they gradually extinguished. The only remnants in the room were the candle flames, flickering gently as if nothing had transpired. Yet the searing air, the scorched skin, and the molten iron served as undeniable evidence of the reality that had just unfolded. Standing naked at the center of the room, Fina's cheeks flushed, her hands covering her modesty. "Sir, this is the power of the devil." Chapter 11. The first guardian knight. Merlin snapped back to reality, staring at Fina in awe. "This is magic. This is fire." He stepped forward and draped his coat around her shoulders. The clean, comfortable fabric, fragrant and soft, made Fina's cheeks redden further as she lowered her head. Containing his excitement, Merlin spoke with as much calm as he could muster. "Miss Fina, may I hire you as my guardian knight? Of course, I shall compensate you. How about 1 gold coin each month? If you prefer not to receive coins, we can arrange for food instead." Initially shy and looking down, Fina's head snapped up at Merlin's words, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Really? Can I go home? I want to bring food back for my siblings. They never have enough to eat." "Certainly, if you wish for them. I can bring them to the castle for you to see. However, you will need to dedicate most of your time to me and cannot easily appear in the village. Think it over and let me know." "I promise, my lord." Without hesitation, Fina knelt on the still warm ground, tears streaming down her face as she cried out loud. From the despair of being captured and fearing execution to the glimmer of hope now presented to her, everything had transpired so swiftly that her suppressed emotions erupted in an instant. Merlin helped Fina to her feet. "Starting tomorrow, you shall train your abilities in the castle. I want you to master control over fire, making it as responsive and flexible as your own arms and fingers." "I will do my best, my lord. I believe in you." "Sir." Otto could no longer contain himself. "This is too risky. If the church finds out, this is my territory." "Otto," Merlin interjected, his voice steady yet authoritative. "You know our situation is dire. The monstrous incursions in Huangshi town have become too frequent. Do you think I can rest easy relying solely on one ironwood knight? We need strength now. Do you understand, Otto?" Otto opened his mouth, but refrained from further persuasion. Merlin's reasoning held merit. The abundance of monsters in Huangshi town rendered it foolish to rely solely on him and 6 inexperienced knights for protection. Merlin turned to Fina. "Your abilities are not a curse of the devil, but rather a divine gift, provided you wield them correctly." Fina gazed steadily at Merlin, warmth blossoming within her heart at the feeling of being understood. Merlin then addressed Arthur. "Mr. Arthur, please have a maid assist Fina in cleaning and organizing herself." "Of course, my lord." Outside the window, the night deepened. In the home of Huangxi, his wife continued to sob softly, fearful of disturbing their 2 children who were already resting. "We should not treat Fina that way. She is still a child." Huangxi stared silently at the mead on the table. Ever since he learned nearly a month ago that Fina might possess the power of a demon, he had fallen into deep skepticism regarding the church's teachings. However, from the moment he entrusted his daughter to the Lord, everything had become irrevocable. Yet, a voice within him whispered that perhaps the Lord truly could assist Fina. Unlike other aristocrats, the Lord possessed a unique aura that Huangxi found indescribable. Meanwhile, in the castle, Merlin was recording something under the candlelight. The quill scratched against the paper as he documented his observations. Awakened with the talent of fire, possessing considerable potential, capable of melting steel with an extremely high temperature. If properly guided, she could become a vital force in protecting the territory. "Good evening, my lord. Dinner is ready," Merlin said, putting down his notes and looking at the old steward. "Good evening, Mr. Arthur. How is Fina? Is she adjusting?" "Everything is normal. Both Audolon and Fina are waiting for you in the dining room." "All right, let us go." In the dining room, Audol was already reserved and at that moment seemed even more withdrawn. Lancy curiously gazed at the small girl who had her head lowered, filled with questions. Where did this girl come from? Just as he was about to inquire of Audol, Merlin and Arthur arrived in the dining room. "Good evening, teachers. Please do not stand. Next time you may wait at the dining table for me." "Good evening, Fina. Please sit down. Do not be so formal." Merlin greeted the 3 casually. "Good evening, Baron." Lancy and Audol maintained their noble etiquette. "Good evening, Baron." Fina imitated them well. Upon the Lord's arrival, the maids served dinner. "This dinner is truly sumptuous. It has been a long time since I've tasted meat from magical beasts," Merlin remarked, recalling that during his time at Meguay Fortress, he had only tasted such meat when his mother was alive. The dinner was simple, yet not lacking in substance, featuring a stew of rock-armored boar with peas, accompanied by white bread, which Fina found delightful. It is worth noting that she had only encountered white bread a handful of times in her life. Usually, she consumed coarse bread made from a mix of rye or barley flour, bran, rice husks, and ground tree bark, which was rough and difficult to swallow. Moreover, the white bread made at home was incomparable to that of the Lord's. Aside from the sound of chewing, the atmosphere at the table was eerily quiet. Old Arthur poured a glass of red wine for Merlin. Although Merlin did not have the habit of drinking, today he felt particularly jubilant and decided to celebrate with a glass of red wine. This wine, produced by the grape sprites, was exceptionally fragrant and sweet, with a low alcohol content. Merlin thought it resembled grape juice, but one could still become intoxicated if consumed excessively. One glass each, they gently clinked their glasses together. Have the rose sprites been settled? Merlin asked Lancey. They have been settled, but the sprite needs some time to recover. This place is too poor, and there is no suitable spot for the sprite. Indeed, I understand. During my inspection of the territory today, I came across a grove of red trees. Perhaps Teacher Lancey could settle the iron tree sprite there, but someone must be assigned to care for it diligently. No problem. Merlin nodded and turned to the elderly Arthur. Mr. Arthur, how much longer can the supplies we brought sustain us? Will they last until this year's tax collection? It can last until the end of the year without issue. The biggest problem now is that Huangshe town is too remote and dangerous. No one is willing to come here, and the nearest market is hundreds of kilometers away. Even if we have gold coins, we have nowhere to spend them. Merlin was not surprised. He had witnessed this reality today. The remoteness of the place had its pros and cons. At least it meant that the news of the witch being a guardian knight would not reach the church. Do not worry, I will resolve the issue of trade routes. Huangshe town lacks resources, but requires formidable strength. I will leave the witch here, and I hope you can understand. After pondering for a moment, Merlin set down his glass and spoke earnestly. As soon as Merlin finished speaking, Lancey seemed to hear some astonishing news. He had not swallowed his food in time and began to cough. Chapter 12. The crisis in the wheat field. Lancey raised his hand to indicate he wished to speak. Swallowing the food in his mouth and digesting this astonishing news before looking up at Merlin in fear. Faina also sensed something amiss and reluctantly set down her piece of white bread. Which? Teacher Lancey, please do not divert the topic. Did you just say which? Merlin took a sip of red wine, the faint taste of alcohol mingling with the rich aroma of grapes bursting in his mouth, and nodded gently. Witches are embodiments of demons. How can you keep a demon here? Oh my, this is too shocking, too unbelievable. Merlin sighed inwardly. He had initially thought that, given Lancey's education, he would be able to accept the existence of witches. However, he did not anticipate that Lancey's reaction would be even more intense than Otto's. He had not realized how thoroughly the Holy See's brainwashing had taken effect. Seeing Lancey's agitated and somewhat incoherent state, Merlin spoke calmly. Teacher Lancey, please compose yourself. Faina is that witch. Do you see her as a demon? Lancey followed Merlin's finger to look at the girl across the table. Faina, who had always held some fear of nobles, felt the strange gaze from Lancey that resembled one directed at a monster, instinctively wanting to shrink away. Yet, recalling the understanding and support of the Lord, and the fact that he had not sought to harm her because of her demonic abilities, she regarded her power as a gift from heaven. Faced with Lancey's monstrous gaze, she defiantly lifted her head. One could say her second life was granted by the Lord, and she could not bring shame upon him. Faina's appearance now was markedly different from when she had first arrived. After being thoroughly cleaned by the maids, her long chestnut hair, though dried, shimmered with vibrant colors under the candlelight. The girl's delicate skin, a result of years of labor, bore a healthy wheat hue, and the faint freckles on her face radiated youthful vitality. Though her frame was frail and diminutive, as if a gust of wind could topple her, her face shone with determination and steadfastness, captivating Lancey and leaving him momentarily speechless. Please sit down, Teacher Lancey. I am not certain why the Holy See propagates such narratives about witches, nor do I understand their motives. However, your perceptions do not align with what you have witnessed. Do they? Possessing unique abilities is not their fault. They had no choice in the matter. Lancey furrowed his brow tightly, contemplating Merlin's words. Ignoring Lancey's thoughts, Merlin continued, You are aware that my combat talent is inferior to my elder brothers, and my business acumen falls short of my second sister's. Since my mother's passing, I have found little interest in anything. Thus, I am not favored by my father, and my appearance has made me a thorn in Victoria's side. My arrival in the territory was merely to bring 3 sprite bugs and 120 serfs. Upon arriving in Huangshe town, I realized my plight was nothing. Therefore, I wish to do something about it. As you have seen, Huangshe town is abundant in magical beasts. Since I have become its lord, I must address this issue. I cannot allow myself to remain in constant danger. When I face peril, neither the church nor Augustus will come to my aid in times of trouble. The only one who can help me is myself. However, there is no room for hesitation. We have no alternative. This place is exceedingly remote, and the church will not discover our activities. As long as you remain silent, no one will be aware of our situation. Lancey observed the unwavering expression of Merlin. along with Otto, who had resigned himself to reality and was engrossed in his meal of white bread and pork stew, and the resolute demeanor of Faina. With a sense of helplessness, he sat down. Very well, I shall respect all your decisions, my lord. Merlin's serious expression softened into a smile as he raised his goblet. Fear not, I am confident that Faina's abilities will not disappoint you. Now, let us toast to the bright future that awaits us. With a flushed complexion and an exuberant spirit, Faina lifted her cup, filled with milk. Otto and Lancey also raised their goblets, yet their faces bore no smiles. They had not fully accepted the reality of having a witch among them. Merlin, however, was unconcerned. What he required was authority. He sensed that although Otto and Lancey respected him, it was primarily due to his brother's influence. Now, as the Lord, he needed their unity to develop the territory, even if it meant employing noble pressure. Fortunately, the two entrusted to him by his elder brother were quite reliable and understood the importance of adaptability. With the last sip of wine, dinner came to a formal conclusion, and old Arthur commanded the servants to clear the table. Lancey, is there an issue with the wheat fields? Merlin recalled his new task. He was quite pleased with the witch's reward and felt a growing anticipation for the reward of the elven insect. Indeed, the majority of the land in Huangshi town is dedicated to wheat cultivation, but this year's yield has been subpar. The output from the wheat fields has diminished year by year, and today, a serf reported a significant problem. Large areas of the wheat have withered. The finest and largest wheat field in Huangshi town belongs to the Lord himself, tended by serfs. The thought of vast swathes of his wheat dying caused Merlin considerable distress. He set down his goblet. Tomorrow, accompany me to investigate. I need to understand the cause and control the situation promptly. Noticing Lancey's hesitance, Merlin chuckled and inquired, What troubles you, Lancey? Lancey, eschewing pretense, replied, It is as follows. Merlin listened as Lancey elaborated, yet the core issue was clear. There is a lack of manpower. For Huangshi town to get back on track, skilled individuals are indispensable. Merlin understood Lancey's predicament well, yet he found himself at a loss. His gaze fell upon Faina, who was daintily nibbling on pastries. Allow my 6 retainer knights to assist you for the time being. Their martial prowess may be modest, but they have all received solid training. Lancey's eyes brightened, though he hesitated. Is that permissible? What of your safety? Do not worry. I shall not stray far from teacher Otto during this period, and Faina will be by my side, Merlin reflected. Lancey cast a furtive glance at Faina before nodding in agreement. That would be splendid. We are indeed in need of assistance. After a brief discussion regarding the tasks for the following day, the group dispersed. Faina was escorted back to her chamber by a maid. Only when she lay in the warm and comfortable embrace of her bed did Faina's taut nerves finally relax. Pinching her arm to confirm she was awake, a smile graced her lips. Good night, my lord. Rest well, my lord. Good night. Good night to you as well, Teacher Lancey and Teacher Otto. Upon returning to his chamber, Merlin gazed out of the castle window at the distant town. Farmers whose bellies remain unfilled have no nightlife to speak of. He retrieved the magical crystal from the rock pig and toyed with it in his hand. Reflecting on the day's battle, he realized that even an ironwood knight struggled to slay a low-ranking magical beast. The path of knighthood emphasizes the importance of gradual accumulation. It is only upon reaching the rank of flower knight that a knight's combat style truly evolves. For the ironwood knights, their primary means of attack still relies upon weaponry. The longsword Otto wielded was of inferior quality. As the most talented ironwood knight in service to the Rose Grand Duke, he should not be using a poorly crafted weapon. All standardized weapons in the Rose Duchy are distributed by the Golden Flower Empire, and the Rose Duchy lacks the privilege to produce weapons in bulk independently. It appears that the smelting technology in this world leaves much to be desired. However, with Faina's flames, crafting sharp weapons should not pose too great a challenge. The only question that remains is how to produce gunpowder. Chapter 13. The malnourished wheat elf insect Luna transported Merlin to the wheat fields. The vast expanse of golden wheat represents the finest land in Huangshi town. Scattered throughout the fields are a dozen thatched cottages, serving as the homes for the serfs tending to the wheat. Lancey's aide, Tom, who was previously one of Merlin's retainer knights, swiftly located each serf toiling in the fields. Before long, a bewildered line of serfs stood before Merlin, unsure of how to proceed. Though there were only a handful of households among the serfs, they totaled dozens, including women and children. Merlin did not interfere with the serfs' familial affairs. In fact, when they bore children, they would be rewarded with food during harvest time to ensure their families were well fed. The welfare of the serfs relied heavily on their lord's benevolence. Under Merlin's rule, there was certainly no shortage of provisions for the serfs, for only when they are well fed can they work effectively. What are you all still doing? This is the Lord. Quickly, show your respects." Upon realizing the presence of their lord, the stunned and awkward serfs hurriedly knelt and bowed to Merlin at Tom's urging. Merlin casually nodded. "Is everyone here?" Tom counted the heads and discovered one was missing. He called out names until he found the missing serf. "My lord, we are still short of Old Wood, the steward of the wheat fields. Go fetch him." Tom swiftly left to find him and shortly returned, leading a gray-haired old man. "My lord, Old Wood has arrived." The elder, upon realizing it was the lord, attempted to bow but became paralyzed with anxiety and stood frozen. Merlin waved his hand dismissively, looking kindly at Old Wood. "You are the steward of these wheat fields, correct?" "What is it?" "Yes, my lord. You need not be so anxious. You reported that the wheat is facing issues? Please lead us to the fields so we may ascertain the problem and whether it can be resolved." Oh, Old Wood, initially nervous, did not grasp what was said, but upon hearing about the wheat, he instantly reacted with fervor. "Wonderful, my lord. Your presence means the wheat is saved." Old Wood, filled with excitement, led the group at a brisk pace. One might think he was riding a horse. As they walked, Merlin surveyed the farmland. The wheat appeared similar to the previous day, yet the land remained dry and cracked, with no signs of weeds, indicating the serfs had tended to it diligently. Merlin nodded in satisfaction. Each wheat field was bordered by ridges, with every household of serfs managing their own plots, marking the boundaries of their responsibilities. As they delved deeper into the fields, the once golden and flourishing wheat now appeared increasingly withered and dark, with only a sparse scattering of grains. Merlin approached to examine closely. The soil here was noticeably more damp than the surrounding areas, suggesting that it had been irrigated. Old Wood lamented, his emotions bubbling over. "My lord, we truly do not know what has caused this. We have not been negligent. We have tended to the wheat meticulously. We suspect it may be infected, and at the current rate of spread, it could soon devastate a significant portion of the farmland. Given the current rate of withering, it is increasingly difficult to conceal the truth. If the time comes when the harvest season arrives and the Lord is unable to collect wheat, what chance will he have of survival?" Merlin dismounted and picked up a wilted wheat seedling, examining it closely. Although he had not studied agriculture in his past life, 3 generations of peasant ancestry had imbued him with a basic understanding. The wheat in his hands was not entirely unfamiliar, yet it bore only a semblance to the wheat of his previous life, which had been cultivated through countless generations of scientific advancement to yield an average of 1,000 pounds per acre. He cast the dried grass aside and touched the parched earth. "Do you irrigate the land with fertilizers, such as manure, dried leaves, or wood ash?" Old Wood appeared bewildered. Having farmed his entire life, he had never heard the Lord mention such things. "My lord, we water the crops daily. I speak of fertilizers. Much like you require food and water daily, yet you cannot survive on water alone." The wrinkles on Old Wood's face deepened. "My lord, we do not know what fertilizers are." Merlin was taken aback. They were unaware of fertilizers? Was there truly no scientific agricultural technique in this world? Such a fundamental principle eluded them? Yet, given the fact that most of the land was controlled by nobles, all of whom had elves at their service, it was understandable. Serfs merely tended the nobles' lands, watering and weeding, while the elves managed the harvest. With this realization, Merlin ceased to press Old Wood further. Without fertilization, especially in wheat fields, even the best soil would become barren, yielding diminishing returns. Coincidentally, the roads of Huangshi town were replete with the excrement of both man and beast. However, fresh manure could not be used directly. Its organic matter would continue to ferment and generate heat within the soil, raising temperatures that could scorch roots and seedlings. Moreover, fresh manure harbored a plethora of pathogens, eggs, and parasites that could incite plant diseases. Most importantly, these could re-enter the human body through crops. This was not something Merlin wished to witness. He carefully recalled the process of composting. Composting is a traditional method that utilizes microorganisms to decompose organic matter, centered around anaerobic fermentation. By sealing or semi-sealing waste materials such as manure and fallen leaves, one could transform them into fertilizer. This method is the most common in rural areas, simple and efficient, perfect for the current situation. Merlin was reminded of the task reward. His mission was to save the wheat fields, and the reward was an elf bug. He surmised that this elf bug would not simply appear from thin air, but was likely already in existence or soon to be. Furthermore, it was highly probable that it was a wheat elf bug. With this thought, Merlin cautiously began his search in the wheat fields. Lance and Otto, along with Old Wood and Tom, followed closely behind, careful not to disturb him. The search was not difficult. They traversed to the center of the wheat field, following the trail of withered wheat. As the son of Augustus, He recognized how elf bugs were born. Upon reaching the center of the wheat field, he beheld a cocoon formed from golden wheat stalks. This sight brightened Merlin's eyes. As he had suspected, it was indeed so. The blue task text served as guidance, not merely a system mission, and the rewards were derived from his choices and efforts. Lance, who trailed behind Merlin, also spotted the golden wheat elf bug cocoon and exclaimed, "Is that an elf bug?" Merlin nodded in affirmation, noting that this particular elf bug seemed immature. If left unaddressed, it was likely to perish. Chapter 14. Purchasing fertilizers with copper coins? A wheat elf bug, indeed. It was precisely the elf bug he needed at this moment, and it must not be lost. Old Wood, Merlin called out. Old Wood hurried over to Merlin, nearly stumbling. I have discerned the source of the affliction. Shortly, you will organize the workforce as I instruct. Old Wood's eyes sparkled with surprise, nearly bursting into exclamation. Yes, my lord. His excitement was palpable. Serfs overseeing the lord's fields could expect to receive 5 to 10% of the harvest during bountiful seasons. Even then, this was barely enough to sustain a family, let alone store any surplus. However, the baron was different. He consistently allocated 10 to 15% of the harvest to them. If they took exceptional care of the wheat, even in a bountiful year, the lord might grant an additional 5%. In this way, the serfs could not only eat to their fill, but also save provisions for future needs. What a generous lord he was. With the Lord's guidance, they were certain to navigate the crisis of the wheat fields. Praise the Lord, Oldwood silently vowed. Merlin, I did not expect you to have such insight into farming. What have you discovered? I see nothing amiss, Lance remarked. Initially astonished that Merlin had identified the issue so swiftly, followed by a hint of skepticism. Merlin smiled mysteriously. I have a task for you now. Lance felt a foreboding sense of dread. The birth of elf bugs was erratic. Some could farm wheat for a lifetime without ever nurturing one, while others might cultivate merely an acre and produce an elf bug. Yet, without fail, nutrition was essential for the survival of these elf bugs. Were it not for the abundance of wheat being cultivated here, this wheat elf bug might not have lasted until Merlin's arrival. Now it was clear that the issue was not disease, but rather that the wheat elf bug required sustenance, leading to the surrounding wheat's wilting. Thus, the remedy for the wheat fields was exceedingly simple. Fertilization was all that was needed. Merlin regarded the wary lands with a light-hearted chuckle. Fear not. I do not send you to your demise. However, there are several matters for you to oversee. What? First, take the serfs and villagers to the redwoods to gather branches and dried leaves. The more, the better, and ultimately burn the remaining plant matter to store the ash. Second, the fallen leaves in the redwoods accumulate over time. By digging deeper, you will uncover leaf mold, which serves as a natural organic fertilizer, mild in potency, loose, and breathable. Ideal for soil improvement. Gather as much as you can. Third, instruct the farmers in Huangshi town to collect manure of all types. Gather it all. Lance listened intently. Although he struggled to comprehend the first two tasks, he made an effort to remember. However, upon hearing the third task, he could not help but widen his eyes. What do you need manure for? Its only purpose is to create a foul smell and pollute the air. He pinched his nose, as though the stench had already wafted into his nostrils. Merlin, recognizing the lack of scientific agricultural methods in this world, patiently explained. The collection of manure serves two primary purposes. First, it can be composted and, when incorporated into the soil, enhances its fertility, allowing crops to continue growing healthily. The second reason is that I intend to rectify the sanitation of Huangshi town. From this day forth, I do not wish to see any excrement in the streets, not even that of animals. Lance met Merlin's earnest gaze and, despite his discomfort, nodded. All right. Although I do not understand where you acquired this knowledge. You are the Lord after all. Relax, I do not expect you to personally collect human waste. I understand. I will endeavor to fulfill the task. Merlin nodded in satisfaction. By the way, after this, send someone to dig a large pit at the foot of Huangshi Mountain to store the collected manure specifically for composting. There are numerous areas in Huangshi town that require development, and our manpower is insufficient. It is impractical to expect a few of you to oversee the sanitation of over 1,000 people. Henceforth, we shall adopt a more straightforward approach. In order to prevent the farmers of Huangshi town from being unhygienic, we shall temporarily acquire manure under the auspices of the official title. 1 basket for a single copper coin. Copper coins, silver coins, gold coins, and golden wheat ears serve as the universal currency of the Jinkewa Empire. The copper coins are crafted from pure copper, while the gold and silver coins contain other metals mixed in. 1 gold coin can be exchanged for 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin for 100 copper coins. The golden wheat ear gold coin. a unique coin fashioned from the gold shed by a colossal golden dragon of the Jinkewa Empire, is said to possess the strength of the dragon itself. This coin is recognized globally and can be exchanged for local currency in all nations. It is notoriously difficult to acquire. Even his father, the Duke of Roses, Duke Auguste, possesses merely 3 such gold coins. Only those who have made significant contributions to the empire and have rendered great service are awarded the golden wheat ear gold coin. It is not merely a currency, but a symbol of glory and honor. These 3 coins are among Duke Auguste's few treasures, cherished dearly by him. Why not use the Lord's name? Merlin, I must remind you that I am your teacher and advisor. I merely serve as a part-time official, Lance murmured reluctantly. Of course, we must maintain the Lord's dignity. How could a baron stoop to collect such filth? Merlin asserted confidently. Lance fell silent, pondering whether his reputation was not at stake. Very well, Professor Lance, let us not dwell on these trifles. For the future prosperity of the territory and a more comfortable environment, I must ask you to bear with this for now. Once Tom and the others mature, you may delegate the roles of official, financial officer, and legal officer to them. I believe they will prove capable. Lance sighed in resignation. However, with such an abundance of manure, 1 basket for a copper coin will amount to a considerable sum. Why not simply command the farmers to collect it? Merlin shook his head. It is not so simple. Direct orders lack the substance of tangible benefits. While some will comply, others will not. Commands can only hold sway temporarily. The residents of Huangshe town have grown accustomed to laziness. One cannot guarantee obedience from everyone. If we persist with commands, it may incite resistance among the farmers. Even if they agree, they may not take action. However, if we promise them benefits, the perception shifts from inconvenience to profit. They will begin to see it as currency, as copper coins, as sustenance. Eventually, some will eagerly collect it. Over time, the farmers will adapt to maintaining cleanliness. At which point we can gradually reduce the price. 2 baskets for a copper coin, 3 baskets for a copper coin. But if the price decreases, will they still collect it? Some will, and that is sufficient, Merlin replied with a confident smile. Eventually, astute individuals will recognize the opportunity for profit. Lowering the price may indeed reduce the number of collectors, yet it will certainly encourage some to specialize in collection, thereby reaping the rewards. Those who collect will need to purchase from the farmers. Although their earnings may diminish, they will not refuse copper coins that come without effort. Naturally, they will cultivate this habit. But what will they do with the copper coins? They cannot spend them here. Lance posed an important question. We can eventually open a grain market, priced slightly above the market rate, ensuring no loss, Merlin suggested. Lance gazed at Merlin in disbelief, astonished by the cunning of the plan. The previous rumors were misleading. Who claimed Duke Auguste's 3rd son was a fool? Following Merlin's strategy not only addresses the sanitation issue in Huangshe town, but also alleviates the infertility of the farmland, allowing farmers to purchase grain to fill their bellies. They may suffer a slight loss of grain, yet with the presence of wheat elven worms, this loss is nearly negligible. Among the various elven worms, the wheat elven worm is particularly rare and highly sought after. The value of a single elven worm cannot be assessed unilaterally. Just as Merlin's stepmother, Victoria, bestowed upon him a rose elven worm of considerable worth, its value is confined to prosperous lands devoid of want. The wheat elven worm, however, possesses immeasurable value, as everyone requires sustenance. Suddenly, Lance felt that accompanying Merlin to Huangshe town might indeed be a prudent choice. In the grand scheme, Merlin's abilities could be deemed worthy of a competent lord. Chapter 15. The wheat elven worm rescued from peril upon Merlin's directive. All individuals acted without hesitation. Within half a day, the serfs and Tom had gathered the necessary materials before Merlin. Excellent, old wood. Now proceed as I instructed. A mixture of 1 part manure to 9 parts leaf mold, incorporating some wood ash. Then dilute it with water and irrigate around the roots of the wheat. Standing on the ridge, Merlin directed the serfs in their fertilization efforts. He summoned a serf to accompany him to the location of the wheat elven worm's buds. Lance and Otto were still occupied in the mangroves, supervising the excavation of leaf mold and the collection of branches and manure. Old Arthur was absent from the scene, leaving no one to oversee Merlin's actions. As a lord, Merlin was not required to labor. Old Arthur, Lance, and Otto would never permit such a thing. However, Merlin felt compelled to personally apply the fertilizer around the wheat elven worms, as he mistrusted others with this task. My lord, allow me to assist, the serf stammered, unsure whether to intervene or comply with the lord's wishes. Would refusal anger him, or lead to punishment? Merlin offered a kind smile. I will handle this myself. You simply carry the fertilizer. The serf dared not speak further, trailing behind Merlin as he applied the fertilizer himself. The wheat field spanned approximately 150 acres, roughly the size of 14 football fields. The serfs, regardless of gender or age, were diligently at work, though they were unaware of the purpose of the foul-smelling fertilizer. The Lord's word was law, and they followed his directives without question. Merlin toiled for an entire week in the wheat field. Through his unwavering efforts, the spread of the withering ceased, indicating that the natural organic fertilizer, comprised of wood ash, leaf mold, and manure, was effective, particularly the buds of the wheat elven worms. Having received multiple applications of organic fertilizer from Merlin, gleamed golden under the sun. Yet, despite his caution, he became stained with muck, much to old Arthur's chagrin. You need only sit upon Luna and direct them. However, when he produced the wheat elven worm, old Arthur withheld further comment. During his inspection of the territory, the Lord discovered numerous issues. The residents required grain to survive the winter, yet the wheat field was facing serious problems. He identified the source of the troubles and sought to rescue the barren wheat field. Reward: 1 elven worm. Merlin gazed upon the blue text before him, finding no indication of task completion, yet no sign of failure either. The wheat elven worm had likely survived its weakest phase. All that could be done was completed, and its survival was left to fate. Had he not addressed the issue within the wheat field, the elven worm might have perished. The blooming of the elven worm's buds followed no discernible pattern. Merlin could wait no longer. The territory demanded his attention, and he could not afford to stagnate due to the absence of blue points of task completion. He called upon Old Wood. This is an elven worm. Your daily responsibility now is to fertilize around the elven worm, ensuring its well-being. No one besides you may approach it. Do you understand? Lao Wuda immediately puffed out his chest and proclaimed with vigor, I understand, my lord. If anyone harbors ill intentions, I would gladly lay down my life to protect it. Merlin chuckled softly. It is not so exaggerated. Ensure that you apply fertilizer every morning, noon, and night. You should know how much to administer after following me for so long. No problem, my lord. I am fully aware of your instructions, and I promise to take good care of the jingling bugs. Merlin patted his somewhat stooped shoulder. Report any abnormalities to me. Yes, he replied. After giving his instructions, Merlin mounted his horse and departed, leaving Lao Wuda watching him go. In the castle's garden, a wooden structure had been erected. Inside, there stood a triangular furnace base, half the height of a person, built from bluish stones, with gaps sealed with a mixture of yellow clay and crushed straw. This was a makeshift iron smelting laboratory that Merlin constructed, drawing from his memory and Otto's experience. Though rudimentary, it was the best he could manage under the current circumstances. Moreover, he wished to test Fena's fiery abilities. How are you finding your stay here? After returning Luna to the stable, Merlin made his way to the garden, just as Fena was finishing her training. During the past week, he had been preoccupied with matters concerning the wheat fields, often leaving Fena behind. However, having experienced betrayal from her kin, the young girl needed time to heal her emotional wounds. A week seemed just about right. My lord. Fena's face lit up upon seeing Merlin, and she quickly ran over. At 16, Fena stood about 1.7 meters tall, only a head shorter than Merlin. It was puzzling, as one would expect malnutrition to hinder growth. Could it be a result of her awakened abilities? Merlin felt a twinge of envy, wondering if there were male witches as well. Compared to a week ago, Fena looked a bit plumper, with a rounder face, no longer gaunt. My lord, is there anything I can do for you? Fena anticipated that Merlin would assign her some task, but since that fateful night, he had been consistently busy. With little to occupy her time, she had followed his previous instructions to hone her abilities. Everyone in the castle had their own duties, and although the maids did not show overt signs of disdain, they kept their distance from her. Even her friend, the maid Mary, who had been sold to Merlin, seemed to avoid her. This made her feel somewhat lonely and out of place. Reflecting on the past week, she recalled the despair of being dragged to the castle by her father in exchange for rewards. She had thought her cursed life was nearing its end. Yet, the Lord had provided her with food, a warm room, and comfortable clothing, along with eyes as clear as the ocean, devoid of any suspicion, filled only with surprise and trust. It all felt like a dream, until Mr. Arthur, the castle steward, presented her with a contract. The contract clearly stated that if she became the Baron's guardian knight, she would receive a gold coin as remuneration each month. Fena was uncertain what a gold coin represented. Her family labored in the fields, yet their harvests dwindled year by year, making it difficult to even fill their stomachs. However, she had heard the adults in her village say that a copper coin could buy 2 sweet loaves of white bread. What, then, of the more precious gold coin? Her limited understanding made it hard to fathom, but it was undoubtedly valuable. She wished to contribute in any way possible to repay the Lord. Yet she was unaware of her specific duties, as the Lord did not take her along when he went out. Merlin smiled and nodded, "Of course. Come. Let me see how your training is progressing." Chapter 16. The wild flax field. Faina stood in the center of the garden, a flickering flame dancing in her palms. She carefully controlled this magical energy, fearful that a moment's inattention might turn her garments to ash or harm the Lord. Beads of sweat dotted her forehead. When training alone, she had not found it particularly difficult, but today, perhaps due to the presence of the Lord or the fatigue from expending too much magical energy during the day, the flames in her hand flickered wildly, brightening and dimming erratically. Suddenly, with a loud pop, the flames erupted like firecrackers, scattering sparks onto her sleeves. The magical fire ignited her sleeve instantly, and the flames quickly spread, consuming the fabric. In a panic, Faina drew back her magical energy, halting the fire's advance and preventing it from devouring more of her clothes. Fortunately, Merlin was standing at a safe distance and remained unaffected. She lowered her head, her face pale, afraid to meet the Lord's gaze, fearing to see disappointment reflected in his expression. However, there was no disappointment in Merlin's eyes. It was evident that for a 12-year-old girl, mastering such magical power was no easy feat. He approached Faina, his voice gentle. "It's all right. Don't rush. Let's try again." Step by step, Faina looked up in surprise, meeting the steadfast warmth of the Lord's gaze, and her taut nerves began to relax. Always remember, the flame is a part of your body. You can control its shape and its temperature. You are the flame, and the flame is you. Merlin patiently guided her, explaining that a knight could ascend to become a powerful golden ear knight through relentless training, and he believed that with persistent effort, she too could become a formidable sorceress. These words rekindled the spark in Faina's eyes. She nodded vigorously, wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes, her timidness replaced by determination. "Very well. Let us continue," Merlin said with satisfaction. With each practice session, the castle's garden was intermittently illuminated by brilliant bursts of magical fireworks. Despite numerous failures, Faina pressed on, with Merlin steadfastly by her side. As dusk fell, after many attempts, her efforts finally bore fruit. The small flame in her hand danced like a sprite at her fingertips, prompting Merlin to clap in delight. "Excellent work, Faina. You have succeeded. Remember this feeling. It marks your first step, the beginning, not the end." Merlin glanced at the darkening sky. "All right, we should head back and rest. Dinner will be ready soon." He naturally wrapped an arm around the weary Faina's shoulder and guided her toward the castle. Magic is not static, just as you struggled to control the explosive flames earlier. If they were to grow larger and form a fireball, they could serve as an offensive weapon. However, the most crucial aspect remains your control. Only by enhancing your control can you manifest a variety of ideas. As they walked, Merlin explained her abilities to Faina. In his view, her fiery potential was vast, and her flames seemed to possess an innate explosive quality that made them challenging to manage. Merlin found it hard to envision a scene as spectacular as a red-haired girl conjuring a fireball resembling the sun. Shaking his head, he deemed the thought too magnificent to contemplate. The girl's cheeks flushed, her eyes filled with admiration and reliance. In Faina's eyes, Merlin was a towering figure. He provided her with all the support she had never received from her own parents. It was the Lord who had given her a second chance at life. Unbeknownst to Merlin, the words he spoke today would profoundly impact Faina's future. An hour later, having finished his ablutions, Merlin made his way to the dining hall. Lancelot and Otto had already returned, but seeing Merlin with the witch practicing, they chose to remain inside. They were still unaccustomed to the presence of witches. It was not that they feared her abilities. No, absolutely not. "Master Lancelot, how is the iron tree jingling bug faring? Is it adjusting well in the redwood forest?" Elves are truly remarkable beings, embodiments of nature's essence, the quintessence of flora, and messengers of the natural world, a precious gift from the earth. They exist in symbiosis with the plants they are born alongside. By merely planting these companion plants, they influence the growth of surrounding flora. These companion plants serve as their home, their very life. When the plants flourish, the elves thrive with vigor. When the plants wither, the elves perish alongside them. To Merlin, the abilities of these elven creatures seem indistinguishable from magic. However, he is puzzled as to why the power of magic, when bestowed upon humans, is associated with witches, selected by demons, and perceived as malevolent, while in the hands of elves, it is seen as benevolent, a gift of nature. Magic that exists within monstrous creatures is uncontrollable, yet when it resides in dragons, it is deemed righteous. This conundrum perplexes Merlin. Lance, after taking a sip of water, replied, "The Taishan tree has been planted, and the Taimu elf is more spirited than the other two elf creatures. The Rose elf has also settled in the garden. However, there are too few roses, which significantly impacts the growth of the rose elf. As for the flax elf, there are no flax fields in Huanshe Town. Merlin furrowed his brow in contemplation. This is indeed troublesome. Without flax fields, the flax elf cannot grow or survive, which is unfortunate news. Flax plays a crucial role in my future endeavors. At that moment, Faina, standing timidly behind Merlin, raised her hand shyly. I know of a flax field, but the area is somewhat dangerous, and there isn't much flax. The others turned to look at Faina, who blushed at the attention. Oh, really? Where? Lance inquired, a hint of skepticism in his voice. It's on the outskirts of the Red Forest, but there are often monstrous creatures appearing there, which makes it quite unsafe. Faina spoke softly, yet her words resonated clearly in the quiet dining hall. Wild flax. If that is indeed the case, then under the influence of the flax elf, it could easily give rise to mutations, Merlin exclaimed with delight. Wild flax is akin to a blank canvas. It has not undergone any directed cultivation, and its genetic potential is pure and open. When a flax elf coexists with a field of flax that has been cultivated by little elves for generations, its power will enhance and solidify the existing characteristics of that flax. It is similar to painting on a pre-drawn sketch. The elf's power merely clarifies the lines and brightens the colors, but it is challenging to alter the theme of the artwork. It will consistently produce flax of the same quality, with longer fibers, but it is nearly impossible to generate disruptive mutations. In contrast, wild flax is entirely different. The genetic pool of wild flax is rich and chaotic, untouched by the little elf's directed cultivation. When the power of the flax elf is injected into this blank slate, it is akin to splashing random colors onto a white canvas. The results are unpredictable, filled with surprises and risks. Among the 28 little elves of the Rose family, there exists a flax elf characterized by its steadfastness and strength. This flax elf has nearly monopolized the duchy's ropes, sails, and large tents, making it an exceptional little elf. Second only to the great rose elf. I can go collect that flax, and then find a better location to transplant it, Otto said in a low voice. Merlin pondered for a moment, but shook his head. There is no rush for this matter. The flax elf can hold on for a few more days. What is crucial now is that we do not have enough manpower. The growth of the elf creatures requires nutrition, and to facilitate their rapid growth, we need to plant vast expanses of crops, but my serfs are insufficient. Most of my serfs are in the wheat fields, which are quite important and cannot be diverted easily. We can recruit farmers from Huanshe Town. We only need to provide them with some food. Merlin considered this and nodded. With the wheat elf, he would not lack for sustenance in the future. This was indeed a lucrative arrangement. Chapter 17. Hatching of the wheat elf the following day. Before dawn's light graced the sky, Merlin was abruptly awakened from his slumber by a series of urgent knocks at the door. Old Arthur, without waiting for Merlin's response, burst in, his usually composed demeanor replaced by an unusual urgency. Merlin blinked in confusion, his eyes first drawn not to old Arthur's serious face, but to 4 glowing blue characters. Mission completed. My lord, the steward of the wheat field, Old Wood, wishes to see you. There has been an anomaly in the wheat field. Merlin instantly became alert. The mention of an anomaly in the wheat field filled him with joy. The blue glowing task indicator signified that the wheat elf he had long anticipated was about to hatch. He hurriedly donned his clothes, allowing old Arthur to assist him. What kind of anomaly? Did he specify? Merlin inquired. It is the elf creature you entrusted to care for that patch of wheat. The withered wheat has regained vitality. And there are also movements in the elf's buds. Really? Merlin's eyes lit up, confirming his suspicions. He disregarded old Arthur's attempts to tidy him up and dashed out the door. My lord, slow down. At least maintain some semblance of noble decorum. Merlin could hardly believe that merely a night had passed, and the wheat elf was on the verge of hatching. This made it difficult for him to remain composed. For the longer the wait, the greater the uncertainties. The present moment was the best outcome. When Merlin arrived at Old Wood's location, he had regained the noble demeanor expected of him. Old Wood, how is the wheat elf? Was anyone there to watch over it? Before Old Wood could complete his greeting, Merlin's barrage of questions fell upon him like a storm. Old Wood's voice trembled with excitement. My lord, your wisdom has saved the wheat field. The elf is thriving. Last night it radiated a golden glow, reminiscent of golden wheat ears basking in sunlight. Old Wood endeavored to describe the state of the wheat elf with all the knowledge he had accumulated in his lifetime. Rest assured, I am here. I instructed my eldest son, Brown, to keep a close watch, ensuring not a single locust slips through. Upon hearing Old Wood's description, Merlin was confident that the wheat elf was about to emerge from its cocoon. Lance, standing nearby, exclaimed, Merlin, the buds of the wheat elf are likely to bloom. Let us hurry. Merlin patted Old Wood on the shoulder, You have done well. If the wheat elf successfully hatches, I can restore your status, allowing you to become a free citizen of Huangshe Town. Oldwood was momentarily taken aback by this reward when he finally processed it. His reaction was one of fear rather than excitement. He had spent his entire life as a serf, and he did not see anything wrong with it. The Rose family had never treated serfs harshly. At least he had never gone hungry as long as he worked diligently. Not to mention, he served a kind baron like Merlin. He was uncertain how much better life would be as a free citizen, but he was quite content with his current situation. My lord, please do not expel me. I will work even harder for you in the future. Merlin was taken aback by Oldwood's reaction, which left him puzzled. Wasn't it better to transition from serf to free citizen? Serfs lack independent personhood. They are bound to perform arduous labor for nobles, pay exorbitant taxes, and have no freedom or property rights, with their fates resting in the hands of the aristocracy. Even if a noble desired a serf's daughter or woman, they had to obediently present her to the lord's bed. In contrast, commoners can pursue trades, become merchants, own property, and enjoy freedom. They only need to pay fixed taxes to the lord, without being subjected to the compulsory labor of serfdom. Transitioning from serf to commoner elevates one's social status, placing their destiny in their own hands. What could be wrong with that? Merlin gazed at Oldwood, who was kneeling and pleading, momentarily at a loss for words. He extended his hand to assist Lao Wuda to his feet, his tone gentle, yet laced with confusion. Lao Wuda, becoming a free man means you are no longer my property. You can own your own land. Your children can learn a trade. Is this not what you desire? Lao Wuda lifted his head, his wrinkled face etched with sincere bewilderment. My lord, my grandfather and father were serfs of the Mei Gui family. We have tilled this land for generations. Though it was arduous, we have never known hunger or cold. Now, under your guidance, I believe our lives will only improve. He rubbed his rough hands together, his voice low yet resolute. Free men may indeed choose freely, but they must also face natural disasters, diseases, and tax collectors alone. We merely need to tend to the land, and you will protect us. My lord, I do not know how good a free man's life is, but I am content with my current existence. This statement plunged Merlin into contemplation. His soul, rooted in modern society, instinctively regarded freedom as the ultimate value, yet overlooked that. In this feudal world of low productivity, protection and stability might be far more tangible for the lower-class serfs than the ethereal concept of freedom. Lancey quietly reminded him, Merlin, the wheat sprite is of greater importance now. Merlin regained his focus and said to Lao Wuda, we shall discuss this matter later. For now, let us head to the wheat fields. Yes, my lord, Lao Wuda replied, visibly relieved. At the castle entrance, Merlin, Lancey, and Otto mounted their horses. Merlin noticed Lao Wuda trailing closely behind. Teacher Otto, would you kindly take Lao Wuda along? The wheat fields are not nearby. Lao Wuda quickly protested, no need, my lord. I can walk back myself. The sprite is what matters. Before he could finish, he felt an immense force lift him. The wheat fields are indeed distant, and I do not wish for my loyal servant to waste time on the road. After all, no one knows the state of the wheat better than you, do they? I need you. I am willing to serve you, my lord, Lao Wuda replied. Thus, the four rode swiftly along the dirt road of the small town. After a week of collection, the road's filth had been largely cleared, and Merlin sensed a marked improvement in the air. At least he would not be reduced to tears while riding. Luna was also able to run freely, dashing ahead to the wheat fields. Upon their arrival, the sight before him took his breath away. The once dry wheat had returned to a vibrant green, undulating in the morning breeze. In the center of the field, 3 particularly tall wheat heads formed a bloom, emanating a soft golden glow. The wheat flower buds trembled slightly, as if something were about to break free. Look, Lancey exclaimed, pointing at the glowing wheat head with excitement. The wheat sprite is about to hatch. Heavens! Merlin felt incredibly fortunate, as though favored by the divine. Even Otto, usually indifferent, was visibly moved. The wheat sprite was truly precious. It may not be the strongest nor lead to instant wealth, but considering the sustainable development of the territory, the wheat sprite was undoubtedly foundational, irreplaceable. Chapter 18. The contract and new tasks. Merlin elegantly dismounted, disregarding the bowing serfs, and cautiously approached the wheat sprite's flower bud, squatting down. The magnificent sight before them left everyone breathless. The bud radiated a warm, golden glow, enveloping Merlin in a layer of soft gold. Under the watchful eyes of all, the bud slowly unfurled, revealing a creature the size of a thumb emerging from its cocoon. Its body shimmered like the purest amber, flowing with golden light within. On its back were imprints resembling wheat-shaped wings, and most intriguingly, atop its head was a tuft of golden awns, reminiscent of a golden crown. Merlin extended his hand, gently touching the wheat sprite's body, which felt cool to the touch, resembling a silkworm. The wheat sprite sensed the human's contact and did not resist. The awns atop its head brushed against Merlin, as if familiarizing itself with his scent. Merlin retrieved a piece of glimmering crystal and held it close to the wheat sprite. Source crystals are the unified name for these naturally magical crystals. They inherently contain magic and serve as the primary sustenance for sprite larvae. The Holy See regulates these crystals, and only nobles possessing sprites may report to obtain source crystals. If the Holy See discovers someone hoarding source crystals, the penalties may range from losing noble status to capital punishment. At present, Merlin possessed only 3 source crystals, each the size of a fingernail. They were originally intended as food for the 3 sprites he had brought with him. However, it now appeared insufficient. The wheat sprite detected the scent of food, dragging the crystal back toward the wheat flower bud. Several sturdy wheat stalks slowly rotated and enclosed it. Merlin withdrew his hand, excitement bubbling within him. Even though the wheat sprite was now hidden from view, he was reluctant to turn his gaze away. What a wondrous and fantastical creature! Lao Wuda and his son Brown watched in awe, their expressions utterly dumbfounded. To them, this was nothing short of a miracle. Merlin stood up and addressed Lao Wuda. Your contribution to the birth of the wheat sprite cannot be overstated. Since you do not wish to become a free man, I shall grant your family a year of tax exemption and provide you with 100 pounds of pork. How does that sound? Lao Wuda was overjoyed, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. Observing Lao Wuda's tearful gratitude, Merlin finally comprehended. In this world, true kindness lies not in bestowing what one believes to be good, but in offering what is genuinely needed. Merlin extended his hand, steadying the flourishing, bountiful wheat heads beneath him. Even compared to the countless cultivations of wheat from his past life, they were equally impressive. A single small sprite could equate to countless researchers. This world is truly marvelous. Sprites are messengers of nature. In their larval state, they are naive, relying solely on instinct. They cannot be coerced or enslaved. Any attempt to force a contract through violence or special means would result in the sprite's instantaneous demise, returning to nature. A genuine contract must be founded on the principles of willingness, trust, and resonance. The growth of a sprite from hatching to signing a contract is a lengthy and arduous process. Only when the sprite evolves into a small sprite does its intellect significantly enhance, beginning to understand emotions and intentions. At this point, they become partners and friends. They will actively assist in optimizing crops, yet they will still cherish their freedom. Only when the bond with the small sprite is sufficiently deep and they believe they can fulfill their own values alongside their partner, will the opportunity for a contract arise. For instance, August Rose Sprite aspires to cultivate the most beautiful roses in the world. Lao Wuda, Merlin composed himself and called softly, My lord, I am here. From now on, this wheat sprite will be under your care. Ordinary fertilizers no longer suffice for the sprite. For the time being, there is no need to apply fertilizer. However, you know that the wheat fields are vast, and the newly hatched sprite will not yet affect a wide area. The surrounding barren lands must still receive fertilization. Merlin earnestly instructed. The wheat sprite is far too precious. If not for his noble status, he would wish to tend to the wheat fields personally. Currently, with manpower lacking, the loyal Lao Wuda is a splendid choice. Lao Wuda was instantly exhilarated. This was even more thrilling than any reward bestowed upon him by the Lord. It signified the Lord's trust in him, assigning such an important task. I am at your service, my lord. I shall sleep here, ensuring that the fairy worm remains within my sight. There is no need for such concern. Merlin, witnessing Old Wood's impending tears, waved his hand dismissively, bemused by how an old man could shed so many tears. While he trusted Old Wood's loyalty, he could not afford any mishap with the fairy worm. Thus, he deemed it prudent to prepare an additional safeguard. If someone could pilfer the fairy worm from amidst the magical beasts surrounding Huangshe town under strict surveillance, then he would no longer be fit to be a lord. Therefore, the safety of the fairy worm was assured. Mounting his horse, Merlin surveyed the assembled serfs and proclaimed loudly, Through everyone's relentless efforts, the wheat field has been rejuvenated. This is not solely my achievement, but a product of our collective labor. Today, I declare that each household shall receive an additional 10% of wheat as a reward. Merlin's voice resonated in the ears of every individual present. The serfs erupted in elation, chanting, Long live the Lord! Long live the Lord! After arranging everything, Merlin returned to the castle. Upon seeing old Arthur's expectant gaze at the entrance, a joyful smile blossomed on Merlin's face. My lord, how did the fairy worm fare? Ha ha, Mr. Arthur, I am exceedingly delighted. the wheat fairy worm has successfully hatched. This signifies that our food supply will not falter in the future. And I shall forever remember this day." Hearing this, old Arthur's worry transformed into joy. He was not elated merely because of the fairy worm, but rather because Merlin had procured it. After a brief tidying up, Merlin returned to his study. Moments later, blue text coalesced. Merlin had yet to decipher the pattern of the tasks released. However, whenever a task emerged, recalling it in his mind caused the blue text to reappear. Task completed. Reward: 1 wheat fairy worm. Merlin was already aware of the reward, hence he was not surprised. The reward prompt lasted only a moment before it twisted and reformed. As a lord, the fairy worm is your primary productive force for developing your territory. Without them, you will find it exceedingly difficult to progress. Taking care of them is akin to nurturing your own interests. Please ensure the proper placement of all fairy worms. Reward: new plant species. Chapter 19, Saddle and Stirrups. Upon comprehending the task, Merlin was greatly astonished. This was akin to receiving a boon. The rose fairy worm had already been settled in the garden, gradually assimilating the surrounding roses. The ironwood fairy worm was securely placed by Lance in the mangrove. In good condition, the wheat fairy worm was particularly fortunate, having originated from the expansive wheat fields, the most suitable environment. Presently, only the flax fairy worm remained without a home. He speculated that the reward of new plant species was likely the wild flax field that Faina had mentioned the previous night. Without further delay, Merlin sought out Otto. "Master Otto, today is a fine day. Let us venture to the outskirts of the mangrove to find that flax. We should settle the fairies promptly so that I may feel at ease." Otto, as ever, remained taciturn, nodding in agreement. Merlin proceeded to the garden, locating Faina, who was practicing magic. "Faina, I am going with Master Otto to seek out the flax field. Would you care to join us?" Faina looked up, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Is that permissible, my lord?" "Of course, there is no reason it shouldn't be. You know the mangrove is rather secluded, aside from the serfs. There are few who would venture there." "Splendid. I shall guide you to the flax field." Lance did not accompany them this time, as he was preoccupied with multiple tasks, including collecting manure, promoting sanitation, and training vital personnel such as a clerk and a treasurer. While the population had been roughly estimated, it was still necessary to account for how much arable land remained, the crops planted in Huangshi town, and what livestock was raised. Therefore, Lance had no time to spare. Nevertheless, with just over 1,000 residents in Huangshi town, he had sufficient experience, making the statistics manageable with their group of 7. Additionally, he sought to cultivate the independence of 6 attendant knights. Arriving at the stables, Faina appeared somewhat flustered. She had never ridden a horse. Merlin, recalling this, teased her. "As my guardian knight, you cannot be so unskilled as to lack the ability to ride." Faina's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Merlin then turned to old Arthur. "Mr. Arthur, have the items I requested a week ago been prepared?" Old Arthur's face displayed rare hesitation. "My lord, as you know, the artisans and tailors in Huangshi town are few, and your sketches were somewhat vague. They could only hastily create a set based on their experiences, which arrived today but has yet to be tested." A week prior, relying on his memory, Merlin had sketched the saddle and stirrups. Though he was not entirely clear on the intricate details, he retained some recollection of the shapes. Admittedly, his sketches were rather hasty, but he hoped old Arthur could still find someone to craft them. He assumed that even if they were rough, the general shapes could be produced. Before long, old Arthur approached with the stableman, who held an oddly shaped piece of equipment. Otto examined the peculiar item with curiosity. His eyes filled with intrigue. "Let us give it a try," Merlin instructed, gesturing. Under Merlin's general guidance, the stableman clumsily secured the saddle onto the chestnut horse's back. The horse, sensing the foreign object, fidgeted momentarily but soon calmed under the stableman's reassurance. This saddle was crafted from wood, enveloped in durable leather, while the stirrups were also wooden, affixed to the sides of the saddle with sturdy hemp rope. To Merlin's surprise, the finished product was even more exquisite than he had anticipated. He had not expected the artisans of Huangshi town to create such a piece from mere hasty sketches. Perhaps his expectations had been set too low, leading him to perceive it as satisfactory. Moreover, saddles and stirrups were not particularly complex items, with a general idea. Skilled craftsmen could produce them based on their years of experience. Merlin tested the saddle's sturdiness, confirming its reliability before turning to Faina. "Faina, give it a try. Place your left foot here. This is the stirrup. Step on it for leverage and leap." Following his guidance, Faina easily vaulted onto the horse. She herself found it astonishing and could not help but exclaim, "Is it really this simple?" With her other foot also in the stirrup, Faina obediently followed suit. She had anticipated riding to be a formidable challenge, yet she was pleasantly surprised by the stability on the horse's back. One must realize how difficult it is for someone who has never ridden before to mount a horse, let alone a girl who had seldom seen horses throughout her life. Merlin smiled knowingly and gently patted the horse's hindquarters. "Go on, trot around and see." The chestnut horse, upon receiving the gentle pat, immediately began to trot. This unexpected movement startled the unprepared Faina, who instinctively grasped the reins. "Straighten your back, sink your heels, bend your knees slightly against the horse's sides, and hold the reins gently without pulling," Merlin instructed loudly from the side. Hearing Merlin's calm voice, Faina quickly composed herself, adjusting her posture according to his directions. She soon found her balance and adapted swiftly. After a short trot around the area, Faina, with flushed cheeks, excitedly halted before Merlin. "My lord, the sensation of riding is truly marvelous. Do you enjoy it?" "Indeed." Faina nodded vigorously, her eyes shimmering with excitement. "This saddle can be yours, but the horse cannot. This chestnut belongs to Tom, and a knight must not lose their steed." In order to prevent Faina from feeling disheartened, Merlin continued, "However, I shall gift you a steed with the blood of magical beasts in its veins. After all, an ordinary horse cannot stand shoulder to shoulder with you in battle, otherwise a thoroughly cooked horse will not be able to gallop." Upon hearing Merlin's playful jibe, Faina not only refrained from anger, but instead burst into joyous laughter. "Thank you, my lord." The two shared light-hearted banter, entirely unaware of Otto's astonished gaze nearby. A person who had never ridden a horse managed to do so with such ease for the first time. As an experienced knight, Otto was acutely aware of the immense effort required to train a competent rider. Traditionally, a novice soldier would need to practice for months to maintain balance on a galloping horse. Mastering the art of wielding a sword or drawing a bow while riding would demand years of rigorous training. Yet now, this young girl named Faina, merely by virtue of a peculiar device, could sit firmly in the saddle on her inaugural ride. This revelation fundamentally altered Otto's understanding of cavalry training. He instinctively moved closer, scrutinizing the apparatus known as the saddle and stirrups. The seemingly simple design enabled the rider to leverage their legs to maintain balance effortlessly. This implied that an ordinary soldier, with minimal training, could adeptly wield a weapon while mounted. The thought caused Otto to gasp in astonishment. For a seasoned knight like him, years of arduous practice were necessary to achieve the proficiency of wielding polearms while maintaining balance. However, if every soldier could be equipped with such a device, my lord, Otto could no longer contain his excitement. "Did you invent this?" Chapter 20. Magical Materials and Potions. Merlin turned his head, locking eyes with Otto's fervent gaze, and a subtle smile crept onto his lips, filled with a hint of pride. He understood well that Otto harbored a considerable sense of pride. Yet, it was not entirely his fault. Transitioning from the most talented guardian knight beside the Grand Duke to being exiled to a remote town to protect an inept baron was akin to a death sentence for a knight. Lancelot had initially felt similarly, though he concealed his emotions due to his status, yet the pride ingrained in his very being occasionally manifested in subtle details. Merlin did not dwell on these thoughts, as one must forge their own strength. To earn the complete respect and loyalty of two prodigies, one must rely not on the weight of power, but on the potential and charisma of a lord. It is merely a small invention, nothing to fuss over. Let us depart. Otto took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure. When he regarded Merlin again, his expression had completely transformed. In that moment, he shared a thought akin to Lancelot's. Following this young lord might not be a poor choice. "My lord, you must exercise the utmost caution," the elderly Arthur urged with concern. Merlin reassured the old man. "I am accompanied by Faina. Are you not aware of her abilities? I shall protect my lord, even at the cost of my life," Faina declared earnestly. Merlin smiled with relief and instructed the two young attendants to carry 100 pounds of smoked rock pig meat to Old Wood in the wheat field as a reward for him. Furthermore, he requested that the artisan responsible for crafting the saddle be summoned, for he had matters to discuss upon his return. "Rest assured, my lord, travel safely," the elderly Arthur said as he watched the trio depart. Since arriving in Huangshi town, he had been restless, perpetually anxious for Merlin's safety. The trio rode leisurely, primarily ensuring Faina, as a novice, was well cared for. Fortunately, aided by the stirrups, Faina's speed gradually improved. Under her guidance, they ventured toward the outskirts of the redwood forest. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows, while the sound of hooves echoed along the forest path. Otto occasionally glanced at Faina, who sat comfortably atop her horse, still struggling to quell the tumult within him. This seemingly simple invention would undoubtedly propel the cavalry's strength within the territory to unprecedented heights. All of this stemmed from the seemingly whimsical invention of this young lord. The trio traversed the redwood forest at a steady pace. This woodland, located on the outskirts of Huangshe Town, derived its name from the towering, deep red-leaved hemlock trees that thrived there. Despite it being summer, the vibrant red leaves shimmered in the sunlight, resembling a sea of flames. In a clearing, several serfs collected fallen leaves and humus to create compost. Upon spotting Merlin and his companions, they paused their tasks and bowed respectfully. Merlin gently nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded directly toward a designated area in the forest. There stood a hemlock tree, approximately the width of a human arm, with a naturally formed small tree hollow. This was the symbiotic plant of the ironwood spriteworm. Merlin nimbly dismounted, retrieving a delicate cloth pouch from within his garments. He carefully poured out 2 pieces of source-quality crystal, each the size of a fingernail. The translucent crystals refracted brilliant light in the sun, drawing the curious ironwood sprite worm from its hollow. This small sprite, entirely deep brown, sported an exceptionally hard shell resembling tree bark. Upon seeing the crystal in Merlin's hand, it emitted a faint chirp, displaying evident excitement. "Do not rush. There is enough for everyone," Merlin softly reassured, simultaneously extracting his mortar and meticulously grinding the 2 crystals into fine powder. Otto observed quietly, unable to suppress his curiosity. "My lord, why not give a whole crystal to a single sprite worm? Grinding it into powder may diminish its efficacy." Merlin continued his task, maintaining a calm demeanor. "I understand your concerns. However, the development of the territory cannot prioritize one aspect alone. Roses, ironwood, and flax will each hold significance for the territory in the future." He paused, evenly dividing the ground crystal powder into 3 portions, wrapping each in specially designed paper. A parent should not show favoritism, as it is not the mark of a good guardian. The wheat sprite worm is rather unique. I currently require its abilities, so resources may be slightly skewed for now, but I will ensure fairness in the future. Otto was momentarily taken aback by this statement. Merlin gently sprinkled 1 portion of the crystal powder before the ironwood sprite worm. The sprite emitted a series of delightful chirps, enveloped in a soft brown glow. At that moment, a timid serf approached. "My lord, there is a red shirt tree that has been growing particularly fast. Its bark has become exceptionally hard. We have tried to chop it down with axes, but only shallow white marks remain." Merlin nodded with satisfaction. "That tree must be protected. It will become a valuable resource for the territory in the future." "Yes, my lord." The serf excitedly bowed and retreated, having spoken directly with their lord. Merlin carefully stored the remaining 2 packets of crystal powder, gazing into the distance. "Let us proceed to inspect the wild flax field." Fina immediately stepped forward to lead the way. "My lord, it is not far ahead." The trio crossed the redwood forest, and the scenery before them opened up. A patch of wild flax appeared, its pale blue flowers swaying in the breeze. However, this small patch of wild flax was limited, comprising only about 20 to 30 stalks. Yet each one thrived abundantly. Most striking was a single stalk whose stem exhibited a semi-transparent quality, glimmering with a faint silvery sheen under the sunlight. "My lord, this flax seems to contain magical properties." Merlin approached the stalk, gently touching its stem, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Indeed, this variety of flax possesses magical properties. This particular flax, akin to the rock flax of the rose family, is a rare variety imbued with magical properties. The ability to cultivate such exceptional strains of flax is a unique talent of the sprites. In the absence of sprites governance, the existence of a wild, extraordinary variety is exceedingly rare. However, the specific effects of this wild flax remain unknown. It is evident that this wild specimen differs from the rock flax of the Duchy of Rose, which he has encountered before. The latter is notably hard, resilient, and has a distinctly coarse surface. In contrast, this flax feels icy to the touch and is remarkably tender, representing an entirely new magical material. He now faces 2 choices. The first is to disregard this new magical flax variety, transplant the surrounding ordinary wild flax back to Huangshe Town, and await the growth of the flax sprite worm into a sprite, thereby regaining control over an unknown magical plant. The second option is to allow the flax sprite worm to assimilate this magical flax, which would significantly benefit its growth. The first method carries substantial risk, as not all sprites can master special magical materials. Only those sprites adept in magical materials are eligible to evolve into greater sprites. The wealth generated by a single greater sprite, capable of producing potions more precious than magical materials, is incalculable. Chapter 21. Secret silver flax potions are invaluable treasures for knights in their ongoing training, though not all potions are beneficial for this purpose. Nonetheless, There are undoubtedly individuals willing to pay handsomely for the unique effects of potions. He vividly recalls a certain instance when a potion from the rose family fetched a staggering price of 1,000 gold coins at auction. The effect of the rose potion does not directly augment physical prowess. Instead, it bestows an extraordinary charm upon the user for the subsequent week, endowing their speech and demeanor with an ineffable allure, enabling them to easily garner the favor and trust of strangers, and causing adversaries to unconsciously concede during negotiations. This effect has rendered it immensely popular among the noble women of high society. Otto, please transplant the flax sprite worm and allow it to assimilate this magical flax first. Once the assimilation is complete, we can return the wild flax to its original location. Merlin made his choice. Pondering that the evolution of the flax sprite worm into a sprite might take an indefinite amount of time, who could predict future events? It is wiser to seize the immediate benefits, and this magical material certainly holds no inferiority compared to the materials produced by the rock flax sprite. Conveniently, not far from the castle, old Arthur has been directing the serfs to cultivate a patch of wasteland, which, though small, is perfectly suited for transplanting this wild flax. Very well, Otto replied, his expression turning notably focused. He meticulously cleared a small, level plot of land, ensuring the absence of stones and weeds. As an experienced ironwood knight, his hands are capable not only of wielding a long sword with precision on the battlefield, but also of performing the most delicate operations at this moment. He then carefully retrieved the symbiotic plant containing the flax sprite worm from a specially crafted wooden box. It was an ordinary flax, about the height of a palm. Appearing somewhat wilted, its roots enveloped in moist moss to maintain its vitality. At that moment, Merlin and Faina could clearly see the flax sprite worm nestled amongst the stems and leaves, sleeping. Its body was no larger than a fingernail, exhibiting a pale yellow hue reminiscent of freshly sprouted flax fibers, semi-transparent, like glass. In its slumber, it curled or stretched unconsciously, a layer of extremely fine, natural patterns resembling the texture of top-quality linen covered its surface, glimmering like silk under the sun. How beautiful! Faina couldn't help but exclaim softly, careful not to disturb the little creature. Otto took a deep breath, using his calloused yet steady hands to dig a suitably sized hole beside the glowing magical flax. His movements were gentle and precise as he placed the symbiotic flax's roots into the pit, then covered them with a mixture of loamy soil and humus, compressing it firmly. The entire process was fluid and seamless, minimizing any disturbance to the sprite worm. After completing this task, he exhaled slowly. Almost at the moment the symbiotic plant was securely positioned, the pale yellow flax sprite worm seemed to sense the rich aura emanating from the magical flax nearby. It stirred from its slumber, drawn towards the scent. Clearly, it was fond of its new neighbor. A satisfied smile crept across Merlin's face. Just then, as the flax sprite worm began to stir, a pale blue light twinkled and reformed before Merlin's eyes. Mission accomplished. Reward, secret silver flax. Upon seeing the reward, Merlin could not help but widen his eyes. Secret silver possesses exceptional magical conductivity and martial energy transference, along with commendable defensive properties. It is indeed one of the metals tightly controlled by the church. He was now at odds with the church. My lord, look. Faina's exclamation interrupted Merlin's thoughts. He turned to see that the flax sprite worm had begun its assimilation, and the pace was quite rapid. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, they had set out at noon, and the sky was gradually darkening. Howls from beasts echoed from deep within Huangshe Mountain, scattering birds and animals alike. Otto tightened his grip on his spear, alert. Merlin, we should return. It is too dangerous here. Merlin glanced at the setting sun and quickly weighed his options. They were already on the edge of Huangshe Mountain, fraught with peril. Yet, it is precisely because of the danger that he felt compelled to stay. The aura of the magical material would inevitably attract magical beasts. He did not wish to return the following morning only to discover that the secret silver flax and the flax sprite worm had become the prey of magical beasts. Merlin's gaze settled on the symbiotic flax undergoing transformation. Just a little longer. I wish to witness this process with my own eyes. At the current rate of assimilation, it will surely be complete before the sun sets. Otto and Faina, understanding his intent, began to keep watch around them. Although Faina felt a twinge of fear, her resolve to protect her lord was unwavering. As time passed, the changes in the flax became increasingly apparent. The previously dry stems began to exhibit a metallic sheen, and the silver patterns on the roots became more pronounced. Most remarkably, under the sunlight, the entire flax started to emit a gentle radiance akin to secret silver. This is secret silver flax, Merlin murmured to himself. He could sense the magical energy flowing within the plant. It was a fundamentally different energy wave, more stable and contained, yet brimming with astonishing potential. The howls of beasts echoed through the forest, but fortunately, they never appeared before the trio. Once the assimilation was fully complete, Merlin carefully collected the flax sprite worm, the symbiotic plant, and the precious secret silver flax, placing them into a specially designed wooden box. He sprinkled a pouch of source crystal powder inside the box to ensure the flax sprite worm received ample nourishment during transport. Let us go. The trio hastily mounted their horses, disappearing into the dimming redwoods. At the castle entrance, old Arthur awaited their return as usual. Only when the three figures appeared at the end of the path did he finally relax. "Mr. Arthur, there is no need for you to wait for me every day." "It is my duty, my lord," Arthur replied. Merlin swiftly dismounted and handed the wooden box to old Arthur. "You will personally oversee the transplantation of the flax sprite worm into the newly cultivated fields near the castle." Old Arthur carefully accepted the wooden box. "Have the craftsmen arrived?" "They have arrived and are waiting in the reception room. They are being well entertained." Merlin nodded in satisfaction. The common folk of Huangshi town were few in number, and those skilled in craftsmanship were even rarer. Thus, a craftsman was indeed a precious asset. "Master Otto, I would appreciate it if you could instruct the serfs in the mangrove to temporarily halt their work on the leaf mold excavation and instead transplant that patch of wild flax," he requested. "No problem, I am at your service," Otto readily agreed. Merlin sensed a distinct change in Otto, raising an eyebrow. It was the first time Otto spoke to him with such deference. "Could you have that saddle ready for me to try tomorrow?" Otto, having long coveted the saddle, finally summoned the courage to ask. Merlin chuckled lightly. "Of course, it is not a precious item. Feel free to use it." "Thank you." Otto's expression turned grave. Merlin waved dismissively, sending Faina back to rest, while he followed the male servant to meet the craftsman. Chapter 22. The Craftsman's Workshop and Ominous Signs of Drought. The male servant led Merlin to the grand hall on the first floor of the castle. Though not opulent, the hall was tidy and inviting. The flickering flames in the fireplace chased away the chill of night, bringing warmth and light to the room. An elderly man, dressed simply, with rough hands, sat awkwardly in the center of the hall. Upon seeing the lord enter, he immediately rose and stood stiffly in the middle of the room, deeply bowing until his head nearly touched his knees. "I have met Baron," he stammered. Merlin quickly approached, supporting the old man's arm to help him rise. "There is no need for such formality. Please, have a seat." He gestured towards a chair padded beside the fireplace and took a seat across from him. The old man, taken aback, dared only to perch himself on the edge of the chair, nervously rubbing his knees. "I do not yet know your name." "My lord, I am called Luke." "The carpenter of the town," he replied. "Luke," Merlin repeated with a smile, his tone calm. "I am exceedingly pleased with the saddle you crafted. It is impressive that you could create such a product from merely a rough sketch. Your skill and insight are commendable." Hearing such praise from the lord, Luke was momentarily taken aback and waved his hands repeatedly. "My lord overestimates me. It is merely my duty. I simply tried to follow the design. I believed you required something sturdy." "Your reasoning is entirely correct," Merlin affirmed, leaning slightly forward with appreciation in his eyes. "This is precisely what I desired. Your craftsmanship has resolved a significant dilemma for me." He paused, observing the old man's slightly stooped figure and hands calloused from years of labor, and spoke earnestly. "Luke, I have summoned you here for an important task. I intend to establish a craftsman's workshop within the territory dedicated to producing the items I require. You possess not only rich experience, but also a keen intellect. I wish for you to take charge." Luke abruptly raised his head, his murky eyes filled with disbelief. For a common craftsman, to receive such recognition and opportunity from the Lord was something he could scarcely dream of. "But my lord, what merit do I possess?" Merlin interrupted his modesty. "I have faith in your capabilities. In return, you will receive a formal craftsman-s status, a fixed monthly salary. And once the craftsman district near the castle is established, your family may also relocate there. Furthermore, if you know of anyone skilled in construction, they too may join the workshop and enjoy similar benefits." This string of promises left Luke feeling as though he were in a dream. He pinched himself hard and realized it was not a dream. A fixed salary, a respectable status, improved living conditions, and most importantly, an invitation from the Lord. He trembled with excitement, wanting to rise again to bow, but was halted by Merlin's gaze. "My lord, I assure you, I will do everything in my power to fulfill this task and will not betray your trust." Luke's voice quivered, and he could only express his resolve in simple terms. "My lord, my son Ruan is a mason, and most of the repairs in the village are carried out by him and his friends." Merlin's eyes brightened at this news, as it would be a stroke of luck. With Faina's ability to conjure flames, producing bricks would not be arduous. It was imperative to resolve the living conditions for most serfs and commoners before winter, otherwise, many would perish under the current conditions when the cold arrived. Additionally, road maintenance was essential, the saying to get rich. One must first repair the roads was not mere rhetoric. Very well, I will have the steward discuss the specifics with you tomorrow. You have worked hard today. Please return and rest, he said, watching as old Luke, filled with gratitude, nearly tiptoed out of the parlor. Merlin knew that the first technical team in his territory had officially been established today. He was only vaguely familiar with many matters and could only describe the general idea. To achieve what he desired did not necessitate his direct involvement in every detail. As a lord, with numerous affairs to manage daily, he believed that if he were to oversee every detail, he would be bald by 30. While each profession has its expertise, he still needed to personally oversee the chemistry knowledge that exceeded the understanding of this world. However, for something like a saddle, which posed no significant difficulty, he could confidently entrust it to a craftsman like old Luke. Just as Luke departed, Lance entered with Otto. Upon seeing Merlin leisurely sipping tea, Lance couldn't help but complain. Goodness, Merlin, I am so busy I can hardly keep my feet on the ground, and you have the leisure to drink tea. Merlin chuckled, patting the chair beside him. Sit down first, have a cup of tea, and catch your breath. You have no idea what the commoners of Huangshi Town are saying now. Lance gleefully mimicked. Goodness, the Lord is so strange. He actually spends copper coins collecting manure. Merlin's expression stiffened. Isn't it under the guise of the civil officer collecting it? Haha, Merlin, the commoners do not know what a civil officer is. They only know we are acting under the Lord's orders. Merlin was speechless. It seemed the reputation for collecting manure was unavoidable. All right. I shall not concern myself with such trivialities. How did the statistics turn out today? Are Tom and the others adjusting? Lance shrugged. You're right. While their knightly talents are gradually diminishing, they are still quite intelligent. After a bit of banter, Lance pulled out a stack of yellowed and coarse paper. Here is a clearer account of the population and arable land in Huangshi Town. You wouldn't believe it. Some serfs don't even know how much land they cultivate. The former civil officer didn't manage anything. He only thought about collecting taxes and might not have spent a single night in Huangshi Town. This information was painstakingly gathered by Tom and me. Thank you for your hard work. It will not be this busy after this period, Merlin said. His attention focused on the papers. Previously, Huangshi Town had no lord but was part of the duchy, with annual tax collection managed by a knight appointed as civil officer from the Duchy of Rose. The information was scant. Huangshi Town had only 288 residents. Among them, the majority belonged to two villages of freemen, Yuhu Village and Shirshi Village, totaling 100 households and approximately 530 people. Yuhu Village had 55 households and a population of about 290, while Shirshi Village had 45 households and around 240 people. The cattle farm had 5 households, totaling around 25 people, with 38 cattle, mostly draft and beef cattle, and a small number of dairy cows. The poultry farm consisted of 20 households and approximately 127 people. Aside from the freemen of the two villages, the rest were all serfs, scattered across various farms, laboring for the Rose family for generations. These serfs had originally belonged to the Rose family before the territory was claimed. However, now that Merlin was the lord of this land, he had become their new master. Removing the population leaves only arable land. Currently, the area of cultivated land is not extensive. There is no other reason for this, save for the dwindling population. Moreover, the varieties of crops being cultivated are exceedingly few, limited to only 4: wheat, barley, peanuts, and tomatoes. Recently, I, Merlin, visited several other farms and found the situation rather bleak. The primary water source for Huangshi Town now relies on rainwater collection. They excavate a large pit beside the fields to accumulate rain during the rainy season. However, this year's rainy season has been quite short, leading to the onset of drought in the fields. Chapter 23. Establishing a guard team and water source. As Lan Si finished speaking, blue text materialized before Merlin. Coalescing once more. The crops within the territory cannot thrive without a water source, yet the origin of this water has been inexplicably severed. As the Lord, it is imperative for you to establish a guard team for Huangshi Town, which will not only defend against the onslaught of magical beasts, but also venture to Huangshi Mountain to ascertain the cause. Reward, new water source. Upon seeing the task, Merlin raised an eyebrow. Even without this mission, he intended to form a guard team. With saddles and stirrups, it would not be difficult to swiftly assemble a cavalry. After contemplating for a moment, Merlin stated, I understand, I will take care of this matter. Turning to Otto, he continued, Teacher Otto, after the flax transplant is completed tomorrow, please assist me in recruiting some able-bodied young men. I aim to create a guard team dedicated to repelling the magical beast incursions. Otto opened his mouth, hesitating to speak. According to tradition, while a baron is permitted to possess military power, it must be reported to his direct superior, namely Merlin's father, Duke August. Although barons are allowed military authority, they do not possess the right to fabricate weapons independently. However, upon reflection, it seems that none of Merlin's recent actions have adhered to the rules. He realized that attempting to dissuade him would be futile. The Lord would not heed his counsel. Did you go to that patch of wild flax today? Lancy inquired, somewhat surprised. Merlin responded with a mysterious smile. You would never guess what we discovered today. What did you find? Lancy asked, his face a mask of confusion. Yet upon seeing Merlin's sly expression, he understood that whatever they encountered was extraordinary. Noticing Merlin's teasing demeanor, Lancy turned to Otto for assistance. However, he was taken aback to see even the usually stern Otto display a hint of mischief. Lancy shot a glare at Otto. The implication clear. Have you also learned to misbehave like the Lord? Lancy guessed several words, only to be met with Merlin's head shaking in denial, causing him to scratch his head in frustration. At that moment, old Arthur returned to the castle with a male servant. Upon seeing Lancy's troubled expression, he paid it no mind. He bypassed Lancy and approached Merlin. Master, the flax spirit pet has been settled, and the magical flax has been planted. Merlin nodded. Good, I am aware. Tomorrow, Luke will come to discuss matters regarding the workshop. I will instruct him to consult you directly. Is that acceptable? Certainly. I have taken note of all you said. Wait. Lancy interrupted their conversation, seizing upon a key point from old Arthur's words. Magical flax? Wasn't that a patch of wild flax? Of course, it is wild flax, Merlin chuckled. Who would venture into such a perilous place just to plant a mere 20 or 30 stalks? It is wild. How could it be otherwise? Lancy expressed disbelief. If the wild flax containing magical properties could allow for the assimilation of the flax spirit bug, it would signify that this spirit holds the key to the evolution of both minor and major spirits. Though merely an opportunity for evolution, it was astonishing nonetheless. Of course, it is possible. Scarcity does not equate to absence, Merlin replied nonchalantly, as if unfazed by the revelation. Lancy regarded Merlin with a newfound gaze. Merlin sensed he was onto something. My goodness, Merlin, you cannot possibly be the offspring of the goddess of fortune, can you? First, the wheat spirit bug, and now a stalk of magical flax. What splendid luck! I think you should refrain from going out for a while. I fear you might exhaust your lifetime of good fortune. Merlin smiled in silence. It was not that he disbelieved in luck. After all, his crossing over and becoming a noble was a stroke of fortune. Yet he understood that all of this was due to the guidance of the blue light. Had it not been for the task prompt, he might never have checked the wheat fields until the wheat spirit bug had already miscarried. Had it not been for the task directive, that precious magical flax might have already been consumed by the magical beasts. If this was to be considered luck, it was more accurately a matter of divergent choices. Well then, it is getting late. We should all return to rest. Tomorrow's tasks remain arduous. Lancy snapped back from his astonishment, noticing Merlin had already risen. Very well, let us conclude for today. Good night, my lord, Lancy and Otto bid. Good night, Merlin replied, as Lancy and Otto made their way back to their quarters. Along the route, Lancy could not help but whisper to Otto, do you not find Lord Merlin's luck remarkably extraordinary? Otto paused for a moment. I believe this may be the result of his diligence. An ordinary lord would not personally inspect the wheat fields or apply fertilizer. Oh, Lancy remarked, somewhat surprised. Your opinion of Lord Merlin seems to have improved? Lancy's nature was to adapt to circumstances, while Otto, a knight obedient to commands, possessed his own pride and temperament. Indeed, Otto replied with a subtle nod. Huh, quite impressive. The Lord is receiving such high praise from you. A wooden figure. It seems Merlin truly is a commendable lord. I now realize that being exiled to Huangshi town may indeed be a fortuitous opportunity. Otto said nothing further, yet deep within, he silently began to acknowledge the validity of Lancy's words. On the following morning, Otto prepared his gear, readying himself to head alone to the redwood forest. Teacher Otto, Merlin's voice called from behind him, be sure to bring adequate equipment. I do not wish for you or any serf to be harmed. If you encounter magical beasts, do not linger. Flee if you can, safety comes first. This simple concern warmed Otto's heart, and he nodded solemnly. Rest assured, my lord. With that, Otto mounted his horse. The moment he did, he immediately sensed a difference. Without a saddle, he had to cling tightly to the horse's belly with both legs, constantly adjusting his upper body to maintain balance as the horse galloped. After prolonged riding, The insides of his thighs would be left bruised and battered. In battle, he needed to allocate at least a third of his focus to maintaining equilibrium, calculating the counterforce with each swing of his sword to avoid being thrown off balance. With a saddle and stirrups, everything changed. His feet firmly rested in the stirrups, allowing him to feel as if he and the warhorse had melded into one. His back straightened naturally, and his legs relaxed, no longer tense from continuous effort. He attempted to make slight jumps. The stirrups provided perfect support, enabling him to execute minor evasive maneuvers on horseback. How convenient, Otto murmured to himself. He realized that in the upcoming battles, he would hardly need to divert attention to maintaining balance, allowing him to fully immerse himself in the fray. With the advantages of a saddle and stirrups, Otto dashed through the woods, exceeding his previous speed by more than 30%. Upon successfully reaching the redwood forest, Otto sought out the overseer managing the serfs. "Stop all work, everyone follow me." The overseer, not daring to delay, immediately gathered around 10 serfs. Half an hour later, they arrived at the patch of wild flax. Chapter 24. Ashen Wolf, be cautious. Ensure to uproot them completely without damaging the root systems. Otto instructed the serfs as they began their task. The flax was not abundant, and within a short time, the group of serfs carefully and completely gathered the wild flax, tying up their final harvest. However, the seasoned Otto suddenly furrowed his brow, surveying his surroundings and sensing something was amiss. It was too quiet. The avian melodies and the chirping of insects that were once occasionally heard have now vanished entirely. A sensation of being observed creeps up his spine. The chestnut horse, his steadfast companion through life and death, fidgets anxiously, scratching the ground with its hooves. As a Taimu knight, his instincts, honed through countless brushes with death, scream warnings of impending danger. In the shadows, at least 3 pairs of hostile eyes are fixated upon them. "Hurry," Otto commanded sharply to the steward, urgency coloring his voice. "Grab the flax, and everyone must return to the castle immediately. Do not look back, do not delay. Run." The steward, taken aback by Otto's stern tone, quickly regained his composure, realizing that obeying the noble lord was paramount. Grabbing a bundle of flax, he shouted frantically to the scattered serfs, "Stop what you're doing. Run. Return to the castle." The serfs, bewildered by the sudden turn of events and unsure of the reason for their flight, felt an instinctual fear wash over them as they saw the steward's panicked escape. A voice echoed in their minds, "Monsters." They fled without a backward glance towards Huangshe town. As the last of the serfs disappeared into the thicket, Otto felt a momentary sense of relief, yet a nascent battle fervor stirred within him. The serfs could not assist him. They would only hinder his efforts, and leaving them behind would prevent unnecessary casualties. With the population of Huangshe town already diminished, the lord wished to avoid needless losses. Just then, the bushes nearby rustled violently, and 3 robust gray wolves, with dark fur and bared fangs, leapt forth, their threatening growls directed at Otto atop his steed. The trio of ash-gray wolves, slightly shorter than the chestnut horse, surrounded him in a fan-like formation. Otto's gaze remained fixed upon them. Among the 3, one stood out with its grayish-white fur interspersed with fiery red, and its crimson eyes seemed to harbor flames. An ash wolf? Otto quickly recognized it as a creature more formidable than the rock-armored boar. Fortunately, only one of the wolves was a low-tier magical beast. Had all 3 been so, he would have had no chance to escape. Drawing the longbow from his saddle, Otto knew that typically, shooting from horseback was exceedingly difficult. A knight must maintain balance, and any movement of the horse could cause the arrow to miss its mark. However, at this moment, his feet were firmly planted in the stirrups, and the saddle supported him securely. He felt as stable as if standing on solid ground. The bowstring was drawn taut, and the arrow flew through the air towards the ash wolf that had circled to the left. The wolf reacted swiftly, leaping just as Otto released the arrow. Yet, it was a preemptive strike, rapid and precise. The arrow pierced the wolf's eye, the force of impact driving through to the back of its skull. The ash wolf howled in agony and collapsed, its limbs convulsing. Otto barely had time to relish his accurate shot before another gray wolf lunged at him, its massive jaws aimed at his right arm. With a sharp tear, its razor-sharp fangs rent the leather armor, leaving shallow gashes on his arm. Thanks to the resilience of the Taimu knight's physique, a mere ordinary man would have suffered grievously. Instead, the wound was minor, though the pain was unmistakable. A glint of cold determination flashed in Otto's eyes as he hastily discarded the longbow and seized the lance hanging from the saddle. In that moment, his demeanor shifted dramatically. If he had been a composed hunter before, now, with the lance in hand, he was an indomitable knight charging into battle. A sweeping motion with the lance pinned the unranked ash wolf to the ground, piercing its heart. It whimpered twice before succumbing to silence. Having dispatched 2 beasts with ease, Otto turned his attention to the greatest threat before him, the magical beast. He pressed his legs against the horse's flanks, and the steed responded intuitively. Charging at the last low-tier ash wolf, the saddle and stirrups melded their strengths perfectly. Otto's back was straight, and he channeled his entire force into the lance's tip. Die! The lance surged forth like a dragon, cutting through the air with a sharp whistle. However, this low-tier magical beast was not as dull-witted as the previous 2. It deftly twisted its body to evade the lethal strike. Seeing his initial attack thwarted, Otto quickly reined in the chestnut horse. Yet, just as his old strength waned and new energy had yet to surge, the ash wolf seized the opportunity. Its throat rumbled, and a fist-sized, dark red fireball, radiating intense heat, erupted from its mouth, aimed directly at Otto's face. This unexpected magical assault exceeded the capabilities of typical low-tier magical beasts. Otto's pupils dilated in shock, realizing he could not fully evade the attack in time. Instinctively, he grasped the saddle and, in an awkward posture, sheltered himself beside the horse's belly, narrowly avoiding the fireball. The explosion sent a jolt through the air, scorching his shoulder and leaving behind a painful burn, accompanied by the acrid scent of singed hair. Otto felt fortunate for the support of his saddle, which had enabled him to execute such a challenging evasive maneuver in a split second. The warhorse, startled by the explosion, neighed nervously. Otto quickly adjusted his balance using the stirrups, applying force through his legs to regain his position atop the horse. Gripping his lance tightly, he fixed his gaze upon the ash wolf, which was now exhaling steam. He could not allow it another chance to unleash its magic. Once more, he charged forth like an arrow loosed from a bow, but this time, he did not pursue a straight trajectory. Instead, he guided the warhorse to arc around. Approaching from the side, the ash wolf was compelled to pivot, causing its gathered fireball to veer off course. The explosion erupted where the chestnut horse had stood moments before, sending dirt flying into the air. An opportunity. Otto's eyes lit up as he recognized the opening following the wolf's magical discharge, thrusting his lance towards its head. Although the ash wolf evaded quickly, the lance still pierced one of its forelimbs. In pain, the injured wolf howled, but rather than retreating, it became even more ferocious. It abandoned its magical capabilities and, relying on its formidable physique, lunged at the horse's legs, attempting to unseat Otto. Had it not been for the stirrups, it might have succeeded. However, Otto's feet were firmly secured in the stirrups, and he engaged his core, maintaining his position. He deftly lowered his lance, using it to block the wolf's claw strike, the sound of metal clashing against claw resonating sharply. After several rounds of grappling, Otto keenly observed that the wolf's movements were becoming sluggish due to blood loss. He deliberately feigned a weakness, luring the creature to pounce at his left side. At the moment the ash wolf leapt into the air, Otto stood up using the stirrups, leaning to the right while thrusting the lance at a sharp angle from the left. With precision, the lance drove through the ash wolf's throat. The beast twitched violently mid-air before crashing to the ground, lifeless. Otto reined in his warhorse, exhaling a long breath of relief. He glanced down at his damaged leather armor and the wound on his arm, then surveyed the 3 wolf carcasses on the ground. Reflecting, had it not been for this new-style saddle, today's battle would not have unfolded so smoothly. Chapter 25. Duty and Return. Otto retrieved the magical crystal from within the ash wolf, discovering it to be dimmer than the one obtained from the rock-armored boar. Clearly depleted of energy from the struggle, he stored the crystal away, contemplating the 3 massive wolf carcasses before him. He could only carry one back. Without hesitation, he efficiently secured the body of the low-tier magical beast, resolutely abandoning the other 2 ordinary gray wolves. Having taken care of the matter, he promptly mounted his horse and departed. On the other side, the serfs were frantically fleeing through the woods. After the initial panic subsided, one could not help but ask while running, "Kate, what exactly are we running from?" The young steward, known as Kate, paused while clutching flax, panting heavily and shaking his head in uncertainty. "I do not know. The noble lord commanded us to run. He must have discovered some danger." Another serf speculated in terror. "What if we encounter a magical beast? If the noble lord faces danger alone, what will become of him? If he meets with misfortune and we return, the Lord will surely punish us." This remark ignited a stir among the crowd. The lives of the serfs belonged to the nobles. If a noble were in peril and the serfs fled, they would inevitably face severe repercussions upon their return. A young serf crouched down, cradling his head, trembling as he uttered, "It's over. The Lord will know we abandoned him and will surely execute us." Kate, freeing one hand, struck his head firmly, exclaiming, "Nonsense. Have you ever seen the Lord fly into a rage against us? Ever since the Baron arrived, have we ever gone hungry? Has there ever been a time when we were mistreated? This statement slightly calmed the panicked crowd. Yet soon, another voice timidly countered, but aren't nobles like that? Who knows what this new lord might do if he truly becomes angry? This comment cast doubt in Kate's heart as well. Indeed, they had only met the Baron a few times. How could they truly know his character? Although he had been appointed as a temporary steward, he had little understanding of the temperament of this new lord. At this moment, holding the precious wild flax and gazing down the path they had come, his heart was filled with conflict. Shall we return and take a look? Kate hesitantly proposed. If the noble lord needs assistance, we could at least lend a hand. This suggestion left the serfs exchanging glances. Fear and loyalty battled fiercely in their hearts, leaving the group frozen in indecision, unsure whether to continue fleeing towards the castle or to turn back to offer aid. It seemed they faced dead ends on both sides. Gritting his teeth, Kate entrusted the flax to the youngest serf. Matthew, you are the youngest. Take the flax back to the castle. The Baron will not trouble you. Kate, you. Kate shook his head, signaling him to remain silent. Turning to the other despondent serfs, he spoke solemnly. Let Matthew return alone. You wait here. If night falls and I do not return, consider me dead. Either you await the Lord with reinforcements, or you carry my body back alongside the noble lords. The Lord will not punish you for that. The crowd was taken aback, gazing at Kate in astonishment, never expecting him to choose self-sacrifice for their sake. Kate, you cannot. It is too dangerous. What will become of your mother if something happens to you? Kate fell silent, replying, Then I must ask you to help gather some food. If we go together. We are many. What do we fear from beasts? They were a group of young serfs, all of similar ages, brimming with youthful vigor. The thought of being bullied by beasts year after year filled them with a burning desire for retribution. Just as this group of serfs debated who should go and who should stay, the sound of steady, powerful hooves approached from afar, shattering the argument within the woods. The group turned in unison, hearts racing. Upon recognizing the familiar and imposing figure atop the chestnut horse, all, particularly Kate, felt their hearts drop back into place after teetering on the edge of a precipice. A wave of intense relief washed over them. The noble lord was unharmed. And they need not face death after all. They had merely frightened themselves. Kate reacted the quickest, nearly tumbling forward in his rush to express concern or simply to draw near to this formidable source of reassurance. However, as he approached and glimpsed the massive, grotesque corpse of a gray-ash wolf trailing behind the saddle, a primal fear of the apex predator enveloped him. Kate let out a short, terrified scream, his legs buckling, causing him to fall to the ground. His trembling fingers pointed at the wolf's corpse, his face pale, lips quivering. Yet he could utter not a single word. Even in death, the lingering aura and terrifying appearance of the beast exerted a profound shock upon ordinary people. Otto halted his horse, casting a glance down at them. His gaze swept over the collapsed Kate and the silent, fearful serfs behind him, his tone calm and unwavering. Why are you still here? Did you not hear the command to return to the castle? His voice jolted Kate back to reality. He stood up, ignoring the dirt on his clothes, swallowing hard to steady his racing heart, and stammered, My lord, we were concerned that you alone would face such a creature, and we wished to see if we could assist. His voice diminished as he spoke, lacking confidence. After all, their previous discussions were fraught with worry for their own fates, and their fear of the Lord outweighed their concern for this night. Hearing this, Otto's lips curled slightly in a barely perceptible smile. He refrained from exposing the serfs' true thoughts. Their complex emotions of fear, responsibility, and self-preservation laid bare before his seasoned eyes. To prioritize aiding others in a moment of danger, even if motivated by fear of punishment, was already a mark of greater integrity than many who had fled. His gaze settled on Kate, who, despite having been frightened moments ago, exhibited a spark of cleverness and responsibility in his previous reactions and current response. What is your name? Kate was taken aback, completely unprepared for a noble knight to suddenly inquire about his name. He felt a mixture of surprise and trepidation, quickly lowering his head. My lord, I am Kate. Oh, Kate, Otto repeated, seemingly confirming it, before adding in a tone that was plain yet carried a hint of subtle approval. Well done, you are quite astute. This brief remark was like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating tumultuous waves within Kate's heart. The esteemed and powerful knight had praised him. Such an honor was nearly unimaginable for a serf. The overwhelming surprise instantly dissipated his previous fears, causing Kate to straighten his back, which had habitually hunched in the presence of nobility. It was as if he had been infused with a new strength, responding loudly, Yes, my lord. Move. Return to the castle. Chapter 26. The preparatory speech and the mischievous Luna Merlin basked in the rare tranquility upon a lounge chair in the castle garden, while Luna joyfully frolicked in the nearby meadow. "My lord, Lola has already taken the maids to promote tomorrow's speech," old Arthur reported. "Excellent. Remember to prepare the food." Merlin had initially planned to recruit guards today, but considering the time constraints, he decided to hold the speech the following day instead. He instructed the maids to announce that everyone who attended would receive a bag of provisions. Merlin believed no one would refuse free food. "My lord, the tools are all ready," Luke approached to report. Merlin rose and followed Luke to the makeshift canopy. This space was originally intended to be a workshop for crafting iron tools, but due to Fina's still developing control over fire and the recent busy season in the wheat fields, it had been left untouched. Now that Luke was here, he had the time to proceed. Although Fina's fire control was not yet flawless, melting a block of iron would suffice. "Greetings, my lord," a young man greeted respectfully. Luke quickly introduced, "My lord, this is my son, Rune." Luen possessed a dark complexion, a robust physique, a prominent nose, and deep-set eyes, exuding undeniable masculine charm. "Greetings," Merlin nodded in acknowledgement before meticulously examining the tools crafted by Luke. Before him lay a wooden box measuring approximately 1 meter by 1 meter, filled with yellow earth. This was fashioned according to Merlin's description, serving as a mold for shaping. With the proper form excavated in advance, molten iron could be poured in to create the desired shape. "Impressive. I had no idea a carpenter like you could craft such items," Merlin remarked. Luke sheepishly scratched his head. "My lord, my son is far more skilled in this area. It's really not difficult to make. However, we do lack experience in blacksmithing. You need not forge the iron. Just wait a moment," Merlin replied. Turning to old Yasa, "Mr. Yasa, please summon Fena." "Yes, my lord," came the response. Merlin then made his way to the pasture. Reaching the edge, he observed the frolicking Luna and, using his thumb and forefinger to form a circle beneath his tongue, let out a sharp whistle. Upon hearing the call, Luna bounded over to him. Yet, as Merlin reached out to catch her, Luna nimbly evaded, playfully challenging him. Merlin approached again, only to be outmaneuvered once more. Luna danced before him, brimming with pride, even turning to present her ample rear and releasing a playful fart. Merlin shook his head in exasperation. Amused, yet his tone grew more serious. "Luna, come here." Sensing her master's displeasure, Luna ceased her antics and approached him, nuzzling her large head against him. Merlin stroked her fur, saying, "You are a grown lady now. Behave with a touch more grace." Luna huffed in defiance. As Merlin led Luna to the blacksmith shed, Fena had yet to arrive. He lifted Luna's front hoof and gently pressed it onto the yellow earth mold. Luna complied, and the process unfolded smoothly. Observing this, Luke offered his assistance. "My lord, allow me to help." "No need," Merlin declined. "Luna does not appreciate being touched by strangers. It could cause her harm. I will handle it myself." Luna was well cared for, her hooves neatly trimmed. The task at hand was to forge horseshoes. The bottom of a horseshoe featured a layer of keratin, akin to human nails, with a thickness of 2 to 3 centimeters. The hoof is also the most vulnerable part of a horse. Prolonged running or traversing hard surfaces can easily wear down the keratin to the sensitive flesh beneath. Horseshoes are crucial logistical enhancements, enabling cavalry and transport horses to navigate hard roads and rugged terrain without losing their footing, significantly enhancing their mobility and endurance in battle. Horses without shoes risk hoof injuries on stony or earthen roads, whereas those equipped with them can cover vast distances daily, supporting long-distance pursuits. They also enhance a horse's grip, reducing the likelihood of slipping when charging or turning, thereby doubling the cavalry's impact and agility in close combat. Additionally, they mitigate the risk of equine casualties due to hoof injuries, eliminating the need for frequent replacements of warhorses. In a world rife with fighting spirit, dragons, and magic, the nature of warfare remains predominantly reliant on cold steel. Thus, a well-equipped elite cavalry exerts a formidable and terrifying influence on the battlefield. The advent of saddles, stirrups, and horseshoes represents a paradigm shift in this realm. Though lacking in technical complexity and easily replicable, it allows for a strategic advantage, reaping benefits in a timely manner. Fena arrived gracefully, calling out to Merlin with a clear voice. However, upon noticing the two men beside him, her steps faltered, and a hint of awkwardness and trepidation crossed her face. As she stood before the blacksmith shed, both Luke and Luen were visibly taken aback. Given the small size of Huangshe town, many had witnessed Fena's abilities, and the news of her being a witch under the Lord's care had spread widely. Many believed this unfortunate girl had met a grim fate. Who could have foreseen that she not only survived, but seemed to be thriving? Merlin smiled gently. "I need not introduce this person. Faina steadied herself, took a deep breath, and endeavored to display the cheerful smile of her former self, Grandpa Luke, Uncle Luen. To Merlin's surprise, Luke's face did not reflect fear upon seeing Faina, but rather an expression of relief and joy. Faina, it is wonderful to see you alive. The old carpenter's voice trembled with excitement. I knew it. How could the lovely Faina be the embodiment of a devil? That foolish Hansi truly lost his senses. Upon hearing her father's name, Faina's expression dimmed momentarily, yet she quickly suppressed her sadness. Luen nodded vigorously, a comforting smile gracing his face. The two families lived not far apart, and Faina had been a girl they watched grow up, gentle and industrious. Never could she be associated with the evil witch of the church. Tears welled in Faina's eyes, though she had received Merlin's care and protection these days. Her heart remained shrouded in the shadows of abandonment and fear from the world. The unreserved concern from Luke and his son felt like a warm current, melting away some of the frost in her heart. Merlin observed this with satisfaction, his esteem for Luke and his son rising further. He seized the moment to steer the conversation back to business. Let bygones be bygones. Faina, today I require your assistance to use your flames to help us melt these iron blocks. He then turned to Luke and Luen. You need not fear. Faina's power is not a curse, but a unique gift. While I am present, all will be well. Luke patted his chest. My lord, we trust you and Faina. Whatever you require, please command us. This brief interlude fostered a more harmonious atmosphere within the blacksmith shed. Chapter 27. Horseshoes. Faina inhaled deeply, her gaze shedding past timidity. Now focused and resolute, she slowly raised her hand, and with a swift motion, a vibrant crimson flame erupted above her palm. This astonishing sight instinctively caused Luke and Luen to take a half-step back, their faces alight with astonishment. This is truly... Luke, having lived for many years, recalled a distant memory of witnessing a gray giant wolf beast on Huangshe Mountain, emitting flames from its mouth. The scene remained vividly etched in his mind. What unfolded before him now was strikingly similar. Gazing at the poised Faina, Luke was flooded with memories of the little girl who always wore a sweet smile. He remembered that winter when their ewe was in labor, and this little girl, undeterred by dirt or fatigue, helped care for the weak newborn lamb in the pen, delicately feeding it with her slender hands, her eyes filled with innocent tenderness. He recalled her visits to play with his granddaughter, her silver bell-like laughter illuminating the humble carpenter's shop. What a wonderful child, the old carpenter sighed inwardly. How could such a kind and gentle Faina be the wicked devil the church spoke of? That foolish Father Han. How could he have believed outsiders and nearly ruined his daughter? With this thought, Luke's gaze towards Faina softened, filled with the affection of a guardian. Merlin attentively observed their reactions, nodding inwardly. He had specifically invited Faina today for a purpose. One of his goals was to gradually help the townsfolk accept her abilities. In the future, the need for Faina's fiery talents would only increase. She could not remain hidden forever. As long-standing residents of Huangshe Town, Luke and Luen understood Faina's character. With the Lord himself vouching for her, it was essential for them to recognize that she was no different from others, merely possessing a unique gift. In this era, the words of a noble lord wielded significant influence over the common folk. However, observing the reactions of these two individuals at this moment, after their initial astonishment, their gazes revealed a more intricate sense of bewilderment rather than mere fear and rejection. It was evident that they genuinely felt joy for the fact that Faina was still alive. Grandpa Luke, Uncle Luen, do not be afraid. Faina softly spoke, striving to control the flames in her palms, ensuring they burned steadily. I will not harm anyone. I can control this fire. Her voice carried a subtle tremor, serving to comfort others while also bolstering her own courage. As Luke observed Faina's earnest efforts, he glanced at the composed Lord Merlin, who wore an encouraging expression. He nodded firmly. We understand, my lord. We trust you. We know Faina. She is someone I have watched grow up. She is certainly not a manifestation of evil. Luen also nodded affirmatively, stepping forward to express his stance. Lord Merlin smiled slightly, recognizing that his goal had been achieved. He gestured for them to remain quiet and not disturb Faina. Faina focused intently as the crimson flames enveloped the iron ingot. Under the continuous and stable high temperature, the ingot gradually transformed from dark red to a bright orange red, ultimately melting into molten iron. It flowed precisely into the mold left by Luna's hoofprint, for distinctly shaped horseshoes took form. I did it. Faina let out a long sigh of relief, raising her hand to wipe away the fine beads of sweat on her forehead. She gazed at the four flawless creations, her bright eyes sparkling with joy and pride. Instinctively, she turned her head, searching for a familiar figure. Upon meeting Lord Merlin's approving gaze, Her face broke into a radiant smile, akin to a joyful fawn, as she bounded over to him. "My lord, I did it." Her voice was laced with slight breathlessness and unmistakable excitement. Lord Merlin observed her rosy cheeks illuminated by the firelight, his eyes filled with warmth. He gently patted her shoulder, generously offering praise. "Excellent work, Fei Na. Your control over the flames is even more precise and stable than I had anticipated. This power is a precious asset to our territory. Indeed, Fei Na, you are truly remarkable." Old Luca chimed in, approaching to admire the perfectly formed horseshoes. Expressing his astonishment, "This is far superior to using a charcoal furnace. A charcoal furnace cannot melt iron into molten form." Although Lewin spoke little, he nodded vigorously, his honest face reflecting admiration. "This skill is impressive." Hearing the sincere compliments from Lord Merlin and the Luca father and son, Fei Na's cheeks flushed deeper. Resembling a ripe apple, she shyly lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothing, yet her lips could not suppress their upward curve. This was her first experience of feeling that the ability she once regarded as a curse could indeed be so useful, so directly beneficial to Lord Merlin. Contributing to the territory, the sensation of being needed and recognized was akin to warm sunlight, dispelling the last shadows in her heart and bringing an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and joy. Once the horseshoes had completely cooled, Lord Merlin summoned the farrier. Under the farrier's skillful hands, the 4 horseshoes were securely nailed onto Lu Na's hooves. Lu Na curiously trotted on the hard stone ground, producing a crisp clattering sound. She delighted in the noise of her new accessory, excitedly prancing in place, unwilling to cease. "Lu Na, quiet down, no mischief." Lord Merlin called out to halt her antics. Only then did Lu Na settle down, standing still. Lord Merlin turned to Luca, his expression serious. "You have seen the saddle, stirrups, and horseshoes. The production of these 3 items is not complex. I need you to keep this strictly confidential and refrain from mentioning it to anyone for now. Do you understand?" Luca's expression turned serious, and he nodded earnestly. "I understand, my lord. We assure you that we will not reveal a word." Lord Merlin nodded in satisfaction. "I require 19 sets of this trio, and I need them produced as swiftly as possible." "No problem," Luca immediately assured him. "My son Lewin can help as well." "Lewin will not do," Lord Merlin interrupted. "I have other plans for him. I recall your wife is a seamstress. You can take her along with Fei Na to complete this task." Upon hearing this, Luca's face lit up with surprise. This meant that his entire family could work for the Lord, and their future would surely improve. He promptly replied, "Yes, my lord. We will complete it as soon as possible." Lord Merlin glanced at Lu Na, now equipped with horseshoes, while internally strategizing the formation of a guard squad. Currently, the number of horses in the territory was limited. His own Lu Na, along with Otto and Lonce's mounts, plus 6 Squire Knight's horses, totaling only 19. He planned to recruit 50 guards as the foundational defensive force for the territory. These guards would undergo infantry and basic horsemanship training. Among these 50, he would select the 10 most outstanding and loyal individuals to cultivate as future knights, prioritizing them with war horses and a complete set of new equipment. Master, Lord Otto has returned." A flustered maid rushed over. "What is it? Why the commotion?" Old Yassa's expression darkened. It seemed he needed to discuss how to manage the servants with Lola. Such frantic behavior in front of outsiders would lead them to perceive the household's incompetence and lack of upbringing. Outsiders might think that if the Lord could not even manage his servants, his authority and capability would be called into question. This was a red line in Yassa's eyes, a dereliction of duty for a steward. Upon seeing the stern old Yassa and the presence of outsiders, the maid immediately recognized her lapse. Lowering her head, her voice trembling, "My lord, Lord Otto has returned, but he is covered in injuries." "What?" Merlin gasped, momentarily forgetting his decorum as he dashed off without a second thought. Old Yassa sternly pointed at the maid, causing her to bow her head even lower. Chapter 28. Building kills and firing bricks. When Otto returned to the castle, a group of terrified serfs followed behind him. They kept their distance from the knight, neither daring to come too close nor to stray too far. "Look, what is Lord Otto carrying on his horse? Is that a wolf? My goodness, such a large wolf. Could it be a magical beast? Certainly. There is no way an ordinary animal could grow so big. This is the second one, right? A few days ago, the Lord and his party also hunted a massive wild boar, which was apparently a magical beast as well. Hans and the others reported the witch, and the Lord even rewarded them with that magical beast's meat. I heard the Lord is going to give a speech tomorrow. Are you going?" "Of course. We get a small portion of food for attending, enough for my family for a day." The commoners of Huangshi town whispered among themselves, their faces etched with astonishment. This new noble had only arrived in the territory for half a month and had already hunted 2 magical beasts, first a wild boar and now an even more dangerous gray wolf. Upon hearing the commotion, Merlin hurriedly ran out from the castle. When he saw Otto's damaged leather armor and the blood on his arm, his expression instantly changed. "Teacher Otto." Merlin rushed forward anxiously. "What happened to you? Are you hurt?" Otto nimbly dismounted, a movement that pulled at his wounds, causing him to involuntarily grimace. Only then did Merlin notice the gray wolf's corpse strapped to the back of the horse, and quickly understood. "Did you encounter a magical beast?" Merlin's voice was laced with concern. "Where are you hurt? Is it serious?" Otto waved his hand, a warm current flowing through him. Yet his tone remained calm. "It's nothing. I encountered a low-tier magical beast, a gray wolf, with 2 wolf cubs. I was careless for a moment. It's merely superficial wounds." He paused, adding, "The serfs returned safely. No one was injured." As he spoke, he retrieved the magical crystal from the gray wolf and handed it to Merlin. This magical crystal was smaller than the previous one from the rock-armored pig. Its color dull, with very little magic left inside. "This is the magical crystal of the Ashen Wolf. Regrettably, its quality has diminished due to excessive use during battle." Merlin took the crystal without a glance and stored it away. External injuries are still injuries. One can never know the potential aftereffects from wounds inflicted by magical beasts. He turned to old Arthur and instructed, "Mr. Arthur, please prepare hot water, gather some clean cloths, and find some hemostatic and anti-inflammatory herbs." "Yes, my lord." Arthur, not daring to delay, promptly hurried off to fulfill the task. Merlin then cast a glance at the still trembling serfs and the flax tightly held in Matthew's embrace. He turned to a nearby male servant and said, "Take them to the flax elf and plant the flax we gathered today." "Yes, my lord." Once everything was arranged, Merlin accompanied Otto into the castle. He scrutinized the wound on Otto's arm. Although it was not deep, the marks left by the wolf's claws were still alarming. Unable to contain himself, Merlin inquired, "How did you encounter the Ashen Wolf today?" Otto briefly recounted the events. Upon hearing that he had faced 3 gray wolves alone, one of which was capable of spitting fire, Merlin's brow furrowed deeper. "That is far too dangerous, far too reckless. Next time, do not engage head-on. Safety is paramount." Otto silently nodded, fully aware that had he chosen to retreat at that moment, the ordinary serfs would likely have suffered dire consequences. How could one hope to escape the gaze of a magical beast dwelling in the forest? "How are the new harnesses performing?" Merlin shifted the topic. Otto's eyes brightened at this. "They are excellent, especially the stirrups, which allow me to exert better force while mounted. Without them, I would have suffered greatly today. I can maintain my balance without exerting extra effort, allowing for effective and steady aim even when using a bow." Merlin nodded in agreement. Although he had yet to use them, the results should be quite satisfactory. "This is the first set of harnesses crafted by Luke, and it surely has its shortcomings. Tomorrow, Luke will remake the harnesses, and you should discuss them thoroughly with him for better improvements." "Certainly, I understand." At this moment, old Arthur had prepared hot water, clean cloths, and medicine. After the maid carefully cleaned Otto's wound, she applied the ointment evenly. Merlin observed the injuries, which were somewhat alarming, though the wounds appeared minor. Underneath the skin lay a mass of bruised and blood-red flesh. This was with the defense of an ironwood knight. Had he been struck by a magical beast, he might not have survived, with no chance for rescue. "Rest well over the next few days. I will personally handle the recruitment of guards tomorrow." "It's just a minor injury. It won't affect tomorrow's work," Otto immediately replied. Merlin's tone was resolute. "This is an order. Our territory is in dire need of manpower. If you, as an ironwood knight, were to fall, the loss would be considerable." Otto ultimately did not argue. Luke and his son approached Merlin, preparing to take their leave. "My lord, if there are no further instructions, we shall return to prepare our tools." Merlin nodded, but his gaze fell upon Ruin, who had been silent behind Luke. "Master Luke may return to rest, but Ruin needs to stay." Merlin spoke, "I have a new task to assign him." Luke paused for a moment before a look of joy spread across his face. He patted his son's back encouragingly, signaling him to listen attentively to their lord, and then departed alone. Seeing Otto involved in significant matters and the maid tending to the wound, Merlin gestured for Ruin to follow him. The two walked to a simple map of the territory laid out in the castle hall. "Ruin, you are steady in your work and possess a keen mind. Now, I have an important task that concerns the future of our entire territory to entrust to you." Merlin's finger traced the map. "We are about to construct workshops, and in the future, build sturdier and warmer houses for every household in the territory. All of this requires a substantial amount of building materials." Ruin listened attentively, his gaze focused. "You may not know, but the castles, walls, and streets of nobility typically employ quarry workers and stonemasons to extract gigantic stones from the mountains, which are then painstakingly adjusted, transported, and assembled by the serfs. This method is time-consuming and demands considerable manpower. He paused. However, that will not suffice for Huanshe town. Our population is limited and cannot withstand such depletion. Therefore, I know a method that is more labor-efficient and effective. Ruin awaited further explanation with curiosity. We will build a kiln to fire bricks. Fire bricks? Ruin echoed the somewhat unfamiliar term. Precisely, Merlin affirmed. This involves mixing clay and water to create brick blanks, which are then placed in a kiln and fired at high temperatures to produce building materials. In Merlin's memory, this world lacked the technique of firing bricks. Nobles typically built castles and houses using quarried natural stone, which was then bonded with rubber liquid produced by rubber tree sprites, resulting in sturdy walls and houses. However, this natural stone extraction required substantial resources and manpower, which he could not afford, and he lacked rubber tree sprites to produce rubber. Even without rubber tree sprites, Merlin was unperturbed, as rubber could easily be substituted with cement. However, the specifics of production and the exact ratios would require experimentation. He only recalled that limestone, clay, and other materials needed to be mixed and calcined. Thus, the production of brick blanks and the firing of cement in a kiln to create building materials is the most practical method available now. Moreover, the advantages of fired bricks are numerous. Firstly, the raw materials are readily available. There is ample suitable clay for brickmaking within the territory, which is far easier than quarrying stone. Secondly, production is efficient. Once the technique is mastered, bricks can be produced rapidly and on a large scale. Thirdly, they are lighter. Compared to gigantic stones, brick blocks are much lighter, making transportation and construction more convenient, thus greatly saving on labor. Fourthly, they are uniform in size. Bricks produced in bulk are consistent in dimensions and shapes, resulting in neater walls and more stable structures, with far less difficulty in handling than those massive stones. Fifthly, they provide better insulation. Brick structures can withstand winter's cold winds more effectively than wooden or earthen houses. My goal is to transform all dilapidated and uninsulated houses within the territory into solid and warm brick homes using our self-produced bricks before winter arrives, ensuring that none of my subjects perish from the cold. He looked at Ruin, who was awestruck by this grand plan, and solemnly stated, Ruin, I entrust you with this crucial task of establishing the brick kiln and overseeing the production and firing of bricks. I will send you the blueprints. If you need any personnel or materials, report directly to me or old Arthur. How does that sound? Do you have confidence? Ruin took a deep breath. The blueprint painted by his lord and the heavy responsibility on his shoulders ignited an unprecedented fervor within him. He straightened his posture and responded with newfound determination. My lord, I am willing to give it a try. I will do my utmost to complete the task. Merlin smiled. Do not feel overly pressured. If you have any doubts, feel free to come to me. I seek results, not excuses. Rest assured, my lord, Ruin earnestly promised. Luke, buoyed by his son's newfound importance to the lord, stepped lightly toward the castle's exit. As he passed through the castle and prepared to leave through a side door, he noticed old steward Arthur surrounded by several male servants, bustling around a simple cart. The servants were straining to lift a heavy object onto the cart. Luke curiously peered over, and a gust of wind lifted a corner of the large black cloth covering the object. Just a fleeting glimpse sent a chill coursing through Luke's veins. He beheld a colossal and menacing wolf's head, its gray-black fur bristling, nostrils flaring in fury, and those crimson eyes, still smoldering with ferocity and flame despite their lifelessness, belonged to a magical beast. Luke's breath suddenly ceased. His legs felt as heavy as lead, frozen in place, as an icy chill surged from his feet to the crown of his head. He would never forget this magical beast. In his youth, when his brother's family ascended the mountain in search of sustenance, it had been an ashen wolf that had claimed their lives with its dreadful flames. The hellish scene remained an inescapable nightmare to this day. In his understanding, such low-tier magical beasts were harbingers of calamity, incarnations of death. For an ordinary person, merely escaping its clutches would be a stroke of luck. Yet now, the Knight of the Lord had single-handedly slain one. The black cloth fell completely, shrouding that heart-stopping sight. However, the tumult within Luke's heart could not be quelled. He leaned against the wall, gasping for air. He recalled the gentle yet resolute gaze of the Lord, the marvelous saddle, stirrups, and horseshoes, and how their family had been entrusted with great responsibility. In that moment, the flicker of hope and anticipation for the future that Luke had harbored was instantaneously replaced by a weightier realization. This young Baron Merlin and the silent knight by his side possessed power and potential far beyond what an old carpenter like him could fathom. This was no longer merely a simple task. He sensed that he was perhaps partaking in an event that could alter the very fate of Huangshe Town. Old Luke, burdened with thoughts, approached the wooden door of his home. Just as he was about to push it open, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure crouching in the shadows of the corner. Hansi? Luke halted, his brow furrowing immediately. What are you doing hiding here? Upon being discovered, Hansi stiffened and cautiously stepped out from the shadows. In the dim evening light, his face was etched with anxiety and unease. Uncle Luke, I heard the Lord summoned you to the castle today. Luke offered no response, merely fixing a cold, scrutinizing gaze upon him. He had initially held a favorable impression of the industrious man, but ever since Hansi had delivered Faina to the Lord, Luke had harbored a deep-seated disdain for him. In Luke's eyes, witches and devils were mere pretexts. Hansi had callously sacrificed his own daughter's life for a trifling reward and to evade trouble. Such a heartless individual was not worthy of his companionship. The undisguised coldness and disdain on Luke's face pierced Hansi's heart like a needle. He opened his mouth several times, attempting to explain, but swallowed his words instead. Did he wish to send his daughter to her demise? Yet, there had been too many witnesses that day. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, had he not acted as he did, his entire family would have been branded as accomplices of the devil by the angry villagers, leaving them with no means to survive, let alone find a place to stand. He lowered his head, almost inaudibly posing the torturous question, "Did you see Faina at the castle? Is she well?" After speaking, Hansi lifted his head, his eyes filled with a flicker of hope, fearing the cruel answer, yet yearning for a miracle. Uncle Luke, observing the hopeful gaze of Hansi, felt a pang of confusion within. What on earth was this man plotting? Just days ago, he had sent his daughter away, and now he sought news. Luke dared not speak recklessly. The matter of Faina's survival was one only the Lord could decide whether to make public. As a mere carpenter, he had no right to disclose such information. With this thought in mind, Luke simply shook his head and vaguely replied, "The Lord summoned me for carpentry work. I know nothing and have no right to know." He neither confirmed nor denied having seen Faina, and before Hansi could utter another word, he turned and pushed open the wooden door, returning home. Hansi stood rooted to the spot, gazing at the closed door, feeling hollow inside. Uncle Luke's demeanor only deepened his unease, yet he dared not inquire further, slowly walking home with his head bowed. Chapter 30, Rebirth and Beginning. Merlin took a deep breath, feeling his palms slightly damp. Old Arthur, perceiving Merlin's tension, offered a low reassurance. "My lord, you are the master of this land. Simply express what you wish to convey." Despite such words, this was the first time he would address a crowd of over 1,000, and Merlin's anxiety remained unabated. With the covered wooden carts trailing behind him, Merlin approached the central square of Huangshe Town. "Merlin, we must distribute the rations, as our supplies may not last until the next tax collection," Lance whispered. Worry etched across his brow. "Fear not. The growth rate of the wheat pixies is rapid. The first batch of wheat will mature far quicker than in previous years, sufficiently alleviating our food crisis." The square was not far from the castle, and by the time Merlin arrived, it was already teeming with people. The Lord's subjects stood in the front, while the serfs gathered at the back, all craning their necks to see what their new lord intended to announce. Merlin ascended the hastily constructed wooden platform, surveying the sea of faces below. He observed the expressionless countenances before him, took a deep breath, and quelled the turmoil within. He refrained from speaking immediately, instead silently scanning each face, absorbing their fatigue and suffering. As the crowd gradually quieted, Merlin finally spoke. His voice not loud, but resonant throughout the assembly. "My subjects, look at me." Instantly, the crowd fell silent, all eyes fixated upon their lord. "I am Merlin Meguet, the third son of Duke Exiled, and the new lord of Huangshe Town." He paused, allowing the news to sink in. "I have gathered you here today to announce something of great importance." Merlin's anxiety began to dissipate, his voice gaining strength. "I know that in Huangshe Town, every year, there are those who perish from hunger, freeze to death, and are killed by magical beasts. Our loved ones and friends are dwindling." This proclamation struck a chord with all present, and murmurs of suppressed grief and concern arose from the crowd. "But this is not our fault." Merlin's voice suddenly rose. "It is due to those rampant and vile magical beasts. In the brief span of just half a month since my arrival in Huangshe Town, we have already endured 2 attacks by magical beasts. Their proliferation is staggering. Consequently, even merchant caravans are reluctant to come here, making our lives even more arduous." The faces in attendance reflected recognition and outrage. Just yesterday, in the Red Forest, our brave knight Ottawa confronted 3 ferocious ashen wolves alone to protect the serfs gathering flax. He was injured and nearly did not return. As he spoke, a servant approached one of the carts and pulled back the black cloth. The massive corpse of the ashen wolf lay exposed before the crowd. Those in the front gasped in astonishment. They had heard rumors of the noble lord slaying a magical beast, but now the evidence lay before their eyes. Merlin chose not to speak further, allowing the shocking sight to sink in, giving the subjects time to absorb the reality. The people of Huangshi town had been oppressed by magical beasts, instilling fear that quashed any thoughts of resistance. However, Merlin aimed to convey that magical beasts were merely ordinary creatures, not invincible entities. Do you see now? This was merely an ordinary attack from our daily lives. His voice rose. Tell me, which of you has not heard wolves howling at night? Which of you has not found traces of magical beasts by the fields? Which of you has not feared allowing your children to venture out alone? The crowd exchanged glances, and the familiar fears of their daily existence were reignited. Let us gaze upon one another. The voice of Merlin was laden with sorrow as he observed the gaunt faces of our children and our parents, who, in what should be their twilight years, are still burdened with the worry of what their next meal will be. A stifling atmosphere permeated the crowd. Yet today, I stand before you not to bestow charity, but to offer you an opportunity, a chance to transform this reality with your own hands. His voice rose passionately. Do you wish to forever dwell in the shadow of beasts? Do you wish for generations to go hungry? No. A scattered response emerged from the crowd. I cannot hear you. Merlin roared. Do you truly resign yourselves to live like this for eternity? No. This time, the reply resonated like thunder. Excellent. Merlin's gaze burned with determination. Today I announce that the newly formed Guard of Huangshi Town is not merely the Merlin Rose Guard, but the Guard of Huangshi Town, the protector of your parents, wives, and children. It is a battle for yourselves, for your families, a fight for your wives to sleep peacefully at night, a struggle for your children to grow up healthy, a campaign for your parents to enjoy their golden years. He descended from the wooden platform and mingled with the crowd. Each person who joins the Guard, I swear by the honor of the Rose family, you are free warriors. Protectors of your own kin, not my Merlin, nor the noble's warriors. You shall receive a monthly remuneration of 1 silver coin, daily provisions of meat and eggs, and your families will be prioritized for protection in this territory. My goal is to ensure that every subject of mine can be well fed, warmly clothed, and free from the torment of hunger and cold. I wish for children to grow up safely and joyfully, even having the chance to read and write. However, I must also impart the truth. His tone turned grave. This path will not be an easy one. You will undergo the most rigorous training and confront the fiercest beasts. I will never send you to your deaths, but sacrifices will be inevitable. Now, I seek to recruit 50 individuals. His gaze swept over the able-bodied men present. Not 50 cowards, but 50 true men, 50 warriors willing to carve a future for their families. Serfs who join will gain the status of freemen. Now tell me, who among you is willing to seize your own destiny? Step forward. After a brief silence, the serf Kate was the first to emerge from the throng. My lord, I wish to join the Guard. Only by following you can the territory prosper and have a future. With Kate leading the way, the second and third soon followed. And in no time, more than 100 young people stood forth. A flame of hope ignited in their eyes. Merlin raised his hand once more, signaling for silence. Empty words cannot fill empty stomachs, and promises cannot drive away beasts. He shifted his focus to the carts behind him. Therefore, today I bring tangible offerings. Everyone present today, even if you do not join the Guard, may receive a bag of grain. This is my gift to you as your lord. The servants promptly unveiled the carts, revealing them brimming with sacks of grain. The crowd erupted in excitement, a cacophony of cheers filling the air. Silence. Merlin once again subdued the raucous applause. If you do not wish to join the Guard, that is acceptable. I also require laborers and craftsmen to build our home. We must use our own hands to construct stronger, warmer houses so that no one suffers from the cold in the coming winter. He surveyed the faces below, which were gradually illuminated by the light of hope, making a final promise. I need your hands. I need your courage. Those willing to join the Guard, report to Lancy. Those with skills or strength may register with Tom shortly. Those who serve me shall receive ample food, fair compensation, and the dignity they deserve. Now, form an orderly line to collect your grain. The rebirth of Huangshi Town begins today. Long live the Lord. Praise the Lord. Chapter 31. Modern military. Old Arthur gazed at the young figure commanding the crowd with composure and vigor. At that moment, his heart swelled with pride. Truly, my lord is a competent leader. As midday approached, The distribution of grain and registration of personnel in the square continued in an orderly manner. Mei Lin approached Lan Si and placed a reassuring hand on the capable teacher's shoulder. You will handle subsequent registrations and preliminary screenings, following the standards we agreed upon. Rest assured, Mei Lin, I shall manage it well. You need not worry. Lan Si nodded, his eyes reflecting the seriousness of the task at hand. Mei Lin returned to the castle, where he discovered the industrious Luan in the newly established workshop area nearby. The open space had already taken shape as a small, yet structurally sound brick kiln. My lord. Upon seeing Mei Lin, Luan immediately ceased his labor. Mei Lin carefully inspected the kiln's structure and nodded. The structure is sound. Now, I shall teach you how to fire the bricks. Luan followed the lord's instructions. Crouching down to pick up a lump of clay, the steps are quite simple. First, take the clay, add water, and knead it repeatedly to remove stones, roots, and other impurities. Then, fill the wooden mold with the processed clay, compress it, level it off, and demold it. Next comes the critical part. These brick blanks must be placed in a cool, ventilated area to dry slowly. They must not be exposed to direct sunlight, or they will crack. Luan listened intently, anxious not to miss a single word. The processes discussed by the lord were familiar to him, having used similar methods to repair houses and build walls in the town, although without such precision, as stones and roots could also enhance the wall's sturdiness. Once the brick blanks are thoroughly dried, they can be stacked into the kiln. Mei Lin pointed to the kiln's interior structure. Ignite the fire. Maintaining a temperature of around 1000 degrees, they must be thoroughly fired, then insulated for a time, and finally allowed to cool naturally. The result will be red bricks. While red bricks are not as sturdy as blue bricks and possess lesser moisture resistance and corrosion resistance, their greatest advantage lies in their speed. From forming to firing, the cycle is short and the yield is high, meeting our urgent needs. Tomorrow, I shall allocate personnel to assist you, and you will have full command of this brick kiln workshop. Is there any issue? Luan felt the weight of responsibility upon his shoulders, but more so, he was filled with excitement from being entrusted with such a task. He straightened his back and nodded earnestly. No problem, my lord. I will ensure the bricks are produced. Mei Lin patted his shoulder and departed the brick kiln area. In the castle garden, Otto was discussing saddle optimization with Luke. The edges of the wooden saddle base were still too rigid. While it posed no issue for short rides, prolonged friction could easily cause abrasions on the warhorse's back. Luke furrowed his brow in contemplation. My lord's suggestion is whether we could cushion the contact surface with multiple layers of tanned soft leather, or perhaps use a form of supple yet resilient hide. After some thought, Luke added, that should be feasible. If we utilize the hide of a magical beast, it would possess sufficient strength and considerable flexibility. Otto's eyes lit up. I will procure the hide of the ashen wolf shortly. Meanwhile, in another corner of the workshop, Fei Na was intently manipulating the flames, melting iron ingots into molten red iron, carefully pouring them into horseshoe molds. Each successful casting brought a slight smile to her lips. Upon seeing Mei Lin approach, Otto immediately stood up. Luke was engrossed in his work, unaware of Mei Lin's arrival. Mei Lin exchanged a glance with Otto, signaling him to follow. The two proceeded to the castle study, where a newly crafted, relatively detailed topographical model of Huangshe town lay before them. The castle was at the center, surrounded by scattered villages and fields, with the perilous regions of Huangshe Mountain and the Red Forest depicted further outwards. After the formation of the guard unit, you will have full authority over its management and training, Merlin stated, producing a scroll containing a pre-written plan and handing it to Otto. As Otto unfurled the document, he discovered an intricate training regimen laid out before him. His brow furrowed gradually. My lord, this drill formation, internal organization, even the bedding must be folded into uniform squares. Personal hygiene maintenance. Is it truly necessary to devote time to these matters? With such energy, it would be more beneficial to practice slashing and archery. Merlin appeared to have anticipated Otto's concerns, calmly shaking his head as he elucidated, Teacher Otto, what you observe transcends mere cleaning and marching. Internal organization cultivates an appreciation for detail and absolute obedience. Drill formations train for unified action and teamwork. At the core of all this lies discipline. He stepped closer to Otto, his gaze sharp. A disorganized troop, regardless of individual prowess, is merely a rabble. What I desire is a true army. Through these seemingly unrelated training exercises, we shall forge their will, sculpt collective combat effectiveness, and instill in them a spirit of adherence to orders. Only then, on the battlefield, can they swiftly coordinate and execute your commands with flawless precision, as if they were one entity. Merlin extended his palm. Scattered fingers possessed limited strength. He then clenched his fingers into a resolute fist. Yet a unified fist can deliver a decisive blow. An army must embody the very essence of an army. We do not face mere noble soldiers from other territories. We confront truly lethal magical beasts. Our training is not for show. It is to prepare for life and death dangers. Only through adherence to orders and obedience can one survive on the battlefield for the long haul. Otto gazed at Merlin, perceiving the profound depth and steadfastness in his eyes. A wisdom beyond his years. He felt the formidable strength underlying this philosophy. Drawing a deep breath, he carefully rolled up the parchment. I understand, my lord. I shall execute this plan with utmost rigor. Moreover, I will adhere to every stipulation within it, just as they will. Excellent, Merlin nodded, pointing to a section of the sand table. It depicted a stretch of desolate land on the outskirts of the village, backed by a gentle hillside, distanced from the primary threats of Huangshe Mountain, thus relatively safe and secluded. This shall serve as the training base for the guard unit. It is conveniently close to the village for resupply and reinforcements, while also being manageable due to its relative isolation. This afternoon, you may conduct a simple physical and reaction test for the initially registered personnel, selecting 50 individuals to form the first cohort. Merlin instructed, tomorrow, your first task will be to clear this wasteland of all weeds, bushes, and debris. Establish a temporary camp. Then, lead them in gathering timber to assist Lwin in producing red bricks. During this time, allow them to become acquainted with one another. Once the red bricks are ready, you will construct barracks and training facilities. Otto diligently noted all of Merlin's directives. Unbeknownst to him, he began to instinctively obey Merlin's commands. Merlin suddenly added, once teacher Lancelot is freed, have him serve as your political instructor. He can teach them literacy during free moments, instilling ideological understanding. The ranks consist of serfs and vassals with limited education. Only by learning to read can they better comprehend commands. Teacher Lancelot is well versed in ideological themes. You two should spend evenings discussing this. Otto nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 32. The seed germinates. The budding night after Otto departed, silence enveloped the study. Merlin exhaled deeply, a wave of profound fatigue washing over him. This was not merely physical exhaustion, but the mental strain of heightened tension and information overload. From speeches to workshops, and then the deployment of military plans, countless matters swirled in his mind, demanding decisions. There were too many issues. It felt like he was caught in a whirlwind. He rubbed his throbbing temples, murmuring to himself that he must promptly extricate teacher Lancelot from the burdensome tasks, allowing him to focus on management and coordination. Otherwise, if this momentum continued, he instinctively touched his thick silver hair, wearing a bittersweet smile. I fear for my hair. I do not wish to become a balding lord by the age of 20. Just then, familiar pale blue text reappeared before his eyes, coalescing. Task completed. Reward, new water source. Merlin had grown accustomed to this phenomenon. He understood the reward mechanism. It was highly probable that later today or tomorrow, a serf or vassal would inadvertently discover a water source. Before he could ponder the water source further, the blue text morphed again, reorganizing itself to present a new task. As a lord, your own strength cannot be disregarded. Please strive to cultivate your skills and successfully ascend to the rank of budding knight, becoming a true knight. Task reward, Dragonblood Horse, a high-quality warhorse infused with a trace of draconic bloodline. Upon reading this task, Merlin was momentarily taken aback before slapping his forehead. He had almost forgotten the most crucial matter. Originally, he had intended to gradually follow Otto's lead once his injuries healed. However, during this period, he had been preoccupied with urgent affairs within the territory, dealing with elven pests, magical beast threats, improving living conditions, and forming the army, while neglecting his foundational knightly training. In this world, where individual martial prowess reigns supreme, a lord lacking in strength ultimately represents a significant risk and vulnerability. Merlin reassessed the current situation. Most urgent tasks had been assigned. One was responsible for the brick kiln, Otto for selecting and training the guard unit, Lancelot for personnel coordination and administration, while Rook and Fena handled harnesses and ironwork. The entire territory resembled an antiquated machine just set into motion, its rusty gears beginning to turn. For the next few days, he would focus on his own training. He must quickly break through to the rank of budding knight. The thought of the task reward, a horse imbued with draconic blood, set his heart ablaze. It would be a mount far more powerful and promising than Luna, holding immeasurable symbolic and practical value. Whether as a warhorse or breeding stallion, the benefits would be substantial. The prospect of acquiring many dragonblood progeny made it impossible for Merlin to suppress a grin. He donned a set of training attire conducive to movement and made his way to the castle garden alone. Finding a quiet corner, He prepared to commence the nightly training he had long neglected. He steadied his breath and concentrated, recalling the well-versed manual, Primal Fighting Chi. This treatise was no esoteric secret, but rather a commonplace text found across the continent, serving as the starting point for all aspirants on the nightly path. Whether commoner or noble, anyone seeking to embark on the nightly journey must begin with this manual, including himself, the son of Duke Rose. It was also the sole shortcut for commoners to transcend their social classes, just like Otto. The manual's essence was simple, using the internal seed of fighting chi to perceive and guide the faint chi circulating within the body. Merlin felt a wave of warmth emanating from his lower abdomen, akin to a gentle stream gradually flowing towards his limbs. Its core function was to assist practitioners in sensing and circulating the minuscule seed of fighting chi within, allowing it to take root and sprout. Only upon reaching the realm of blossoming night and clearly perceiving one's fighting chi attributes, such as sharp metal, verdant wood, flowing water, flame, earth, whirlwind, thunder, light, darkness, etc., could one transition to more advanced fighting chi manuals that corresponded to their attributes. Each person's attributes were significantly influenced by their lineage. For instance, Merlin's father, Duke August, possessed earth attribute fighting chi, the essence of the land. Should Merlin achieve the status of blossoming knight in his lifetime, there would be a considerable chance of awakening the essence of the earth. However, based on his current displayed talent, the aspiration of ascending to blossoming knight seemed a distant dream. Merlin shook his head, casting aside distracting thoughts. Following the instructions within the book, he began to guide the faint breath of energy within him. He could distinctly sense a warmth emanating from the dantian in his lower abdomen. Although subtle, it was unmistakable as the energy slowly flowed along its established pathways towards his limbs and bones. He then picked up a practice staff prepared nearby, wielding it like a spear, and commenced the practice of the 6 techniques of the spear outlined in the secret manual. These fundamental techniques consisted of thrusts, sweeps, jabs, parries, blocks, and counterattacks, characterized by their simplicity, designed to help beginners familiarize themselves with the coordination of force and the flow of fighting energy. Merlin practiced again and again, sweat gradually soaking his silver hair and garments. He could feel that with each repetition of movement and circulation of energy, his muscles began to warm, a sense of clarity replacing the initial awkwardness. The journey from a trainee knight to a Tai Mu knight primarily involved honing the body, reinforcing one's physique through daily training. While the dazzling magic of Fei Na was temporarily out of reach, strengthening one's body to enhance resilience against illness was certainly not without merit. The path of knighthood was indeed monotonous and tedious. Stopping his movements, Merlin wiped away the sweat and gazed at the territory outside the castle, which was subtly transforming. A wave of tranquility and satisfaction swelling within him. In truth, upon reflection, it seemed unnecessary for him to personally charge into battle. With the presence of a Tai Mu knight like Otto to safeguard him, a guard force would soon be assembled. He merely needed to fulfill his duties as a lord, utilizing wisdom and resources to develop the territory and ensure a better life for all. There was nothing wrong with that. Strengthening his body was also commendable. There was nothing more important than health and longevity. Completely immersed in his cultivation, he remained oblivious to the onset of night. Old Arthur found Merlin still diligently practicing in the garden and chose not to disturb him, quietly lighting 2 oil lamps before retreating. As night fell, Merlin transitioned from spear practice to meditative sitting. At this moment, he experienced a peculiar sensation within him, as if something was building up strength. On the verge of breaking free, Merlin dared not relax even slightly, maintaining the circulation of energy within his body. The energy coursed through his meridians, with each cycle intensifying the feeling of impending release. When the first ray of dawn broke, the energy within him finally reached a critical point. Accompanied by a sound only he could hear, a subtle crack echoed as the long-dormant seed of energy quietly shattered. A surge of purer and more abundant energy erupted from within, coursing through his entire being. The initial energy, at that moment, successfully transformed into a more powerful intermediate form. The seed of energy had finally sprouted. Chapter 33. The fire dragon horse and guardian Luna Merlin opened his eyes, and his sapphire-like gaze seemed to shine even brighter. He sighed softly, speaking to himself, surprised at how smoothly everything had unfolded. Yet, he understood that this was not merely the result of innate talent, but rather the culmination of over a decade of diligent training during his time as a trainee knight. After so many years of accumulation, even a pig would break through. Rising to his feet, he noticed that he had been covered with a soft woolen blanket, the origin of which he was unaware. Turning around, he saw old Arthur quietly standing behind him, like a silent statue. Mr. Arthur, have you been here all night? Merlin felt somewhat guilty. It is my duty to guard you, old Arthur replied, bowing slightly, his voice calm. Please do not do this again. Merlin stood and returned the blanket. Despite having trained outdoors all night, he now felt invigorated, the newly awakened intermediate energy flowing through him, dispelling all chill and fatigue. Old Arthur accepted the blanket, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face. Congratulations, my lord, on successfully breaking through to the budding night stage. Shall I prepare warm water for your bath? Thank you. That would be appreciated. It is my honor, my lord. By the way, Merlin suddenly called out to old Arthur. Please add a serving of honey milk to the breakfast for all the servants today. Understood, my lord. Soaking in the warm bath, Merlin felt his pores open up. The blue light dots appeared as expected. Task completed. Reward, Fire Dragon Horse. Fire Dragon Horse? Merlin's eyes widened. Could it be a horse infused with the bloodline of a fire dragon? If that were true, he immediately thought of Fei Na. This would be the perfect gift for her. Just as he contemplated how to present this gift to Fei Na, a knock sounded from outside the bathroom. My lord, a guard requests an audience, sent by Otto, asking for you to come to the training ground at once. The reward has arrived? Merlin felt a surge of joy. All right, I understand. Tell him to wait. I will be there shortly. He quickly dried himself, donned the clean clothes that old Arthur had prepared, and stepped outside to find the guard. At a glance, Merlin recognized him. You are Kate, the steward responsible for managing the serfs in the redwoods? Have you joined the guard? Kate was taken aback. He hadn't expected the busy lord to remember such a minor figure. Yes, my lord. I am Kate. I haven't officially joined the guard yet. I still need to undergo testing by Lord Otto. Merlin patted his shoulder. Do well. I have high hopes for you. Then he changed the subject. Did Lord Otto send you to find me because he discovered something? Merlin inquired. Kate, snapping back to reality, promptly reported, Yes, my lord. While Lord Otto was leading us to clear the training ground, he spotted a magnificent horse, entirely crimson, as if aflame, drinking from a newly discovered spring. The horse is incredibly spirited, but also quite wild. Lord Otto is trying to subdue it and has specifically sent me to ask for your decision. Merlin was astonished. 2 rewards, a new water source and the fire dragon horse, had appeared simultaneously. I understand. I will ride over first. You can return on foot. Kate had no objections and nodded vigorously. After speaking to Kate, Merlin summoned Luna, mounted her, and galloped towards the training ground. Upon arriving at the not yet fully cleared training ground, he saw hundreds of guards forming a circle from a distance. In the center of the circle, Otto was locked in a tense standoff with an extraordinarily magnificent horse. The horse indeed matched Kate's description, its entire body of vibrant crimson, its coat resembling flowing flames under the sunlight. It was tall and robust, with elegant and fluid lines. Its head was long, its forehead broad, with small, pointed ears standing alert, large eyes wide open, filled with wildness and untamed spirit. Its long neck arched proudly, with a mane cascading like flames. Its limbs were long and powerful, with a narrow yet muscular chest, a smoothly contoured back, and well-developed hindquarters exuding explosive power. At that moment, surrounded by so many people, the fire dragon horse appeared extremely restless, its nostrils exhaling white mist as its front hooves anxiously pawed at the ground. Step aside. Everyone, clear a path for me. Merlin shouted, dismounting, handing Luna to a guard, and swiftly making his way to the center of the crowd. The guards, upon seeing their lord arrive, parted to create a passage. Otto, upon spotting Merlin, could hardly contain his excitement, pointing to the crimson steed in the arena. Merlin, we are incredibly fortunate. I have never seen such a magnificent horse. He recalled the finest horse he had encountered, Luna's father, which was also the steed of Duke Augustus. A warhorse possessing the bloodline of a behemoth, massive and stout. Yet this horse before them surpassed it in a way that was difficult to articulate. This horse undoubtedly possessed a top-tier bloodline. Merlin was witnessing Otto display such emotional fervor for the first time. How shall we tame it? Merlin asked. The horse appears to be still in its juvenile stage, and I am confident in my ability to subdue it. However, Ottawa seems hesitant. Wild horses are notoriously unruly and typically yield only to those who can overpower them. This horse likely belongs to the Lord, and Merlin understands Ottawa's apprehensions. He steps forward, declaring, Let me try. I have just achieved a breakthrough and can test my newfound strength. You have broken through? Ottawa finally notices the change in Merlin's aura. It is markedly different from the previous day, now more substantial and vibrant. It is merely the result of accumulated effort, Merlin humbly responds, not allowing Ottawa to say more as his gaze refocuses on the agitated Huolongma. He cautiously advances, constraining the horse's movement. The Huolongma snorts anxiously, glaring fiercely at the approaching human, its front hooves restlessly digging into the ground. Eventually, pushed beyond its limits, the horse suddenly launches an attack. It rears up, striking down at Merlin with its front hooves. Fortunately, Merlin has honed his equestrian skills. He deftly sidesteps and, using the momentum, leaps onto the horse's sleek back. The sudden presence of a rider seems to ignite a sense of affront in the Hua Long Ma, which erupts into fury. It thrashes violently, attempting to dislodge this audacious human. Had it been prior to his breakthrough, Merlin might not have lasted long. Yet, with the nascent strength of a knight, his legs clamped tight around the horse's belly, and his hands gripped the flowing mane, anchoring himself firmly. Just as the Hua Long Ma prepares to escalate its assault, an unexpected event occurs. Luna, held by a guard, sees Merlin in peril and instantly breaks free, darting towards the Hua Long Ma like a streak of black lightning. Luna lacks the robust limbs and towering stature of her father, being smaller than the juvenile Hua Long Ma. Yet her fierce loyalty fuels her with remarkable courage as she crashes into the horse's flank. The impact produces a muffled thud, and the Hua Long Ma stumbles from the sudden collision. Merlin, taken aback by Luna's boldness, is tossed aside, rolling on the ground before regaining his balance. Luna, return, he urgently commands upon realizing the unfolding situation. Yet, Luna defies him this time, positioning herself protectively in front of Merlin. Her iron-shod hooves rain down upon the struggling Hua Long Ma, eliciting pained cries from the creature as it rolls in agony. Watching this scene, Merlin feels a mix of pride and emotion, recognizing his little companion has grown to understand the importance of loyalty. He quickly approaches, grasping Luna's reins and pulling her away from the Hua Long Ma. Enough, I'm fine. He fears that the horse, now thoroughly enraged, might unleash its innate magical abilities upon Luna. Given her meager bloodline and frail build, she stands no chance against a creature with even a hint of dragon lineage. Strangely, after enduring the onslaught, the Hua Long Ma settles down, lying still on the ground, its heaving chest the only indication of life remaining. Merlin and Ao Tao exchange perplexed glances, both uncertain of how to proceed in this unprecedented situation. After a considerable wait, the Hua Long Ma struggles to rise, shaking its head and glaring intently at Luna, who remains defiantly poised. In the next moment, the unexpected occurs. Instead of retaliating or fleeing, the Hua Long Ma cautiously approaches Luna, trotting playfully around her. Merlin grows wary, while Luna stomps her front hooves, snorting warningly to shoo away this bothersome creature. Yet, the Hua Long Ma pays her no heed, circling around, its nose occasionally nudging closer to her, as if it were a suitor pursuing a lady. Merlin's expression darkens further. What peculiar obsession does this Hua Long Ma possess? Though Luna is the weakest and smallest among her kin, she is undeniably a splendid horse, with glossy black fur devoid of blemishes and a beautifully proportioned figure. In contrast, the Hua Long Ma now appears as a persistent, overbearing suitor, defying all of Luna's attempts to drive it away. Ao Tao, witnessing this unusual spectacle for the first time, suppresses a chuckle and suggests, perhaps, my lord, you could lead Luna for a lap to see how it goes? Merlin mounts Luna, gently urging her forward. She understands and begins to trot, eager to escape the Hua Long Ma. Indeed, the horse follows closely, refusing to be left behind. Remarkable, Ao Tao laughs. It seems this proud Hua Long Ma has been conquered by our Miss Luna. Merlin, observing the relentless follower, retorts, Ao Tao, return and have it castrated. That would be unwise. Ao Tao quickly protests. It would be a shame to lose such a fine stallion. Surely, you would not wish to forfeit a formidable cavalry? It appears that for now, Luna must endure this unwelcome attention. Merlin scoffs, the thrill of acquiring a dragon-blooded horse dissipating. There is no sense of triumph in his conquest, only the disquieting feeling of his daughter being pursued by an insistent suitor. He certainly does not wish for Luna, just coming of age, to bear foals so soon, especially given the significant disparity in their bloodlines, which would do her no favors and could potentially harm her health. He shifts the conversation, asking, have you discovered a new spring? Indeed. It was the Hua Long Ma that revealed it to us. However, the flow is rather modest. Ao Tao points to a nearby spring where water flows steadily, albeit weakly. Let us clear the surrounding area to see if we can enhance the spring's output. I will have Lewin establish a workshop beside your training grounds, as he requires frequent access to water for brickmaking. The location is ideal, and the guard can protect our new venture. Very well, I shall arrange it at once. Ao Tao acknowledges. Having concluded his instructions, Merlin rides back to the castle with Luna, the Hua Long Ma still trailing closely behind. Luna quickens her pace, and in an astonishing 5 minutes, they cover a distance that normally takes 10. Throughout the journey, Merlin glances back at the persistent follower, his expression remaining grim. Upon returning to the castle courtyard, the elderly Arthur greets Merlin with enthusiasm. Upon spotting the magnificent red horse following Luna, even the seasoned steward cannot help but exclaim, "Oh my, where did you find such a splendid steed?" The Huolong boasts a sleek physique and well-defined muscles. And despite bearing a few hoofprints from Luna's kicks, its inherent grace remains undeniable. Merlin, having composed himself, responds with a smile. "Ah, Mr. Arthur, I have truly fallen in love with Huang Shizhen. It harbors treasures that even the Rose territory lacks, always surprising me. This is a Huolong with a touch of dragon blood, and it is in its prime. My lord, you have brought good fortune to Huang Shizhen." Arthur muses, often reflecting on how everything has improved since Merlin departed from the Rose Fortress to come to Huang Shizhen. Merlin chuckles softly and instructs, "Please fetch some apples. By the way, is Feina still in the temporary workshop?" "Of course, my lord. Miss Feina has been diligently working in the garden workshop." Merlin leads Luna towards the garden, with the Huolong dutifully following. Upon reaching the workshop, they find Feina intensely focused on manipulating flames, shaping iron blocks to create new horseshoes. Luck and his wife were engaged in their crafts on the other side. One was working with timber, while the other was stitching leather, collaboratively crafting saddles and stirrups. Upon noticing Merlin, Luck promptly rose to greet him, saying, "Good morning, my lord." His wife hastily set aside her work, awkwardly mimicking her husband's bow towards Merlin. Merlin nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze shifting to Feina. Observing her deep concentration, he chose not to interrupt, quietly waiting for her to finish. After a while, Feina completed the casting of the final horseshoe, gently wiping the sweat from her brow, a satisfied smile illuminating her face. It was only then that she turned her head, and, upon spotting Merlin, her expression blossomed with surprise. "My lord," she exclaimed brightly. Merlin smiled warmly, and said, "Look at the gift I have brought for you." "A gift?" Feina blinked in confusion. Merlin stepped aside to reveal the magnificent fire dragon horse, which had been nuzzling Luna. "Oh, what a beautiful horse." Feina was instantly captivated, unable to suppress her exclamation. The horse's coat was not the dull hue of a common chestnut, but radiated like a blazing flame. More remarkably, it seemed to sense something. When its gaze met Feina's, an innate affinity for the elemental fire, stemming from its very lineage, enveloped it in comfort and familiarity. It no longer fixated solely on Luna. Instead, it instinctively and gently approached Feina, taking tentative steps forward. Its once rebellious crimson eyes now reflected curiosity and docility. With utmost care, Feina extended her hand, palm upward. The fire dragon horse, sensing the shared elemental affinity within her, did not resist but instead lowered its head, gently resting its broad forehead against her palm. The warmth of its touch felt extraordinary to Feina. Then, astonishingly, the fire dragon horse bent its forelegs and knelt gracefully before her, assuming a classic pose inviting her to mount. Merlin, observing the scene in disbelief, couldn't help but internally scoff. "What is this? It nearly collapses when I approach, yet it kneels before Feina?" This blatant favoritism is quite evident. Truly a sycophant. Despite his inner musings, Merlin encouraged Feina, "Feina, give it a try. It possesses a hint of dragon blood and is unafraid of your flames. Perhaps your powers will complement each other." Upon hearing this, excitement sparkled in Feina's eyes as she carefully mounted the broad back of the fire dragon horse. The horse stood firm, first jogging a few steps to acclimate, then galloping freely across the expansive meadow. "Ah!" The sudden acceleration caused Feina to cry out, instinctively clutching the horse's neck, exclaiming, "Wait, I can't ride without a saddle." Yet, the horse's temperament seemed even more playful than Luna's. Upon hearing Feina's shout, it not only maintained its speed, but galloped even more joyously. It dashed across the field like a fiery streak. Clearly, the fire dragon horse had taken a liking to Miss Feina. Old Arthur approached Merlin with cut apples in hand, smiling as he said, "It seems the horse is quite fond of her." As Merlin fed Luna the apple slices, he smiled at the sight of the girl and horse gradually finding their rhythm together. Once Luna finished her apples, Merlin allowed her to roam freely. Subsequently, he and Old Arthur set out to find Rune, while also checking on the status of the rose sprite bug. The care for the rose sprite bugs in the garden primarily fell to Old Arthur. "The rose garden is thriving," he reported as they walked. With the cultivation experience passed down through generations of the rose family, it would be strange if it were not doing well. Upon arriving at the rose garden, Merlin immediately spotted the rose sprite bug. It was enveloped in a deep rose-red hue, its body seemingly wrapped in layers of petals. At that moment, it lay lazily in the center of a symbiotic rose-esque bloom, seemingly dozing. Merlin took out the last small pouch of essence crystal powder from his belongings and gently sprinkled it around the flower's center. The rose sprite bug instantly sensed the pure energy and opened its round eyes, joyfully beginning to nibble at the offering. It was evident that this particular sprite bug was the weakest among its peers. The small pouch of essence powder was quickly consumed, yet it still raised its head, displaying a look of yearning. Seeing its eagerness, an idea sparked in Merlin's mind. Essence crystals are naturally infused with magical power. So could the magical crystallized essence from magical beasts also contain pure magic? Could it serve as food for the sprite bugs? The thought ignited a sense of excitement within him. Observing the rose sprite bug's insatiable demeanor sharpened his previously vague idea into clarity. Should I try? He happened to have 2 magical crystals on him, one from a rock-armored pig, rich with earthy magic, and the other from the ashen wolf, recently hunted by Otto, which, due to excessive expenditure during battle, now felt nearly devoid of flame magic, appearing dull and covered with minute cracks. This almost depleted ashen wolf crystal was perfect for experimentation. Merlin carefully placed the small, cracked ashen wolf crystal before the rose sprite bug. Initially, the sprite bug tentatively touched the hard, energy-less stone with its antennae, displaying hesitation. However, after a couple of cautious probes, it seemed to confirm that this was indeed a type of food, promptly opening its small mouth and beginning to nibble with delight. The once solid crystal seemed to transform into a crisp biscuit in its mouth. Witnessing this, a smile of joy spread across Merlin's face. Indeed, it works. It seems that besides the controlled essence crystals, he now had another avenue for providing sustenance for the sprite bugs, hunting magical beasts to obtain their magical crystals. While the effectiveness of depleted crystals like the ashen wolf's may not compare to essence crystals, they would undoubtedly be a boon for maintaining the sprite bug's basic survival and gradual growth. Wonderful, Merlin softly spoke to the industrious rose sprite bug. Your food sources will be more abundant now. Satisfied with the sight of the bug contentedly consuming the magical crystal, Merlin turned away to seek Rune. In an open area at the castle's periphery, he found Rune and several young vassals he was leading, all hands muddy as they diligently crafted bricks. Upon seeing Merlin, they promptly paused their work and bowed respectfully. We greet you, my lord. Merlin responded with a gentle nod, scanning the youthful, spirited faces before him. How is it going? Are you tired? My lord, we are not tired. A bolder young man grinned, revealing an earnest smile. Thinking about how well we work. We can earn 30 copper coins each month, fills us with energy. The others nodded in agreement, their eyes shining with hopeful anticipation for the future. For these former serfs or impoverished freemen, a stable cash income was something they had never dared to dream of. Merlin approved, very well. If you prefer not to receive copper coins, you may also opt for grain at market value. Thank you, my lord. The group responded with renewed delight. Merlin then turned to Rune, inquiring, how is the production going? Have you encountered any challenges? Rune immediately picked up 2 freshly fired red bricks from beside him and handed them over. The bricks were dark red, yet their surfaces were dotted with fine, honeycomb-like holes. My lord, these were produced in the experimental kiln. Due to the incomplete drying of moisture within the brick clay, the rapid evaporation during firing resulted in the formation of these air pockets. However, I have tested the strength, and it is sufficient. Merlin took the brick, feeling its rough texture at his fingertips. After becoming a budding knight, his strength had considerably increased, and with a slight exertion, he easily broke off a small piece from the edge of the brick. He examined the fracture closely, weighing it in his hand, and found its texture comparable to that of red bricks from his previous life. Indeed, it is essentially usable. Merlin confirmed his preliminary findings and promptly pointed out the issue, emphasizing the necessity for the clay bricks to be completely air-dried without haste. The less moisture present, the denser and sturdier the resulting bricks would be. Subsequently, he shared the more intricate method for firing blue bricks with Lewin. The process for blue bricks is slightly more complex, requiring the kiln's ventilation openings to be sealed after the bricks have been thoroughly fired, while water is gradually poured from the top of the kiln downwards. The high temperature will transform the water into steam, creating a reducing atmosphere that alters the iron elements within the bricks, ultimately yielding a bluish-gray hue. The hardness, or resistance, and corrosion resistance of blue bricks far surpass those of red bricks, making them an excellent material for constructing significant edifices. Lewin listened intently, committing these key points to memory. However, you should still focus on red bricks for now. I understand, my lord. Presently, small-scale experimentation can occur here in the castle, but large-scale brick production would contaminate the castle's environment and complicate water sourcing. Merlin planned. instructing Lu In to continue making clay bricks in this location while he sought out Knight Otto to assist in constructing a larger kiln at the training grounds. I have decided to establish the official brick kiln workshop adjacent to the guards' training base. A newly discovered spring in that vicinity ensures a stable water supply, and the presence of military personnel guarantees both technical support and safety. Upon hearing this, Lu In's eyes brightened. With a reliable water source and military protection, this undoubtedly represents the optimal site for establishing the workshop. Very well, I shall make arrangements immediately. Chapter 36. The production of charcoal and cement. Lu In, wait a moment. Merlin called out to Lu In, who was about to turn away. Lu In promptly halted, turning back to await further words from his lord. Merlin suddenly recalled that the creation of brick blocks resembling honeycombs may be significantly influenced by temperature. Utilizing coal would yield a higher temperature and could be employed for firing blue bricks and refractory bricks. However, he did not possess diamond dragons. These majestic creatures were renowned guardians of the Steel Empire, famed alongside the Golden Rose Empire. Like the Golden Rose Empire's golden dragons, which produced vast quantities of gold, the Steel Empire's diamond dragons were known for their coal and diamonds. Additionally, the Steel Empire was home to the dwarven race, the finest artisans. Yet, Merlin currently lacked coal. Nevertheless, charcoal would suffice for brick production. Large-scale firing of bricks and cement necessitates a sustained and high-temperature flame. Ordinary twigs and firewood are inadequate, as they lack the concentrated and stable heat required. These air pockets may well result from unstable temperatures. I shall teach you a method to transform wood into a superior fuel source. Upon hearing that his lord was imparting new knowledge, Lu In's eyes sparkled, and he straightened his posture, his expression becoming intensely focused. My lord, please proceed. The process of making charcoal is not difficult. Merlin picked up a twig and began sketching a diagram in the dirt while explaining in detail. First, find a location with solid soil and dig a circular pit approximately 3 meters in diameter and about 1 meter deep. Next, construct a ventilation opening by digging a sloped tunnel on one side of the pit leading to the bottom, serving as both a vent and ignition point. Then, neatly and tightly stack firewood and twigs upright in the pit until it is completely filled. Afterward, sealing is crucial. Cover the top of the wood pile with damp leaves and grass. Then carefully seal the entire pit opening with wet clay to ensure airtightness, leaving only a few small smoke holes at the reserved ventilation opening and top. Finally, ignite and carbonize. Light the firewood from the ventilation opening. When dense smoke begins to billow from the smoke holes, it indicates that the wood is undergoing incomplete combustion. Allow it to smolder for a period until the smoke lightens and turns blue. Ultimately, seal the kiln. Once the burning is nearly complete, promptly seal the ventilation opening and all smoke holes with earth to isolate it from the air, allowing residual heat to continue acting and cool naturally. After 3 days, open the earthen kiln, and the original wood will have transformed into black, hard charcoal. Merlin concluded that charcoal is far more durable than ordinary firewood, burns at a higher temperature, and is ideally suited to maintain the stable high temperatures required for the brick kiln and future metallurgy. Lu In listened in rapt attention, diligently committing every step to memory, grasping the essence of his lord's every word. My lord, I understand. I shall seek out individuals to conduct experiments immediately. Lu In exclaimed eagerly. Begin with a small kiln to master the nuances of temperature control and sealing timing, Merlin encouraged. As Merlin watched Lu In depart, he fell into deep contemplation. The firing of the bricks had entered a proper rhythm, and it was time to prioritize the production of cement. The principles of making primitive cement are not complex. Crush limestone, send it into a kiln for high-temperature calcination, transforming it into quicklime, which, when mixed with an appropriate amount of water, will react violently, becoming a fine powder of slaked lime. Finally, mix the slaked lime with fine sand and add water to stir, yielding the most rudimentary form of cement, more accurately referred to as Roman cement or natural hydraulic lime. However, there exists a vast chasm between knowing and doing. The most critical hurdle lies in the calcination temperature. Merlin vaguely recalled that the temperature required to calcine limestone must reach approximately 1,500 degrees, nearly akin to the melting point of iron. At this temperature, limestone, calcium carbonate, will completely decompose into active quicklime, calcium oxide. For a smelting desert like Huangshe Town, maintaining such an exorbitantly high temperature is a virtually impossible task. Conventional earthen kilns or brick kilns are rudimentary in structure, possessing poor insulation and rapidly losing heat. Relying on burning wood and charcoal, it would be challenging to attain and maintain this critical temperature over time. It appears that traditional methods are unfeasible, he murmured to himself. his gaze involuntarily drifting toward the direction of the garden shed. There, Faina had crafted horseshoes using magical flames. An idea gradually took shape in his mind. Since conventional kills cannot meet the requirements, perhaps magic is the only solution to forcefully breach the technological barriers. A temporary, crude plan emerged in his thoughts. First, pre-treatment. Gather personnel to crush the extracted limestone into fine fragments using large hammers. Then, for the core calcination, construct a standard kiln and lay the crushed limestone inside. Following that, Faina would directly employ her fire magic to subject these stones to sustained, concentrated high-temperature burning. There is no need to worry about temperature judgment. He merely requires a straightforward criterion, placing a piece of iron alongside. When the adjacent iron block begins to melt, transforming into molten iron, it will indicate that the temperature has met the requirements for calcining limestone. This undoubtedly represents an approach heavily reliant on individual capability, inefficient, and difficult to scale. However, it possesses a decisive advantage. The likelihood of successfully producing cement is significantly high. Merlin was acutely aware that this is merely a stopgap measure. To achieve large-scale cement production, it is imperative to construct kilns capable of consistently reaching high temperatures, such as robust kilns or rotary kilns. This necessitates more advanced refractory materials, more precise kiln designs, and more efficient blowing equipment, all of which are future goals. For now, he must first rely on Faina's strength to take that initial step from nothing to something, to produce the first batch of cement. He aims to demonstrate its immense value to everyone, thereby securing support and resources for subsequent larger industrial construction plans. Step by step, he mused. Merlin took a deep breath, meticulously revisiting the plans swirling in his mind. He resolved that once the brick kiln workshop stabilized, he would immediately initiate the magical cement experiment project. Luna, entangled with the fire dragon horse, grew somewhat impatient. She trotted over to Merlin, who was lost in thought, gently nudging his back with her head and letting out a soft snort, as if voicing her complaints. "What troubles you, my dear Luna?" Merlin, roused from his reverie, turned and tenderly caressed Luna's neck, skillfully smoothing her somewhat disheveled mane, soothing her little emotions. At that moment, the fire dragon horse, carrying Faina, trotted up behind Luna. The girl's hair was tousled by the wind, her cheeks flushed with excitement, yet her large eyes sparkled brighter than ever. "Master," Faina's voice brimmed with joy. "Little Hong is simply amazing. I adore this gift." She gently patted the fire dragon horse's neck, her affection evident. "Little Hong?" Merlin couldn't help but chuckle at the name. Faina nodded vigorously, a hint of bashfulness mixed with pride. "I just named it because it's so red all over." Merlin laughed, observing the majestic dragon blood horse being bestowed such a simple yet endearing name, feeling a delightful contrast. Yet seeing Faina's joy, he nodded, saying, "As long as you like it. It shall be yours from now on. However, this gift is not without cost. I have a very important new task for you." Upon hearing of the significant task, Faina immediately composed herself, gracefully dismounting and standing tall, gazing earnestly at Merlin. "No problem. As long as it is your command, I shall complete it diligently." Chapter 37. The original simple cement and trade routes limestone is quite common, one of the most widely distributed sedimentary rocks in nature, easily found everywhere. Merlin's orders were executed with remarkable efficiency. At the edge of Huangshe Mountain, the extraction of limestone was in full swing. Meanwhile, Merlin stood in the training ground, awaiting the first firing of the earthen kiln. Not only was it the first batch of cement, but also the inaugural batch of red bricks. Rather than a kiln, it resembled a rudimentary, hastily constructed square hut of stone and clay, about 2 people high, with limited internal space. Its structure was exceedingly simple, as its core heat source was not traditional firewood but rather faintest flames. Today marked the first firing of this special earthen kiln. Merlin felt a twinge of anxiety. If the cement were to fail, many of his envisioned construction plans would be severely compromised. "Merlin, is this substance truly as miraculous as you claim? Can it really replace rubber?" Lancelot, standing nearby, could not help but ask again. He remained skeptical of this unheard-of stone powder. Challenging the widely accepted rubber produced by the great elves and favored by the nobility seemed rather fanciful. Merlin shook his head, his gaze unwavering from the earthen kiln. "No, it cannot replace rubber. This is merely an ordinary substance. When solidified, it hardens, but its properties and uses are not entirely comparable to rubber, especially in terms of strength." He shifted his tone, filled with conviction. "However, it possesses an advantage that rubber can never rival. It's abundant and inexpensive. Just look at the limestone covering the mountains. It is an inexhaustible resource. In contrast, rubber production relies on the great elves, requiring a growth cycle and meticulous cultivation. Our cement, once the method is mastered, can be mass-produced. As they spoke, the fierce flames within the kiln gradually diminished. The kiln door was opened from within, and Faina emerged somewhat disheveled, her small face and dress covered in ash, unable to suppress a few dry coughs, yet her eyes shone with unusual brightness. She raised a thick cloth bag in her hand, exclaiming with excitement, "Master, we succeeded. As you instructed, the stones inside have turned to powder." Merlin quickly approached. Accepting the still-warm cloth bag, he cautiously opened the bag, reaching in to grasp a handful. The texture was fine, dry, and warm, with a grayish-white hue. "Is this the cement you spoke of?" Lancelot leaned in, curiously observing the powder resembling ordinary stone, still struggling to believe in its miraculous nature. "We shall have to test it to know for sure." Merlin suppressed his inner excitement, maintaining his composure. He turned to the male servant standing nearby, an old Arthur who had been assigned to look after his outings. Merlin commanded, "Bring over the prepared fine sand and water." Soon, a wooden bucket, clear water, and sifted clean fine sand were ready. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Merlin took it upon himself to proceed. He mixed the cement powder with the fine sand in approximate proportions, then gradually added clear water, vigorously stirring with a wooden stick. Initially, it was merely a pile of loose sand and mud, but as Merlin continued to stir, the mixture gradually became thick and uniform, taking on the texture of a mortar. Merlin scooped a portion of the cement mortar with a wooden spatula, applying it onto a flat stone slab, and then took several stones, using the mortar to bind them together, forming a small stack of bricks. After completing this, he stood upright. "Now, all we need to do is wait. Wait for time to grant it the promised hardness." "Is that all there is to it?" Lancelot gazed at the damp, unremarkable grayish-white mixture, his skepticism deepening. It appeared less sturdy than clay. Merlin brushed the dust from his hands, explaining, "The magic of cement lies in its solidification. This process will take approximately 3 to 5 hours to initially harden, but to achieve maximum strength, it requires even longer. We can return tomorrow to observe the results. Now, let us check on the red bricks and charcoal." The brick kiln was not far away. "Master." Rune rushed forward upon seeing Merlin approach. Merlin inquired, "Can we open the kiln now?" "Yes, we can open it now. However, this batch was fired rather hastily," Rune replied, a hint of anxiety evident as this batch of red bricks was made from the somewhat fragmented charcoal from previous failed experiments. Merlin nodded in acknowledgement. Rune took a deep breath and personally opened the kiln door, a wave of heat rushing forth. He cautiously used iron tongs to extract a red brick. When the brick, with its even color and relatively smooth surface, came into view, Rune's anxious heart finally settled. He struck 2 bricks against each other, producing a crisp sound, signaling that the brick had been well sintered and was robust. He joyfully presented the successful red brick to Merlin. Merlin accepted it, carefully examining its color, tapping to listen to the sound, and testing its hardness, a satisfied smile emerging on his face. "Excellent. Rune, you have done very well. From now on, red bricks should be produced according to this standard. Immediately begin constructing several more brick kilns to fire simultaneously and increase production. If manpower is insufficient, consult the administrator Tom for assistance." "Yes, master," Rune replied, brimming with excitement. Just as Lancelot was about to broach the topic of financial matters, he heard Merlin continue to inquire of Rune, "And the charcoal? How did that turn out?" "Master, over this way." Rune led them to another smaller earthen kiln. Having learned from the first failed experience, he was particularly attentive to sealing and temperature this time. Once opened, the charcoal that emerged was jet black and shiny, with a complete structure and superior quality. Merlin appreciatively patted Rune's shoulder, stating, "Well done. I merely described the process, and you produced it so perfectly. You are truly remarkable." Rune felt immensely flattered, even somewhat anxious. "It is all due to the wisdom of the Lord. Without the knowledge you imparted, I could never have created such a miraculous substance." Merlin smiled, giving Rune's shoulder a hearty pat. Encouraged, Rune promptly performed a formal bow and hurriedly set about arranging the expansion of the brick kiln. At this moment, Lancey finally had the opportunity to voice his concerns. "Merlin, we can no longer recruit indefinitely. In a month, our finances, or rather, our food reserves, will utterly collapse." "Finances? Do I not have 1,000 gold coins in startup capital?" Merlin replied, somewhat perplexed. "It is not a matter of gold," Lancey insisted with urgency. "Here, even with money, there are no channels to exchange for goods. When the copper coins are distributed next month, the 50 members of the guard and the 30 from the workshop will come to us to exchange for food. Where will we find such ample provisions? Even if the wheat fairy bugs increase the yield, That is a matter for the next season. Distant water cannot quench a nearby fire. He counted on his fingers, explaining to Merlin, just the daily supply of eggs and milk for the 50 guards is already a massive expense. The 30 workshop workers also need sustenance. And this does not account for those ordinary subjects who exchange copper coins for food through menial tasks like collecting manure. I believe we urgently need external support. And the most pressing need is to establish a stable trade route to exchange what we have for food and other necessities. As soon as Lancy finished speaking, a pale blue light appeared before Merlin, coalescing into words. As the Lord, a potential food crisis has emerged in the territory. Possessing resources but lacking circulation channels. Please successfully establish a stable trade route. The task reward was a young beast. Merlin fell silent. The trade route mission had indeed arrived. And the reward was a young beast? This was significant, indicating the potential for the territory to tame magical beasts, form special cavalry, or obtain unique outputs. He gazed at the worried Lancy and said solemnly, "You are right, Teacher Lancy. We cannot sit idly by. While internal development is certainly important, external channels are the lifeblood that sustains us." Now equipped with red bricks, cement, saddles, stirrups, and horseshoes, he believed that each of these items, once released into the market, would be fiercely sought after. There is profit to be made, and merchants will swarm like sharks sensing blood. Thus, establishing a trade route would not be difficult. However, the challenge lies in how to establish it. There are too many forbidden items within the territory, such as mithril flax and faena. If exposed, August would undoubtedly not protect him. After much contemplation, the best course of action seemed to be to seek resources from his elder brother and second sister. Although he did not have an extremely close relationship with them in his memories, they were siblings by blood and often provided silent support. Now that he had something valuable, it was only right to share. Chapter 38. Developing discreetly. Rising with momentum the following morning, Merlin eagerly set out with Lancy to the training grounds. Before the lime kiln, the cement had dried and set, firmly binding the stone bricks together. Merlin pressed down hard on the now completely hardened cement block, feeling its rock-solid texture beneath his fingertips. His eyes sparkled with delight as he grasped both ends of the stone, channeling the strength of a budding knight to tug at it, yet it did not budge. "Let me try." Lancy, though primarily responsible for internal affairs, possessed the strength of a root knight. He placed 2 red bricks glued with cement on the ground and kicked them forcefully several times. The connection remained intact. Then, he drew his sword and struck down hard, leaving only a few white scratches on the surface of the cement. "Is this really cement?" Lancy exclaimed, astonished. "Just yesterday, it flowed like milk, and after one night, it has become so hard? With this material, won't our construction speed increase several-fold?" "Precisely," Merlin replied with a confident smile. "What do you think about using cement to open trade routes?" Lancy gazed at the cement block in his hand, his brow furrowing deeper. It was not that the cement was inadequate, but rather, it was too good enough to disrupt the existing market for building materials. He slowly raised his head, his tone serious. "My lord, this substance could indeed open trade routes, but it may also simultaneously open the door to disaster." Lancy's words fell like a cold splash of water on Merlin. "Why is that?" "Nobles constructing houses, especially significant castles, fortresses, and manors, almost exclusively rely on natural rubber produced by rubber trees for adhesives and sealants," Lancy gravely explained. "This entire industry chain, from planting and harvesting to processing and sales, is almost entirely monopolized by the rubber tree family. This means they can dictate prices at will. However, if a cost-effective adhesive like cement emerges, it would undoubtedly threaten the interests of Duke August and his rubber tree family. Duke William, the contemporary head of the rubber tree family, would never allow his cash cow to be replaced. When that time comes, we may face not just commercial competition, but a complete suppression from a grand duchy." He elaborated on this complex political landscape. "Duke William of the rubber tree family is the current patriarch. His duchy, like your father's Rose Duchy, is one of the 4 great duchies dependent on the House of Plantagenet." Finally, he articulated the crux of the issue. "It is well known that Duke William and Duke August have always had a strained relationship." This statement made Merlin instantly comprehend Lancy's concerns. The emergence of cement, with its exceptional adhesion, plasticity, and rock-like hardness, would undoubtedly deliver a disruptive blow to the traditional rubber adhesive market. Once cement begins to circulate on a large scale, it will inevitably challenge the monopoly and immense profits of the rubber tree family. At that point, this would no longer be a simple commercial competition, but rather a political struggle. Merlin pondered for a moment, then looked at Lancy, his eyes not retreating in fear, but shining with a more challenging light. "Teacher Lancy, I understand your worries. However, Precisely because their relationship is fraught, we cannot retreat. If we present them with trivialities, they might dismiss us. But we are offering something that could change the rules of the construction industry. This is no longer merely a commodity, it is power. He rose, his tone resolute. The Rubber Tree family will inevitably see us as a threat, but equally, other factions will recognize its value. How will my father view this? How will the House of Plantagenet respond? What about the other two duchies? What about the border nobles who need to construct sturdy fortifications? We cannot lock away an opportunity that could elevate our territory simply because we fear a potential adversary. Merlin made a decisive resolution. However, one point is true, we cannot confront them head-on. Merlin turned, his eyes sparkling with the insight of a strategist. But why should we aim to seize their most lucrative cake from the outset? He sketched a rudimentary map in the dirt, indicating the distribution of power. Rubber is expensive, primarily used for noble castles, significant fortifications, and wealthy merchants' mansions. So, who manages the vast market of civilian housing, border outposts, less critical walls, waterways, and roads? Markets with thinner profits that rubber does not bother to cover. Lancey contemplated. Typically, traditional glutinous rice mortar, mud, or simply crude stone masonry is employed. The costs are not low, and the results are subpar. Precisely. Merlin snapped his fingers. Our initial target for cement is not to snatch the high-end rubber market, but to carve out a vast new market for ourselves. One that rubber, due to its cost and arrogance, is unwilling to bend to. His thoughts became increasingly clear, and his speech quickened. Cement must be promoted, but the strategy needs adjustment. I will, under the name of Huangshe Town, directly sell finished products to my second sister, Philea Rose. We will make cement our unique specialty, ensuring everyone knows that for solid and rapid construction, they must come to us, Huangshe Town, for cement. We supply from behind, selling under the name of the Meguei family. With the stature of the Meguei family, the market can quickly embrace our offerings, unfettered by the pressure from the Rubber Tree family. Once our cement proves its reliability and affordability through numerous small projects, permeating the kingdom's infrastructure like air and water, it will create a vast chain of benefits and user dependency. Merlin's voice carried a hint of sternness. At that point, it would not be us challenging the Rubber Tree family, but rather them contemplating how to confront us, an unavoidable competitor offering superior quality at lower prices. Even the royal family might actively support us to reduce national infrastructure costs. This is a brilliant strategy of avoiding direct confrontation while encircling the urban centers from the rural areas. Listening to Merlin's grand vision, Lance felt his initial worries gradually transform into excitement. I understand, my lord. We need not sound the battle drums from the outset. We can silently spread our influence. Lance exclaimed, we should first occupy those corners overlooked by the rubber market, establishing a solid reputation and demand at the grassroots level with our affordable prices and exceptional quality. When houses, roads, and canals built with our cement become ubiquitous, this grassroots strength will be far more formidable than any direct confrontation. Precisely, Merlin nodded in approval. Thus, our initial strategy is to develop discreetly and rise with the tide. Upon returning to the castle's study, Merlin retrieved yellowed parchment and a quill. In this world, nobles typically communicated via trained homing pigeons. However, as a nascent border territory, Merlin lacked such sophisticated arrangements and resorted to the most primitive yet reliable method, sending someone to deliver the letters personally. He intended to write to his elder brother, Amon Meguei, and his sister, Philea Meguei. Regarding saddlery, he did not plan to sell finished products directly. The reason was simple. The technical barriers are low, making these items easy to replicate, and once they circulate, their strategic value would quickly diminish. It would be more advantageous to use these designs to strike a more profitable deal with his elder brother Amon, exchanging the schematics for urgently needed skilled labor, craftsmen, scholars, and serfs or refugees. After all, while the laws of the Plantagenet Empire explicitly prohibit nobles from forging weapons, saddlery does not fall within that category, allowing for considerable leeway. Moreover, Merlin intended to inquire with Amon about the possibility of exchanging for a cotton sprite, as the town's daily needs were lacking in terms of clothing and transportation. If unavailable, that was acceptable. Negotiations could ensue. The cement and red bricks were gifts he prepared for his sister Philea. As she excelled in management and social interaction, she was the perfect candidate to handle the marketing of this groundbreaking product that could disrupt the rubber industry. He surmised that this was also her ambition. By leveraging the saddlery to acquire talent and labor from her brother, and subsequently utilizing her network to promote the cement, he envisioned a prosperous trade route. Merlin contemplated. He had numerous methods for wealth accumulation at his disposal, but all hinged on establishing a stable external pathway. He dipped his quill in ink and vividly illustrated the significant enhancement of cavalry combat effectiveness that the new saddlery would bring in his letter to Aemon. He subtly proposed the terms of exchange. He hoped his brother could supply a number of skilled craftsmen, such as blacksmiths and carpenters, as well as a contingent of serfs to bolster the territory. In his letter to Philia, he emphasized the characteristics of the cement and red bricks, enclosing small samples of cement stone, a red brick, and cement powder as samples. He elaborated on their immense potential in the construction market. He suggested that Philia utilize the Megaway family's commercial network for agency sales, with profit sharing. Merlin, with a hint of shamelessness, presented his current list of demands as if they were advances. Given that the current cement production entirely relied on Fena's capabilities, which were substantial, after producing a batch, rest was necessary, rendering large-scale supply to Philia impossible in the short term. Thus, the primary goal was to send out samples and express intentions for cooperation. He believed that with Aemon's military insight and Philia's business acumen, they would undoubtedly recognize the immense value contained within these items. Once the letters and samples were ready, Merlin sought out Otto, who was overseeing the construction of temporary barracks at the training ground. Otto, I have an important matter to entrust to you. Merlin spoke solemnly. Please personally deliver these 2 letters and samples safely to my brother Aemon and sister Philia. Otto accepted the sealed letters and carefully wrapped samples. From Merlin's serious demeanor, he understood the significance of this task. It pertained to the future development of the territory. Should the samples leak en route, it could lead to unnecessary troubles. With the strength of the Ironwood Knights, ensuring the safe delivery was the best choice. No problem, leave it to me, Otto replied decisively. Prepare well and rest today. We shall set off early tomorrow morning, Merlin advised. The clearing of the training ground progressed swiftly. The formerly overgrown wasteland was now transformed into a vast expanse of solid ochre ground, revealing its original form. 50 newly recruited guards had been selected by Otto, and as the camp was still under repair, training had not yet commenced. Instead, under Otto's direction, they focused on clearing weeds. Kate, Otto called out to the bustling crowd. A figure immediately jogged over to Merlin and Otto. Breathless and glistening with sweat, he first respectfully bowed to Merlin, saying, "Greetings, my lord." He then turned to Otto. "Lord Otto." Merlin nodded in acknowledgement. Otto addressed Kate. "Starting tomorrow, I will be away for a few days on the Lord's mission. During this time, you will temporarily lead the team, continue clearing the weeds around the training ground, and expand the usable area. If the clearing is completed before I return, you will follow Rune's guidance to assist in the excavation and construction of the barracks foundation." Upon hearing this, Kate's face instantly registered shock and disbelief. He pointed to himself, his voice trembling. "And me, my lord? Leading the team?" Otto smirked. "What, lacking confidence?" This remark jolted Kate back to reality. He realized that this might be his only opportunity to stand out in his life. Suppressing his inner fear, he straightened his back and shouted with all his might, reporting, "My lord, I guarantee the completion of the task." "Good, that is the spirit." Otto clapped Kate's shoulder heartily. "Go on, return to work." After Kate bowed excitedly and returned to his duties, Merlin turned to Otto with a hint of curiosity. "It seems you have taken quite a liking to this young man." Otto nodded, quietly recounting how Kate had cleverly led the serfs to safety during the incident in the mangrove forest, and how he had stepped forward to calm the others during their panic. After listening, Merlin's face displayed a look of realization and admiration, chuckling, "I see." Maintaining composure in a crisis and being able to reassure others afterward, he truly is a person of potential. It seems we have inadvertently discovered a fine talent. The two continued their conversation for a while, and after Otto finished assigning tasks for his absence, he returned to the castle. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Otto meticulously checked his gear, fed his warhorse, and securely strapped the letters and samples to the saddle. Otto nodded at Merlin and then mounted his horse. With a squeeze of the horse's belly, he vanished into the morning mist along the road leading outward. Watching Otto's receding figure, Merlin murmured, "Please ensure your safety." The development of Huangshi town largely hinges on the outcome of this journey. Chapter 40. The compound bow and the anomalous rose. The territory of Merlin lies in the most remote region of the Duchy of Megaway. Even Otto, riding a top-tier warhorse and traveling 1,000 miles a day, would require at least 2 to 3 days to return to the core lands of the Rose family. After Otto's departure, Merlin did not remain idle. At this moment, he stood in the training ground of the castle, holding a uniquely designed iron bow. This bow was unlike any commonly seen on the continent. It featured compact metal pulleys at both ends, the structure appearing exceptionally intricate. Observing its craftsmanship, Merlin effortlessly drew the bowstring back with the power of his arms. thanks to the pulley system's mechanical advantage. The force required to draw this compound bow was significantly less than that of a traditional bow. He aimed at an old leather armor hanging 10 meters away. Whoosh! The arrow was released with a sharp sound, darting forth at a velocity far exceeding that of ordinary arrows. Thud! The arrow pierced through the leather armor, continuing its momentum to embed itself in a nearby stack of hay, quivering violently. Standing nearby, Fei Na's eyes widened in admiration as she gazed at Merlin. This innovative bow had been crafted with her assistance throughout the morning in the workshop. She was astonished by its formidable power. Indeed, a satisfied smile graced Merlin's face. This compound bow, based on the principles of the pulley system, represented a significant advancement in an era that overlooked weapon development. It appeared that his memories had not failed him. Merlin realized that his recollection had remarkably improved. He could recall details with just a moment's thought. This compound bow possessed numerous advantages over traditional bows. It required much less effort to draw, and once the draw reached a certain threshold due to its cam design, the force significantly decreased, allowing it to be held at full draw with minimal exertion. Its range surpassed that of conventional bows by 50 to 100%, exhibiting exceptional penetration power, as demonstrated earlier. Furthermore, compared to the longbows necessary to achieve equivalent power, the compact size of the compound bow made it far more portable, especially useful in wooded areas or when mounted. Its compact form and stable performance made it particularly suitable for cavalry, greatly enhancing their long-range strike capabilities and effectiveness in jungle hunting. This was precisely what Merlin required. For Merlin, whose resources were currently limited, the significance of this compound bow even temporarily surpassed that of gunpowder, which was still in the conceptual stage. It would enable him to cultivate more potent archers with lesser training costs. Given the current resources, the gains from a mature compound bow far outweighed those of an immature firearm. Developing firearms would require the guard to become proficient, a process that would be lengthy and fraught with risks such as inaccuracy and barrel explosions. Merlin had no interest in commencing development with firearms. He preferred to wait until the technology matured before gradually embarking on production. At present, the compound bow perfectly aligned with the needs of his territory. With it, the guard's long-range firepower would ascend to a new echelon. Gently caressing the cold bow, Merlin remarked to Fei Na that they needed to find ways to optimize the manufacturing process, seeking to replace some iron components with more readily available materials in hopes of rapid equipping. Gazing at this epic-defying weapon, his confidence in the military development of his territory deepened. Technology would forever remain his strongest ally. Just as Merlin reveled in the success of the compound bow, the elderly Arthur hastily approached him, exclaiming, "My lord, there is trouble. The rose spirit insect is exhibiting anomalies." Merlin's elation was swiftly overshadowed by Arthur's words. He calmly inquired, "What has transpired?" A troubling thought flickered in his mind, sensing an unease within. Could there have been an issue with the magic crystal of the Ashen Wolf? Merlin's expression turned grave. Arthur hurriedly continued, "In the rose garden, vast swathes of roses have turned to ashes, with only a few remaining alive. Moreover, the symbiotic roses of the rose spirit insects are tightly closed, unresponsive to our calls." Upon hearing this, Merlin's expression shifted dramatically as he set down the compound bow and sprinted toward the rose garden. Upon entering, the sight before him weighed heavily on his heart. The once vibrant rose bushes had turned to charred ashes, with only a small patch of symbiotic roses at the center barely surviving, appearing listless. The flower bud housing the rose spirit insect remained firmly shut, devoid of life. A wave of sorrow and profound guilt washed over Merlin as he lamented his reckless experimentation. Had he known, he would have refrained from such hasty endeavors. Truly, the saying holds, it is not fear of the wicked but the folly of the foolish that brings calamity. Merlin felt himself to be that fool, having let success cloud his judgment and forsake the necessary caution. "My lord, what shall we do now?" Arthur asked anxiously. Merlin's countenance darkened, yet he forced himself to remain composed. There are no other options. The spirit insects are intrinsically linked to their symbiotic plants. As long as the bud still exists, it indicates that it may not be dead, but rather protecting itself in a manner we do not comprehend. We must strive to maintain the status quo, apply more fertilizer, water diligently, and leave the rest to fate. He gently touched the tightly closed symbiotic flower bud, feeling an unusual warmth emanating from it. Merlin quickly withdrew his hand, uncertain whether this abnormal temperature signified fortune or misfortune. "Let us investigate the conditions of the other spirit insects," Merlin said solemnly, needing to ascertain whether this was an isolated incident or a widespread crisis. He first ventured to the flax field, not far from the castle. The scene here contrasted starkly with the desolation of the rose garden. The symbiotic flax had fully assimilated, gleaming with a metallic silver sheen under the sunlight. This suggested a substantial increase in the likelihood of yielding mithril flax in the future. Not every plant could produce potions. The quantity and quality depended heavily on the condition of the small sprites, and it was evident that the flax spirit insect was thriving. The entire flax field had expanded significantly, its growth vigorous. Merlin exchanged pleasantries with the healthy and lively spirit insect, momentarily soothing his restless heart. Subsequently, he proceeded to the wheat field. Oldwood had relocated his home nearby to care for the wheat spirit insect. He was currently busy weeding and had not noticed Merlin's arrival. "Uncle Wood," Merlin called out. Upon hearing his name, Oldwood looked up, and upon seeing his lord, hurriedly set down his tools and approached. "My lord," Oldwood greeted excitedly. Merlin nodded in acknowledgement. "I came to check on the wheat spirit insect." "The wheat spirit insect is doing splendidly. Just look," Oldwood said, pointing to a particularly robust ear of wheat. Merlin observed the wheat spirit insect lazily basking on the golden ear, exuding an aura of tranquility. He chose not to disturb it. "How has the wheat been growing lately?" Merlin inquired. Drawing upon his years of experience, Oldwood replied, "Very well, my lord. Thanks to the compost you suggested. The soil is rich, and combined with the nourishment from the wheat spirit insect, this batch of wheat is growing exceptionally fast. I estimate it will be ready for harvest in about half a month." Merlin nodded, feeling somewhat reassured. After advising Oldwood to enhance the care of the crops, he turned to head toward the redwoods to check on the condition of the last ironwood spirit insect. This series of inspections left Merlin's emotions oscillating like a roller coaster. The unforeseen issue with the rose spirit insect served as a wake-up call. He realized how little he understood about these natural sprites, and any impulsive action could yield unpredictable consequences. One must proceed with greater caution while swiftly uncovering the true cause of the anomalies in the Maigyuan. Chapter 41, Declaration, to abandon nothing, to give up nothing. The crafting of composite bows, the firing of cement, the mass production of red bricks, and the meticulous care for the spirit insects kept one occupied. And soon a week had passed. Under the guidance of Luan, the construction of the training ground progressed steadily. Merlin even allowed him to attempt the construction of a 2-story brick house, a sturdy structure that left all the guards in awe. That morning, Merlin sat somewhat distracted at breakfast. A male servant hurriedly approached old Arthur and whispered a few words. Old Arthur then turned to Merlin, a smile gracing his face. "My lord, Lord Otto has returned and is waiting outside the castle." Merlin's eyes lit up as he set down his utensils. He had been somewhat restless these days, waiting for news and concerning the matter of the rose spirit insects, and now he finally awaited a resolution. "Please let Master Otto in." "Good morning, my lord." Otto entered the dining hall, appearing dusty from travel, yet his spirits seemed relatively high. "Master Otto, you must be exhausted from your journey. Please, come in and sit down to discuss." "Mr. Arthur, could you please have the kitchen prepare some more bread and milk?" "Of course, my lord." Merlin personally poured a glass of warm water for Otto. Once Otto quenched his thirst, Merlin eagerly inquired, "Master Otto, have the letters been delivered to my elder brother and second sister? What did they say after reading them?" "All have been delivered. Here are their replies." Otto retrieved 2 sealed envelopes from his satchel and handed them to Merlin, adding, "Prince Aemon asked me to return first, stating he would arrange a time to come as soon as possible. Miss Philia conveyed similar sentiments. She will also come personally." Merlin took the letters, first unsealing his brother Aemon's correspondence. The contents were brief. Aemon expressed great interest in the new saddlery and intended to visit Huangshitown to discuss matters and check on his younger brother. Regarding Merlin's proposal to exchange talent and serfs, Aemon indicated that these were no issue at all. However, concerning the request for spirit insects, Aemon tactfully stated that he was currently unable to assist. He explained that most spirit insects in their family were managed by Victoria, and the cotton spirit insects Merlin mentioned were indeed in her possession. Yet, to compensate, he offered to bring more wool-producing sheep. The letter contained little pertinent information. Most of it was filled with concern and advice for Merlin, which filled him with a long-forgotten warmth. After reading Aemon's letter, Merlin opened the correspondence from his sister Philia. The content mirrored that of her brothers, brimming with care but also abundant in inquiries. Philia focused on how the cement and red bricks were developed. Merlin smirked slightly, realizing he needed to concoct a reasonable excuse to address his sister's questioning. As for the trade routes, Philia assured him she would take care of it, emphasizing that if Merlin could indeed provide bulk cement, establishing trade routes would be no trouble at all. However, without the cement, she warned, he would be in dire straits. Reading this, Merlin couldn't help but chuckle. He had grown accustomed to such a blend of concern and threat from Philia, who would never utter words of affection lightly. Setting the letters aside, Merlin felt elated. He produced the meticulously crafted composite bow and presented it to Otto. Master Otto, this is a gift for you. Otto, while enjoying his meal, was immediately captivated by the unique longbow. Merlin, what is this? I call it a composite bow. You may regard it as an entirely new type of bow and arrow, Merlin explained. Otto, feeling the iron frame, could hardly contain his excitement as he rushed to the courtyard to test it. He effortlessly drew the bow, astonished by the ease provided by the pulleys. The arrow flew forth with power far exceeding his expectations. How is it? Not bad, right? Merlin asked with a smile. You are truly a genius, Merlin. Did you create this? Otto exclaimed, fondly caressing the bow and showering praise upon Merlin. The latter felt a swell of pride. Otto surely recognized the ingenuity behind it. Lance lacked such brilliance, or he would have unveiled it long ago. I absolutely adore this gift. Thank you. Otto expressed sincerely. You deserve it. After presenting the composite bow to Otto, Merlin's next task was to await the arrival of Philia and Aemon. He knew that Aemon would take his time, meticulously ensuring all matters were resolved before coming. Meanwhile, Philia was a woman of decisive action. She could well be en route already. It would not be long before they arrived. 2 days later, the training ground and camp were in preliminary construction. With a row of red brick houses standing at the center of the site, there were at least 10 rooms, each designed with a heated bed reminiscent of the northeastern regions of his past life. Even in winter, they would no longer need to fear the cold. Merlin observed the neat arrangement, nodding to himself. He could clearly sense the rejuvenated spirit of the individuals there. Abundant food had liberated them from their previous gauntness, and a clear future goal had brightened their eyes, replaced by a spark of hope. Comrades, Merlin called out as he stepped forward, raising his voice. The unfamiliar address caused the soldiers to momentarily pause, but they soon straightened their backs. Your presence here signifies a farewell to past disorganization, as you embrace the responsibility and glory of protecting your homeland and its people. I, Merlin Meguay, Lord of Huangshitown, present to you today our first lesson, to abandon nothing, to give up nothing. On the training ground, when a comrade's steps grow heavy, lend a hand and shout encouragement. That is to abandon nothing. When your stamina nears its limit, grit your teeth and urge yourself to push another 100 meters. That is to give up nothing. To abandon nothing is a promise of life and death shared among comrades, a belief that collective honor surpasses all else. To give up nothing is the unyielding spirit that faces adversity with determination, relentlessly pursuing objectives. This spirit is not a mere slogan. It is a conviction that you must embody in every endeavor. It will remind us that in the barracks, there are no solitary warriors, only a united collective moving forward together. In growth, there are no insurmountable obstacles, only retreats born of unwillingness to persevere. Comrades, rules are constraints, but also protections. Adherence is a trial, yet also a refinement. From this day forth, let us ingrain obedience to orders and respect for command into our very bones, weaving the ethos of abandoning nothing and giving up nothing into our bloodlines. Let us incorporate this ethos into every training session and every task, bearing the mission and safeguarding our glory and homeland with the resilience of unyielding camaraderie. Merlin's declaration injected a surge of enthusiasm among the crowd. They exchanged glances, and an invisible force seemed to bind them together into an indissoluble collective. Unbeknownst to anyone, one individual, moved by the fervent emotion, raised their arms and shouted with all their might, "Abandon nothing, give up nothing." In quick succession, more voices joined in. "Abandon nothing, give up nothing." The chant transformed from a chaotic murmur into a unified roar, growing louder with each repetition, a crescendo of determination. Chapter 42, The Caravan and the Young Rock-Armored Pig. Otto, observing from the sidelines, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He gazed at this assembly of young men, once mere farmers and even serfs. Witnessing the flames of passion igniting in their eyes and hearing their thunderous shouts, he felt an unbidden flicker of fear welling up from deep within his soul. Despite being a seasoned warrior and a formidable ironwood knight, having faced fierce beasts without flinching, he now felt an inexplicable trepidation in the presence of these new recruits, who might not even be able to hold a weapon steady. He had never encountered such a formidable assembly before. Even when confronted by the well-equipped and valiant knightly escort under Duke Aegizid, he could only feel awe and longing, never experiencing the chilling sensation akin to facing a celestial adversary. He vaguely sensed that this feeling did not stem from the strength of individual power, but rather from a fundamental difference in the nature of will. Merlin instilled in these soldiers not merely loyalty to their lord, but a terrifying belief that transcended individual life and death, placing the collective will above all else. When 50, 500, or even 5,000 individuals are armed with such conviction, fearless and united, what formidable power would they wield? Otto gazed at Merlin, who stood tall at the forefront of the ranks, and for the first time, recognized clearly that this young lord was creating something unprecedented. What he forged might not just be an army, but a genuine war machine, or rather, a titan with a shared soul. Merlin, moved by the emotions of his guards, suddenly beheld blue light before him, coalescing into words. Task completed. Reward, juvenile Yanjiazu. Merlin raised an eyebrow. Task completed? Has the trade route been opened? Could it be that Philia has arrived? Merlin nodded towards Otto, who immediately understood and stepped forward to speak. Meanwhile, Merlin hurried off to ascertain the situation. 3 days prior, a sizable merchant caravan had embarked from the prosperous Maigabeo, heading towards the remote Huangshizhen. The convoy comprised 20 individuals, including 6 root knights and 4 ironwood knights, safeguarding several carts laden with supplies, highlighting the significance their master placed on this journey. Leading the procession was a striking young noblewoman, Merlin's second sister, Philia Meguwe. She rode a magnificent black warhorse with white hooves, a creature reminiscent of Merlin's Luna, yet larger and more robust, its limbs sturdier and muscles more fluid, evidently of superior lineage. As the caravan reached the boundaries of Huangshi, a group of Yanjiazu obstructed their path. These low-tier magical beasts, with their coarse hides and thick flesh, were unperturbedly rooting in the dirt and nibbling on the grass. Philia raised an eyebrow, calmly gesturing for her guards to clear the way. For a party boasting 10 formal knights, dealing with these Yanjiazu was a trivial matter. The skirmish quickly concluded, with most of the beasts either driven away or slain. Just then, 3 round, juvenile Yanjiazu, barely covered with a thin layer of stone armor, obliviously waddled towards Philia's horse. They appeared adorably reckless. Observing this, a nearby knight immediately raised his sword, ready to eliminate these nuisances. Wait, Philia called out, her interest piqued as she scrutinized the 3 oblivious little creatures. A smile crept upon her lips as she instructed, catch them gently, don't harm them. Let this serve as a gift for my younger brother. A knight obeyed promptly, deftly binding the legs of the 3 juvenile Yanjiazu with rope and tossing them into the corner of the supply cart. The cart soon echoed with their distressed grunts. With this minor incident resolved, the caravan resumed its journey. Philia, riding atop her horse, surveyed the landscape of Huangshi territory. To be fair, the natural scenery was quite pleasant, with rolling hills and lush forests. However, what alarmed her was her acute perception, which had captured traces of magical beast activity more than once along the way. Although most of them concealed themselves deep within the thickets and did not launch any attacks, their density far exceeded that of any region in the Meguwe Duchy. Why would Aaguzid assign this territory to his younger brother? It was no wonder that no merchant caravans were willing to come here. Philia understood. With the proliferation of magical beasts, transportation costs and risks were exceedingly high. It was indeed a stroke of luck for Merlin to reach this place unharmed. Upon finally arriving at their destination, Huangshizhen, Philia surveyed the scene before her, her brow furrowing slightly. The conditions here were worse than she had anticipated. The road at the entrance to the town was a mire, clearly the result of recent rains. Most of the dwellings appeared to be constructed of dirt and thatch, low and dilapidated. In stark contrast to the stone and fine wood architecture of Maigabeo, this was a world apart. The only aspect that brought her some comfort was that, despite the simplicity of the streets, they were quite clean, devoid of litter and waste, reflecting an order maintained even amidst poverty. The arrival of the caravan immediately captured the attention of the townsfolk. Some bold children and serfs peeked from their thatched huts, curiously and cautiously observing the well-appointed convoy and the noblewoman atop the grand steed. They whispered among themselves, speculating about the purpose of this prominent figure's visit to their remote village. Philia reined in her horse, her gaze sweeping over the barren land, ultimately settling on the distant castle that still resembled something respectable. That must be Merlin's residence. She sighed softly, gaining a more intuitive understanding of her brother's circumstances. Simultaneously, her curiosity deepened regarding the peculiar items Merlin had been researching in such an environment. She urged her horse forward, slowly heading towards the castle. Some of the townsfolk, upon spotting the unfamiliar convoy from afar, quickly dashed towards the castle to deliver the news. My lord, there are townsfolk reporting a caravan of strangers approaching the castle. By their demeanor, it is likely that Miss Philia has arrived. Indeed, Merlin bore a knowing expression. Mr. Yass, please summon Teacher Lancy. We must go out to greet her ourselves. Shortly thereafter, Lancey arrived on horseback and met Merlin at the castle gates. Oh, Merlin, you move swiftly. Has Miss Philia already brought the caravan here? Merlin was uncertain of the specifics and felt it best to gauge Philia's attitude first. The two rode towards the town's entrance to meet her. Meanwhile, old Yas took charge within the castle. Lula, immediately gather the best desserts and tea. Prepare both the Ashes wolf meat and Yanjiaza meat. We cannot be negligent with Miss Philia's arrival. The head maid Lula promptly nodded and hurriedly began preparations with the other maids. At the entrance of Huangshizhen, a convoy of 7 or 8 carts was slowly making its way towards the castle. Philia took the lead, riding her magnificent steed, Wuyun Takshu, to a halt before Merlin. Philia bore a 5-part resemblance to Merlin, though her features were more rugged and not as handsome. Her sleek brown hair and sun-kissed skin, a result of her constant training, exuded healthiness. The fitted riding attire accentuated her powerful physique, with pronounced muscle lines. She even towered over Merlin by half a head, possessing not only impressive skills as a route knight, but also a sharp business acumen and keen insight. My dear brother, Philia dismounted gracefully, a teasing smile gracing her lips as she approached Merlin and playfully pinched his cheek. You still look so frail. Have you not been able to fill your belly here? Philia waved her hand casually, then looked Merlin up and down, a flicker of confusion in her eyes. But Merlin, I can't help feeling you seem a bit different somehow. Merlin's heart gave a jolt. Huh, do I? Not good. Did she figure it out this quickly? Philia stroked her chin. Thoughtful. Seems leaving that oppressive family environment has let your true nature come out. Not bad. You look much more like a proper lord now. Haha. Merlin gave a dry laugh and quickly changed the subject. Let's not stand here talking. You must be exhausted from the journey. Let's head back to the castle and rest. No hurry. Philia waved her hand again and signaled to a retainer knight behind her. I brought you a little gift. A retainer knight immediately stepped forward carrying 3 young rock armor boars. Their legs tied, struggling and squealing furiously. Lance stepped up and took 2 of them, while Merlin curiously picked up the third. Strangely, the little boar, which had been squirming, quieted down as soon as it was in Merlin's arms. It sniffed a few times towards Merlin's chest, as if catching a familiar and comforting scent, and gradually grew still, emitting faint, almost cooing grunts instead of struggling. Merlin subconsciously touched the rock armor boar magic crystal hidden inside his clothes, feeling a sense of wonder. Could it be? Is this cub actually the wild boar king's offspring? Philia also noticed this unusual behavior and found it odd, but she didn't dwell on it. Seems this little fellow has taken a liking to you, she simply said. You didn't catch these on the way here, did you? Does the method matter? It's the thought that counts. So, do you like it or not? You're as shrewd as ever. Under Philia's dangerously amused gaze, Merlin's voice trailed off. I like it. Of course I like it. Gifts from my second sister are always the best. Merlin hurriedly added. Let's go. Philia remounted her horse, her tone turning serious. Now, take me to see this cement you boasted about so extravagantly in your letter. If it's not as miraculous as you claimed, you'd better watch your backside, my dear brother. Of course. I wouldn't have written to you if it wasn't the real deal. I never lie, Merlin responded confidently, then led the carriage train towards the training grounds and the new workshop area. From a distance, Philia could see the row of conspicuous red brick buildings, and further off, the brick kiln emitting faint wisps of bluish smoke. A flash of surprise crossed her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. So you haven't been idle after all. Are those the kilns for firing the red bricks? Philia asked, her tone losing some of its teasing edge, gaining a more appraising quality. Exactly. We fire these from clay, at an extremely low cost. While they may not be as sturdy as quarried stone, Merlin pointed at the row of barracks. The speed of making bricks far outpaces quarrying, and it drastically reduces the need for manpower and materials. Quarrying stone from the mountains requires skilled masons and a great many serfs for transport, plus the labor to shape the stones, all significant costs. When they reached the center of the workshop area, Rune was busy directing the craftsmen. Seeing Merlin, he immediately came forward. My lord, your timing is perfect. Following your instructions to refine the process, the first batch of gray bricks and the special fire-resistant bricks for kiln lining are ready for inspection from the kiln today. Excellent, Rune. This is my sister, Lady Philia Rose. She's here to observe the production of red bricks and cement. She will be opening up trade routes for Yellow Rock Town in the future, Merlin introduced. Merlin, I must remind you, until I see the promised results with my own eyes, our agreement can be voided at any time. Philia, you're still so calculating. Can't you change? That's business, darling. As your sister, I adore you. If you asked for my help as a brother, I'd give it unconditionally. But what we're discussing now is business. Merlin decided to ignore her. Rune hurriedly bowed to Philia. Philia's attention, however, was already captured by several objects placed on a nearby empty patch of ground. There were several blocks of red bricks bonded together by a gray substance, forming a solid brick stack. Next to it was a flat, gray slab. Are these the products made with cement? Philia walked over and tapped the brick stack lightly with her riding crop, producing a solid, dull thud. She nudged it with the toe of her boot, but the joints between the bricks didn't budge. Looking sturdy isn't enough, Philia said, then gestured to one of the ironwood knights behind her. Hank, test its strength. The knight named Hank stepped forward. He drew his longsword, channeled his combat aura, let out a low shout, and swung it hard at the brick stack. Clang. A sharp sound rang out, sparks flying. Philia looked closely. A corner of the brick stack had been cleanly sheared off, the cut surface smooth. The knight's sword vibrated faintly with a hum. Hank sheathed his sword, an expression of disbelief on his face. He addressed Philia respectfully. My lady, the hardness of this binder is extraordinary, far exceeding any mortar we commonly use. It even rivals the cheap rubber sold to us by the Duchy of Rubber. Moreover, the bricks themselves are quite hard, certainly more than adequate for building houses. A gleam flashed in Philia's eyes. She crouched down personally to examine the texture of the cement and the smooth cement slab. She had a retainer fetch water and poured it on the slab. The water ran off quickly, leaving no sign of softening. How long does it take to set? Is it water resistant? How long can it be stored? She fired off several key questions in succession. Merlin remained silent, so Rune hastily replied, My lady, initial setting takes 3 to 5 hours. Full strength is achieved in about 2 to 3 days. It is water resistant. In fact, contact with water after setting makes it even stronger. If stored properly, it can last for 10, even several decades without issue. Just then, good news also came from the brick kiln area. The first batches of gray bricks and fire-resistant bricks had been successfully fired. The newly fired gray bricks had a bluish-gray hue and a fine texture, producing a clear, ringing sound when tapped. The fire-resistant bricks were darker in color and appeared even more dense. Philia picked up a gray brick and a red brick for comparison, then looked again at the solid cement-bonded stack. She fell silent for a moment. She looked up at Merlin, and a genuinely approving smile finally spread across her face. It dispelled the earlier hints of mockery, shining with a bright warmth. My dear brother, Philia slung an arm around Merlin's shoulders, not lightly. It seems you weren't boasting. How did you make these new things? Do you realize you've practically stumbled upon a gold mine? Chapter 44, Frankness and Production Capacity. Humph. That's called intelligence, Philia. Something you wouldn't understand. Philia wasn't offended, chuckling lightly. It's enough that my dear brother understands. My job is simply to realize the value it inherently possesses. Now you remember I'm your brother, Merlin muttered under his breath. Philia's eyes gleamed with shrewdness. This is fantastic. If we told August, he'd never believe you invented it. Cost. Tell me the real cost of mass production. Very low, Merlin answered confidently with a smile. The main raw materials are limestone and clay, found all over the hills. Fuel can be charcoal we produce ourselves. The biggest costs are labor and time. Build more kilns, produce more. And the process isn't particularly difficult. Splendid. Philia snapped her fingers. Merlin, we need to have a serious talk. The business model, pricing. We must secure the market firmly before Duke William catches on. She looked at Merlin, her eyes blazing. You provide the technology and the products. I'll handle sales and clearing all obstacles. We can discuss profits in detail. But I promise you, Yellow Rock Town will never have to worry about food or supplies again. Watching his second sister instantly switch into Merchant Queen mode, a concern surfaced in Merlin's mind. What about the Duchy of Rubber? Won't there be a problem? His worry wasn't unfounded. This was the lifeblood industry of the Duchy of Rubber. My dear brother, you've hit upon the crucial point. She motioned for her retinue to step back and lowered her voice, saying, Of course, there will be issues with Duke William. But the concern lies not in whether we sell, but in how we sell. Listen, a glimmer of shrewdness sparkled in Philia's eyes. The Xiangjiao family monopolizes the high-end market, including royal projects, grand noble castles, and significant military fortifications. These ventures are highly profitable. We shall refrain from touching them for the time being, as they are beyond our reach. We must target the markets they disdain, the renovation of small noble estates, the expansion of border outposts, the infrastructure of towns, and warehouses of merchants. While each project yields modest profits, the sheer volume is substantial. The price of rubber is exorbitant. And Duke William claims the yield of Xiangjiao is minimal. They have no interest in this low-end business. She leaned closer to Merlin, her voice dropping further. Moreover, I have already devised a narrative. I will publicly assert that this is a low-cost building adhesive, specifically developed for clients with limited budgets. It will never rival the esteemed rubber products, merely serving as an alternative for the impoverished. Philia straightened up, revealing a cunning smile. A figure of Duke William's stature would hardly wish to overtly suppress a choice for the poor, would he? That would be beneath his dignity. More importantly, my father has long been displeased with Duke William's monopoly. Our actions align perfectly with his interests. As long as we do not openly challenge Duke William's authority, August will surely support us behind the scenes. Once our cement saturates every corner of the kingdom, and when everyone becomes accustomed to its use. Philia gently patted the cement slab. It will not be us seeking the market's acceptance, but rather the market becoming reliant on us. Merlin smiled knowingly. This idea coincided with his thoughts. Philia, you are indeed as astute as ever. I understand. Then, let us cooperate harmoniously, my clever sister. Harmonious cooperation, my intelligent brother. Philia extended her hand. Now, let us discuss the quantity and price of the first batch. Your brick kiln should be operating at full capacity. Merlin quickly calculated in his mind. Working from dawn till dusk, taking 1 day off a week, relying solely on manual labor, yet with clear divisions of labor. 20 individuals. 5 brick kilns, each kiln capable of producing around 2,000 qualified bricks at a time, meaning that 5 kilns could yield nearly 7,500 red bricks weekly. Approximately 60 to 70 bricks are needed for 1 square meter of wall, suggesting that the weekly brick output is sufficient to construct the walls of a house of about 100 square meters. This production rate is quite impressive for a nascent territory. Furthermore, once Philia's trade routes stabilize, he can exchange the red bricks for urgently needed food and supplies, thereby recruiting more personnel, expanding production, and forming a virtuous cycle. As for cement, the current bottleneck lies with Faina. However, Merlin has already envisioned a solution: newly fired refractory bricks combined with high-quality charcoal made from ironwood. Theoretically, this could construct a kiln capable of maintaining a high temperature of 500 degrees Celsius. At that point, with Faina guiding the flames at critical stages, large-scale cement production may become feasible. Scaling up production capacity is not an unattainable dream. With this in mind, Merlin gained confidence, though a hint of awkwardness remained on his face. He turned to Philia, speaking candidly. Sister, the situation is as follows. Regarding red bricks, we currently have 5 kilns, and if they operate at full capacity, they can reliably provide approximately 7,000 to 8,000 bricks weekly. This quantity will support our own construction while allowing us to allocate a portion for trade. Merlin suddenly shifted the conversation. However, cement is still in a more refined trial production phase, so the output is very limited for the time being. We may only be able to provide a sample quantity for demonstration to your most important clients. He skillfully omitted the core factor of Faina, continuing, however, I can assure you that as long as your trade routes are firmly established, bringing us stable supplies, I can swiftly expand production capacity. When that time comes, whether it is red bricks or cement, the output will surely satisfy you. Merlin gazed earnestly and confidently into Philia's eyes. Thus, in the initial stages, it may require your extra effort to introduce red bricks and cement samples to the market. As long as you establish this lifeline of trade, the rest shall be entrusted to me. I promise to provide you with a satisfactory answer and a continuous supply of goods in no time. Philia crossed her arms. Well aware of the situation in Merlin's territory, the current output was already quite commendable. Moreover, she was not merely focused on the present production, but also on its future potential. Philia took a delicate piece of parchment and a quill from her retainer, preparing to record. Now, let us discuss the most critical matters. First, the pricing. Do you have a figure in mind? Chapter 45. Profit sharing. Merlin led Philia to a sturdy temporary workshop constructed from red bricks and cement. It was quiet here, suitable for serious discussions. Since you recognize the value of the goods, let us proceed to discuss price and profit sharing. Merlin stated directly. Philia immediately engaged, of course. Let us set the price first. Tell me, what is your valuation of the red bricks and cement? Merlin had clearly prepared for this moment and replied calmly. For red bricks, we will not benchmark against any existing building materials. Their greatest advantages are affordability and rapid production. They are sturdier than earthen bricks and cheaper than quarried stone. My proposal is 1 copper coin per brick. At this price, even an ordinary freeman can save enough to build a house with bricks rather than living a lifetime in mud and thatch. Philia's mental arithmetic was swift. She instantly grasped the immense potential. A small house requires thousands to tens of thousands of bricks, translating to a business worth thousands to tens of thousands of copper coins or dozens to hundreds of silver coins, and the demand is virtually limitless. Agreed. This price is quite impactful. She nodded in agreement, then inquired, and what of the cement? Merlin continued. Duke William sells us the most inferior rubber at the price of 1 silver coin per pound, approximately 45 kilograms. However, our cement offers exceptional value for money, and the price must be even more disruptive. I suggest 20 copper coins per kilogram. He elaborated on the calculations. 1 silver coin equals 100 copper coins. Therefore, for the same expenditure of 1 silver coin, a customer can acquire merely 1 pound of inferior rubber, while our product allows them to obtain 5 kilograms of premium cement. This cost-effectiveness is overwhelming, compelling all budget-conscious yet quality-seeking customers to choose us without hesitation. This was still a product only small nobles could afford. While commoners could only use mud mixed with clay, they had no choice before, but now. A spark flickered in Philia's eyes. She understood all too well the storm this pricing would unleash in the market. This was not merely business. It was akin to wielding a weapon of pricing to conquer territories. I tentatively agree with the price. It is indeed aggressive. Philia nodded, then posed the most crucial question. Now, how will the profits be divided? I will handle all the connections, establish the sales network, and bear the transportation and risks, while you focus solely on production. The negotiation entered its most critical and contentious phase. Philia leaned slightly forward, exuding a sisterly pressure that was half joking, half serious. I am your sister, and contributing so significantly. I should take 70% and you 30%. That seems reasonable, does it not? Merlin had anticipated this and did not relent, smiling as he replied, Philia, you often remind me that there is no kinship in business. But if we are to play the family card, as the elder sister, you should take more care of your younger brother. Moreover, I hold the core technology, raw materials, and production, which are unique to me. I believe a 60-40 split would be fair, with you taking the lesser share. Ah, young Merlin, have you grown wings? Philia raised an eyebrow. Without my sales channels, your bricks and cement would merely rot in Huanshe town. A 60-40 split is unacceptable. It must be 50-50. This is the baseline. We shall each take half, sharing the risks and reaping the rewards together. Merlin understood that a 50-50 arrangement was a relatively fair and motivating proposal. Yet, he feigned hesitation for a moment, pretending to struggle, before finally exhaling a reluctant sigh. Very well, but I have a few conditions. What conditions? She inquired. I cannot accept anything too difficult. First, I require the temporary loan of a time moon night. The duration will not be lengthy. Philia nodded in agreement, finding this condition rather trivial. Second, do not disclose to others that these goods are produced by me. As you have seen, my defensive capabilities are limited. The guard team has just been established, and you learned of my presence from the local vassals. Surely, you wouldn't want your dear brother to be assassinated so soon, would you? Of course. Even if you remain silent, I will keep you hidden safely. In her eyes, Merlin had become a veritable gold mine. How had she not noticed his clever mind before? Third, I need your assistance in constructing a smooth road connecting my territory to the outside world. I will also contribute my efforts. Philia pondered for a moment. The first two conditions are acceptable, but I must consider this last one carefully. To build a road. Your current value does not warrant such a risk. The abundance of magical beasts has severely hindered the development of my territory since I entered Huanshe Mountain, where I have sensed no fewer than a dozen magical beasts. Just as Philia was elaborating on the pros and cons, she recalled the adage that to achieve wealth, one must first build roads. However, the rampant magical beasts posed a grave threat to her territory's future growth. Leading her guard team into the Huanshe Mountains, they hunted their first magical beast. Task reward, fire attribute potion. The blue luminescent text coalesced once more. This task was not intended for Merlin to eliminate the magical beasts, but to provide the guard team with an opportunity for training. Mere slogans hold no value. Only real combat can test the results of their training. At the very least, Philia needed to witness his potential to deal with the magical beasts. Huanshe Town will not disappoint you. I will handle the issue of magical beasts, and I hope you will join me in constructing a road to the outside world. This condition is mutually beneficial, for to achieve wealth, one must first build roads. Philia murmured to herself, finding the statement quite reasonable. All right. As long as the magical beast situation can be controlled, that is not a problem. A satisfied smile crept onto Philia's lips. So is it a deal? She extended her hand, and they struck a firm handshake in oath. She had already calculated in her mind that this was merely the beginning. The production value of red bricks could yield approximately 30,000 copper coins monthly, with a cement output of 3,000 kilograms at 20 copper coins per kilogram. That amounted to over 60,000 copper coins. Divided into gold coins, they would each receive 5 gold coins monthly. Though this may seem insignificant for an industry within a grand duchy, it was merely the inception. Red bricks and cement would serve as the keys to her control over the entirety of the Megua, Rose Duchy, industries. The Rose family possesses numerous industries, with the most significant being the Rose Potion, which serves as the core, overseen directly by Augustus. Other important sectors such as mining, metallurgy, construction, textiles, agriculture, animal husbandry, and conventional trade are managed by key members of the Rose family. Phyllia, endowed with a rose sprite gifted by Augustus, manages the Rose family's perfume and spice industries, targeting nobles and wealthy merchants. While her business flourishes, she still has no access to the core industries. Additionally, she possesses a gold rose winery, but it has remained lukewarm, primarily due to the monopoly of the Jinmai, Golden Barley, Duchy. The Jinmai Duchy, one of the 4 vassal states of the Jin Keihua, Golden Cuckoo, Empire, is home to a large barley sprite. Being the earliest vassal duchy, it serves as the granary of the Jin Keihua Empire. Its animal husbandry and textile industries are exceptionally developed, yet its heavy industry remains relatively weak, with military reliance entirely on the Jin Keihua Empire. Nearly 1/3 of the empire's grain and strategic reserves depend on supplies from the Jin Sui, Golden Ear, Duchy. Controlling this region means controlling the stability of the empire, and their winemaking industry is not one Phyllia could compare to. Chapter 46. Dreaming big. What goods did your merchant convoy primarily bring? This was Mei Lin's foremost concern at present. Phyllia waved her hand dismissively. Mainly some grains, salt, basic agricultural tools, and a few ordinary linen fabrics. These are the most urgently needed resources for your fledgling territory. After a brief pause, she inquired, "May I tour your territory?" "Of course," Mei Lin replied, turning to Lands and instructing, "Lands, please inform the official Tom to notify the villagers that a merchant convoy has arrived, and they may come to select what they need." "Certainly, I will do so at once," Lands responded, handing the rock-armored piglet he was holding back to the nearby knight attendant, Hank, who promptly accepted it and carefully returned it to the cart. Mei Lin then addressed Phyllia, "Have your merchant convoy follow Lands to the open space in the town center and display the goods." With a casual wave, Phyllia's convoy slowly followed Lands away. A look of unabashed curiosity crossed Phyllia's face as she remarked, "In a place where even proper merchant convoys do not come, how can your villagers possess copper coins?" Mei Lin chuckled, not providing a direct answer but instead gesturing invitingly, "Come, let me show you around." Mei Lin escorted Phyllia and her accompanying knights along the main road of the small town. Poor and wretched was Phyllia's initial impression. The low earthen houses with thatched roofs and the muddy pathways illustrated the desolation of the area. Mei Lin, seemingly reading her thoughts, pointed to the ground and remarked, "Did you know that just half a month ago, this street was littered with livestock and human waste, making it impossible to walk?" Upon hearing this, Phyllia's face immediately contorted in disgust. Mei Lin continued, "Subsequently, I issued a regulation, paying villagers to collect the waste at 1 copper coin per basket. Since then, the street has gradually become cleaner." Phyllia was momentarily taken aback before regarding Mei Lin with a look of disdain, exclaiming, "Goodness, Mei Lin, do you have such peculiar tastes? What on earth do you need to collect such things for? Do you have some sort of special fetish?" The knights accompanying her could not help but glance at Mei Lin with bemusement. Mei Lin sighed helplessly. "Phyllia, could you not think so unhealthily? This is of great utility." He elaborated, "The collected waste is mixed with decaying leaves, weeds, and wood ash to create compost. After a period of fermentation, it becomes high-quality fertilizer. Spreading this fertilizer on the once barren fields greatly enhances the soil's fertility, allowing crops to flourish." Phyllia's expression of disdain transformed into astonishment. "Is that true? Those things can indeed enrich the soil? Why would I deceive you?" Mei Lin affirmed, "The entire town is now adopting this method, and the results are remarkable. Old Wood's wheat fields, after using compost, have shown significantly improved growth." Phyllia immediately pondered a critical question. If this method is indeed so effective, wouldn't the role of the sprite in optimizing the land be rendered obsolete? Not at all, Mei Lin firmly denied. The power of the sprite insects is fundamental. It is miraculous. They can directly enhance the quality of crops and even give birth to potions. The composting method is merely a supplementary means to improve ordinary land, allowing crops without the blessing of sprite insects to also yield good harvests. Both approaches complement each other. There is no replacement." He sighed, his tone tinged with bitterness and resentment. "Ultimately, this is due to my territory's extreme poverty. Victoria only allocated me 3 sprite insects. My rose sprite is currently facing issues. Its life hanging in the balance." "What? Only 3? Phyllia's voice suddenly rose in pitch, her face instantly clouding with anger. This was the first time she'd learned that Merlin had arrived with so little in terms of assets. What on earth is Victoria thinking? Even if she can't stand the sight of you, this is still a barony, Rose family territory. Giving you only 3 basic spirit insects. Is she trying to leave you to fend for yourself? Philia's fury wasn't entirely for Merlin's sake. It stemmed more from a sense of sympathy and personal trepidation, coupled with displeasure at Victoria's overreach. This deliberate suppression in resource allocation had crossed the line of acceptable internal competition. The more difficult Merlin's situation, the more it highlighted the ruthlessness and unfairness of Victoria's methods. Victoria Goldfinch was a branch member of the royal Goldfinch family. That status alone allowed her to act with near impunity throughout the duchy. August often had to make concessions to Victoria, mindful of the royal family's dignity. Looking at Merlin, Philia's gaze grew complex, as if seeing her own predicament reflected in him. If one day, Victoria decides my ventures are too successful, that they threaten her, or simply that she dislikes me and wants to seize them, would August truly offend the royal power she represents, for my sake? She smiled wryly to herself. The answer was obvious. Most likely, he would not. In August's mind, the duchy's stability and relations with the royal family far outweighed the individual business interests of any of his children. This was the source of the deepest insecurity within Philia. All her efforts and achievements seemed fragile and vulnerable in the face of absolute status and power. Merlin saw the worry in Philia's eyes and offered comfort. Philia, it's precisely because of Victoria that we need to possess things she cannot easily take away. Hearing this, Philia looked up at him. Merlin continued, Victoria can use her status and father's tolerance to control the distribution of spirit insects within the family, to stifle our development in traditional industries. But he paused deliberately, pointing towards the distant training grounds, towards the kiln emitting bluish smoke. She cannot control the knowledge in my head, our ability to open up new markets, or everything we are building here from scratch with our own hands. Red bricks and cement are just the beginning. They don't belong to the Rose family's old industrial system. They are a brand new industry created jointly by you, Philia Rose, and me, Merlin Rose. Its formula, its techniques, its core productive capacity are all firmly in our own hands. She might easily take away your perfume distribution rights because she could find someone to replace you. But she cannot take cement because apart from us, no one knows what it is, let alone how to make it. This is our foundation, our bedrock for the future. Merlin's words were an awakening for her. She had always sought recognition and power within the family framework, never considering the possibility of stepping outside that framework to build a new, unshackled one from the ground up. Yes, why must I struggle within rules set by others? Why can't I become the one who sets the rules? Looking at this brother who seemed reborn, she felt for the first time with such clarity that he was no longer the timid boy who needed protection. Huh, she chuckled lightly. And now you're comforting me? No matter what you say, my position hasn't changed. You must resolve the monster species issue before I'll start building the road. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Merlin's face. After all that grand talk, Philia isn't biting at all. However, Philia gave a light laugh. My retinue knights can stay for the time being. Merlin was pleasantly surprised. Let's go. I'm tired of looking around. Chapter 47. Important matters. The group soon returned to the castle. Just then, Fina came riding towards them on the fire dragon horse. Or more accurately, the horse was eagerly charging towards Luna. Luna seemed somewhat disdainful, snorting and turning her head away. But the horses of Philia and her retinue knights were far less composed. They grew restless and agitated. Had their riders not exerted firm control, they might have tried to bolt. Philia immediately noticed the extraordinarily majestic fire dragon horse. Her eyes lighting up. What a magnificent steed. Merlin, where did you get this? The horse she rode was a direct descendant of their father August's own mount. Of noble lineage and proud temperament. Even facing its own sire, it had never shown such obvious fear. Yet now, it was trembling slightly, which spoke volumes about the extraordinary nature of this red steed before them. Merlin smiled. Got lucky, found it in the Yellow Rock Mountains. Took some effort to tame it. Philia looked closely at the fire dragon horse's sleek muscle lines, bright, intelligent eyes, and its flowing mane that seemed to flicker like flame. She fell in love at first sight. This horse is stunning, and clearly carries extraordinary bloodlines. An idea instantly took root in her mind. She addressed Merlin directly. Merlin, sell this horse to me. If you agree, I'll take full responsibility for the road construction. We can start immediately. Merlin offered a polite, insincere smile. He wasn't that foolish. The value of a rare mount with fire dragon lineage couldn't be measured in ordinary gold coins. Moreover, this wasn't just a horse. It was a gift he had given to Fina, and the fire dragon horse itself had chosen Fina. Merlin knew well that without Luna and Fina's own flame affinity, this proud creature would never be so docile. It would have likely vanished without a trace the very next day after being captured. I must respectfully decline. Dear sister, Merlin refused bluntly. This has already been given as a gift to a friend. One doesn't take back a gift once given. Philia understood the horse already had an owner. Given her pride, she naturally wouldn't consider seizing it. But Merlin's refusal, so swift and decisive, still displeased her, making her feel her pride was slightly bruised. Humph, she snorted in dissatisfaction. Refusing so decisively, you really have grown up. Merlin merely smiled, offering no further response. By now, the fire dragon horse had trotted up close. Fina, struggling to rein it in, dismounted nimbly. She looked somewhat flustered. The Lord had told her about the visitors and asked her to stay out of sight. But the fire dragon horse had been restless, and she had thought to ride Little Red a few laps to burn off its energy. She hadn't expected the horse to lose control and charge straight towards Merlin's location. My lord, she whispered, keeping her head down, mindful of not revealing her abilities in front of outsiders. Merlin, who is this? Philia instantly adopted a look of keen, gossipy interest, her eyes darting between Merlin and Fina. Merlin introduced them. This is Fina, my first sworn knight. Fina. This is my sister, Philia Rose. Fina's mind whirled. The Lord's sister? The Lord said he's the Grand Duke's son, so his sister is. A princess? Sister. Ah, no. I mean, greetings, your highness. She bowed nervously. Philia reached out to help her up, then extended a slender forefinger to lift Fina's chin, making her look up. The first thought that struck Fina upon seeing Philia clearly was, she's so tall. Merlin watched the two, his expression odd. Their skin tones were quite similar, both a healthy wheat color. One might easily mistake them for sisters. Such an adorable little girl, and she's your sworn knight? Philia teased, glancing at Merlin with a hint of mockery in her tone. You don't have any improper ideas, do you? Merlin looked skyward in exasperation. Philia, can't I have even a shred of gentlemanly image in your mind? Philia turned her head away with a humph. You're becoming more and more inscrutable. How should I know what you're scheming? She turned her gaze towards Fina, her tone softened. I am called Philia. You may address me by my name directly or refer to me as sister as Merlin does. Fina, feeling shy, glanced at Merlin, and upon seeing his lack of objection, blushed and whispered, sister. Philia found a favorable impression of Fina, perhaps due to their similar skin tone or the pure yet timid aura that surrounded her, evoking a sense of familiarity. Is this beautiful horse yours? Philia inquired, pointing at the fire dragon horse. These are all the property of the adults, not mine. Fina hastily explained. Philia smiled, reassuring her. No need to be anxious. Since Merlin has said it is a gift for you, then it is indeed yours. She continued, as if engaging in casual conversation. Where are you from? How many family members do you have, and what do they do? Do you have any siblings? Upon the mention of family, Fina's expression dimmed instantaneously, a glimmer of loneliness reflected in her eyes. Her family was still alive, yet in her heart, that home had perished. She hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Checking the household registry? I wouldn't scrutinize it as meticulously as you, Merlin interrupted, displeased, alleviating the awkwardness for Fina. Philia shot a glance at Merlin, choosing not to press further. At that moment, the elderly Arthur emerged. Princess Philia, it has been a long time, he greeted respectfully. Mr. Arthur, it has indeed been a while. Philia exclaimed, stepping forward to gently embrace the old steward who had watched them grow up. I hope you were not harmed on your way here. The magical beasts around Huangshi town are indeed too numerous. Do not worry. All is well, Arthur replied, a rare smile gracing his usually serious countenance. He reminisced about the playful squabbles of the three young masters in their childhood. If you are not busy, you should stay a few more days. It has been ages since you all gathered, Arthur invited. Certainly, Aemon will be coming over these days as well. We have an important matter to attend to before returning, Philia explained. Really? That is splendid. Arthur expressed his delight upon hearing that Philia and the others would be staying for a few days, and he began recounting amusing anecdotes from their childhood, including some embarrassments faced by Merlin on their territory. Merlin, caught between laughter and exasperation, quickly interjected, All right, Mr. Arthur, let us discuss these old tales inside at leisure. He turned a hand over the three young rock-armored piglets he received from Philia to a male servant, instructing, These are gifts from my sister. Handle them with care and nurture them well. What important matters do you have? Chapter 48. Grandfather and the True Path of Knighthood. Merlin. You haven't forgotten, have you? Grandfather's birthday is approaching. He is going to celebrate a grand occasion. As his descendants, we must pay him a visit. Merlin pondered thoughtfully. The grandfather Philia referred to was indeed his grandfather, Count Seidenpearl of Hongdai Island. It has been quite a while since we last saw grandfather, Merlin softly remarked. When their mother, Mia Pearl, was alive, she would often take them to visit their grandfather's residence. However, in the years following their mother's passing, August had only occasionally maintained contact with Hongdai Island. Once he married Victoria, the correspondence between the two families gradually dwindled. At that time, the three siblings were still young, and faced with the vast waves that separated them from familial affection, they never had the opportunity to set foot on the land where their mother once lived. Merlin strived to recall his grandfather's visage from memory. A vague silhouette began to sharpen. In his recollections, the grandfather always donned a sea blue pearl attire, with a shell brooch pinned to his chest, and when he smiled, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes resembled the ripples of the sea. Hongdai Island was a truly beautiful place. The water was as clear as sapphire, and every sunset, thousands of red-billed gulls would dance along the coastline, enveloping the entire island in a crimson haze, a sight as enchanting as a dream. Merlin remembered the way his mother spoke of Hongdai Island, her eyes sparkling, her voice buoyant like the sea breeze. The castle of the Pearl family is built atop the white cliffs. On nights of the full moon, mermaids sing upon the rocks, their voices capable of soothing even the most tempestuous waves. These tales accompanied Merlin through countless nights of longing for his mother. In his heart, Hongdai Island was not merely his grandfather's home, but a continuation of his mother's spirit. Back then, whenever they expressed a desire to visit their grandfather's house, August would always decline, citing the dangers of travel and the burdens of governance. Year after year, gradually, Hongdai Island became a symbol in their memories, a place forever frozen within their mother's stories. Will August go? Merlin inquired. He should, he added emphatically. Philia scoffed lightly. Right now, August is wholly preoccupied with cultivating his relationship with the Emerald Wyvern and has little time for other matters. Merlin fell silent. Although he understood August's circumstances, he did not concur with them. As the last prince to submit to the Plantagenet Empire, the other princes had long since established bonds with their own wyverns. Renowned as a genius knight, August naturally resented being overshadowed. In this empire that revered dragon knights, being a Golden Ears Knight was merely a starting point. The Golden Ears Knight, embodying strength, skill, and will, with fighting spirit akin to heavy golden wheat ears, symbolizing maturity and harvest. To transcend the status of Golden Ears Knight, one could only achieve this through symbiosis with a wyvern, allowing the knight to perceive higher levels of power more clearly, the power akin to the laws possessed by dragons. At this stage, the core role of the wyvern was to serve as a beacon, guiding the knight to aspire towards and comprehend the true might of dragons. Only in this way could they seize the path ahead as knights. The Earth Knight establishes a profound resonance with the land beneath, enabling them to harness the power of the earth, granting them nearly limitless stamina and recuperative abilities. They can unleash powerful, wide-ranging destructive techniques. Following the Earth Knight is the Sky Knight, who breaks free from the constraints of the earth to soar through the skies. Such advancements can only be charted through the guidance of the dragon blood flowing within the wyvern, leading the knight to discover the direction for continued cultivation. The benefits of contracting a dragon are numerous. Lifespan is significantly extended, along with the acquisition of dragon might and elemental affinity. The ultimate goal for a knight is to become a dragon knight, yet contracting a wyvern does not qualify one as a true dragon knight. Only by forming a contract with the pure-blood golden dragon of the Plantagenet Empire can one rightfully earn the title of Dragon Knight. Meanwhile, the geniuses from the 4 affiliated kingdoms, even upon attaining the status of Sky Knight, find their paths irrevocably sealed. They may tame powerful wyverns as steeds and become formidable wyvern riders, but they will forever be unable to touch the realm of true dragon knights. This fundamentally ensures the absolute authority of the empire and elucidates why the empire dares to grant wyverns to the affiliated principalities. What gifts should we bring? Merlin pondered, realizing he ought to consider this matter, but upon reflection, he found that there seemed to be nothing of worth at present. Would it be too presumptuous if we arrive uninvited? Philia produced a letter sealed with a pearl shell from her bosom, carefully unfolding it. The letter was crafted from special seaweed paper, imbued with a faint blue luminescence, and elegantly penned with flowing script. This is a letter from grandfather. Philia handed the letter to Merlin, stating that he missed them dearly and hoped they would come back to visit if they had time. The letter also conveyed that their arrival would be the finest gift. Merlin accepted the letter, within which Count Sidon elaborately described the changes Hongdai Island had undergone in recent years, inquiring about his grandchildren's well-being. The words were imbued with the warmth of a grandparent's concern and yearning. However, Philia added, although grandfather expresses such sentiments, we should still prepare some gifts. I intend to bring the pearl necklace that mother cherished most during her lifetime. It will surely delight grandfather. I must admit, I possess nothing particularly remarkable. However, since it is a birthday celebration, I shall personally craft a birthday cake. What is that, a pastry? Is it delicious? Indeed. Just in time, as Eamon has yet to arrive, I shall demonstrate my skills. Merlin remarked, playfully winking. The kitchen was abuzz with activity. The esteemed chef Sophia was directing the maids in their culinary preparations. Upon the sudden arrival of the two young lords, especially upon seeing Felicia, she could hardly believe her eyes and promptly ceased her work to pay her respects. Oh my goodness! I have seen the master. What brings you here, Princess Felicia? Felicia approached with a smile, embracing each of the servants who had watched her grow. She paused before Lady Laura, affectionately linking her arm with that of the kind old cook. Chef Sophia, I have missed you dearly. I have lost weight without your presence this past month. She deliberately pouted, feigning a look of grievance. Felicia turned to her brother, a mischievous glint in her eye. Merlin, let Chef Sophia accompany me home. You wouldn't want to see your sister go hungry, would you? That simply will not do. Merlin resolutely shook his head. While you may have lost weight, without Chef Sophia, I would surely starve. The others erupted into laughter at his words. Lady Laura gazed fondly at the two young lords, her face softening with a smile. Amidst their light-hearted banter, Merlin seized the opportunity when no one was paying attention to roll up his sleeves, preparing to cook himself. However, this action was immediately met with a united intervention from old Arthur and Chef Sophia. Master, this is not a place for you to be. Chef Sophia waved her hands insistently. Allowing the master to cook would imply that we servants are inept and unable to care for you. Old Arthur stepped forward, his tone respectful yet firm. Master, the kitchen is filled with smoke and sharp tools. It would be unfortunate should you injure yourself. Please, you and Princess Felicia should wait in the drawing room. Seeing the two before him, Merlin recognized that further debate would be futile and reluctantly acquiesced. Very well. Let us proceed according to my instructions. He meticulously explained to Chef Sophia the method for making a cream cake. Aware that this world lacked cream, he instructed her on how to transform milk into delicate cream, how to balance the cake batter proportions, and the necessary attention to detail during baking. One should never underestimate the intelligence and creativity of a foodie. At times, their culinary ingenuity rivals that of Einstein. Chef Sophia listened intently, occasionally posing questions. Though initially astonished by such an innovative approach, the seasoned cook quickly grasped the nuances involved. I understand, Master. Lady Laura nodded. Rest assured, I shall follow your instructions. However, for now, I must insist that you both leave the kitchen. The smoke is quite heavy, and it is not a suitable place for you to linger. With the servants almost half-heartedly urging them out, Merlin and Felicia had no choice but to vacate the kitchen. Upon returning to the drawing room, the fire in the hearth blazed vigorously, dispelling some of the castle's dampness. Felicia settled onto the soft sofa, unable to suppress a laugh. It seems your desire to cook has come to naught. Merlin shrugged in resignation. It is always like this. Sometimes I envy the children of ordinary families. At least they can freely enter and exit the kitchen. Why must you be the child of Augustus? Felicia teased lightly. However, that cream cake you mentioned sounds rather unique. Where did you learn such a recipe? I came across it in a travelogue at the Royal Library. It supposedly details the dessert-making methods of the Southern Isles. Merlin sat across from his sister, vaguely fabricating an excuse. I thought perhaps I could take it to grandfather for a taste. Felicia's eyes brightened. That is a splendid idea. Hongdai Island is renowned for its pearls. Yet its dessert varieties are indeed not as diverse as those on the mainland. While the siblings chatted, a maid approached quietly and bent down to whisper something in Merlin's ear. He listened attentively, nodding occasionally. Very well, I understand. Merlin replied to the maid. What are you discussing so mysteriously? Felicia pouted in dissatisfaction. Merlin smiled as he rose. Come on, now that there is nothing else to do, I shall take you to see the gift I prepared for Eamon. He led Felicia through the corridor to a temporary workshop located on the west side of the castle. Once a servant's room, it had been transformed into a workspace. The air was filled with the scent of wood shavings and leather, and various tools hung upon the walls. My lord. Luke bowed. Are the saddles completed? Merlin inquired. Luke nodded, pride illuminating his expression. All tasks you assigned have been accomplished, and with Lord Otto's suggestions, I have made some improvements to these saddles. He then produced a newly crafted saddle, detailing its features. The original saddle structure was relatively simple, composed merely of wood and leather, filled with soft materials. However, the newly improved saddle featured a noticeably elevated pommel, allowing riders to maintain greater stability on horseback, thus reducing the risk of falling. Merlin examined the finished product closely, noting its similarity to the hybrid saddle from his memories. This led him to reflect. Indeed, specialized tasks require specialists. Only those who have spent the majority of their lives on horseback can craft the most suitable equipment based on their extensive experience. Luke then presented two distinct hybrid saddles. These two were even more exquisite, perfected to a fault. One set was crafted from the hide of a rock-armored boar, dark brown in hue. The other was a grayish red, derived from the pelt of an ash wolf. My lord, these are made from the finest hides of magical beasts. Merlin stroked the two saddles, wondering what had been done, as the previously coarse rock-armored boar hair now felt remarkably soft. He was quite satisfied. Merlin, what are these? Felicia inquired curiously, eyeing the uniquely shaped items. Merlin smiled mysteriously, offering no answer. He placed 2 fingers in his mouth and let out a sharp whistle. Before long, Luna, who had been frolicking in the garden, trotted over, followed closely by the fire dragon horse. Merlin picked up the saddle made from rock-armored boar hide and carefully fitted it onto Luna. When he prepared to saddle the fire dragon horse, this proud steed initially resisted. Consequently, Merlin passed the saddle to Fina. Under Fina's firm insistence, the fire dragon horse reluctantly donned the saddle. However, upon seeing Luna adorned with the same equipment, it quieted down, allowing Fina to manage it. Once equipped, Merlin effortlessly swung himself into the stirrups atop Luna's back. This action was fluid and even more stable than before. Felicia, a true prodigy of a knight, quickly sensed the extraordinary nature of this peculiar item. She immediately summoned her mounted knight to bring forth her steed. After fitting it with the other saddle, she mounted to experience it herself. As soon as she was on the horse, she felt a significant difference. The previous sense of instability vanished, replaced by a grounded feeling as though she were walking on solid ground. The high bridge pommel perfectly secured her posture, allowing her to maintain an elegant and stable riding position even at a trot. Merlin, why did you not mention this in your letter? Felicia exclaimed with delight. This is tailor-made for cavalry. Did you invent this? Merlin nodded vaguely. This is a gift I specifically prepared for Eamon. The construction of this equipment is not overly complex. Any clever craftsman could replicate it after seeing it once. However, its effectiveness is immensely beneficial, even capable of altering the dynamics of warfare, which is why I hope to at least utilize it to gain a time advantage. As the heir apparent, Eamon and his knightly order can best protect this technology. It is precisely for this reason that I refrained from mentioning the equipment in my letter, just as I did not disclose the cement to Eamon. You certainly are quite fair-minded, are you not? Felicia arched an eyebrow. Naturally. Merlin calmly accepted this evaluation. Do you think I am flattering you? Felicia shot him a glance. Feeling that her brother's audacity was growing thicker by the day, the more she tried riding, the more she grew fond of the new saddle. Its significance for cavalry was indeed monumental. If it could be mass-produced and sold, it would undoubtedly yield substantial profits. However, as Merlin mentioned, she currently lacked the strength to safeguard this invention. If a sovereign were to promote it, naturally, no one would dare replicate it. After all, it involved the king's gold coins, and no one would wish for an untimely demise. Yet, if a mere petty lord attempted to sell it, no one would care about their rights. As long as there were profits to be made, counterfeit versions would soon flood the market. This world has no patent protection laws. Merlin originally did not wish to give it to Felicia, but he was ultimately defeated by her brazen persistence. He instructed her to retrieve it herself. But her massive black steed refused to let Merlin approach. Fearing it might inadvertently trample him, he decided against it. After all, it belonged to Eamon. When he arrives, you can discuss it with him. Uncle Luke, tomorrow, you will find Ruin at the training ground. He has already begun constructing the workshop. Feel free to express any requests directly to him. The saddle production should not cease. Make as many as you can. All right, my lord. Chapter 50, The Mighty Bear Beast Species. Just say the word, and I will give him a beating if he refuses. Felicia wore a defiant expression, as if daring anyone to challenge her. Merlin shuddered, recalling childhood fears. Felicia had certainly not embodied a lady in her younger years, and being the earliest to mature. Both he and their elder brother Eamon had often fallen victim to Felicia's fierce antics. The day was still young. Why don't we hunt the beast species? I am eager to test the saddle's capabilities. Felicia proposed enthusiastically. No matter what Merlin said, it could not compare to her first-hand experience. Her fingers gently caressed the saddle's delicate leather. Merlin pondered for a moment. With so many Ironwood Knights and Root Knights accompanying them, the safety of the escort team was assured. They should not encounter significant danger. Moreover, it was an opportune moment to familiarize themselves with the terrain, preparing for future expeditions into the mountains in search of water sources. The water source discovered at the training ground was insufficient to sustain Huangshi Town's demands. They needed to find the origin. It would also serve as the first lesson for the escort team of Huangshi Town. Merlin ultimately nodded, with 10 formidable knights for protection. Such a rare opportunity was hard to come by. As preparations were made to depart, Merlin specifically instructed Fina and the fire dragon horse to remain at the castle. The uncertainties of hunting in the mountains were too great. Should he encounter danger, Faina might disregard the risk of exposure to protect him. At that point, with so many eyes around, once the news spread, their peaceful days would come to an end. Faina understood his concerns and softly reminded him, "Please take care, my lord." Merlin solemnly nodded in reply. Merlin, accompanied by Philea and her retinue of knights, returned to the training ground. Otto had not arranged for physical training on the first day, instead instructing the guards on proper etiquette and conduct. At that moment, the guards were practicing formations and standing at attention. What seemed a simple task proved to be a torment for these recruits. However, thoughts of the daily breakfast, milk, eggs, and white bread, along with the occasional meat soup, kept everyone gritting their teeth and enduring. No one dared to complain, considering it far easier than laboring on an empty stomach. Observing the training scene, Philea could not help but express her surprise at how orderly it was, though she mused it served little practical purpose. What a peculiar fellow, she whispered to herself, perplexed by Merlin's current distinctiveness. "My lord." Otto approached Merlin and promptly saluted. Upon noticing Philea, he momentarily paused, then respectfully added, "Princess Philea, welcome." Philea nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from excessive chatter. Merlin clarified his intentions. "Prepare the escort team. We will venture into the mountains today." The mention of the escort team entering the mountains visibly startled Otto. Ordinary people would flee at the sight of beast species, and these guards had only just begun their training, still lacking even the basics. Sensing his concerns, Merlin reassured him, "I will not put them in harm's way." He gestured towards the knights accompanying Philea, stating that they would provide protection while the guards merely observed. This retinue of 10 knights was indeed impressive, for Ironwood knights and 6 Root knights. Including Otto and Philea, there were 5 Ironwood knights and 7 Root knights. If they were to operate only on the outskirts of the Huanshe Mountains, such a formation would be sufficient to handle most situations. The purpose of this expedition was to allow the guards to witness firsthand that beast species were merely wild animals and not insurmountable foes. This would significantly alleviate the deep-seated fear they harbored towards these creatures. Additionally, it would allow them to utilize Philea's elite retinue to accomplish a task. Otto, reassured, nodded and commanded the guards to equip themselves with basic weapons and armor. Once the formation was organized, Philea led the charge, eagerly experiencing the stability offered by the saddle. "The sun is setting. We should not venture too deep," Merlin cautioned. Initially, the formation of the escort team was somewhat disordered, but under Otto and Kate's guidance, it gradually became neat and orderly. As twilight descended, the light in the forest began to dim. The Huanshe Mountains, usually teeming with beast species, were curiously quiet. Along the way, they encountered ordinary wildlife such as wild chickens, hares, moose, and deer. The population of these common beasts was indeed considerable, likely due to the long absence of human activity. "This is unusual. Have we frightened them away with our numbers?" Philea wondered as she looked around. Although they had not encountered the anticipated beast species, she was still thoroughly enjoying herself. The majority of the game had been hunted by her, with the rest captured by the guards. Merlin was pleasantly surprised by Guard Kate, a young man with pronounced features, who exhibited remarkable talent in archery. He managed to hit 9 out of 10 arrows, often shooting before they even spotted the prey. His dynamic vision was nothing short of extraordinary. Unfortunately, they had encountered nothing but ordinary creatures. Not a single beast species had appeared. Philea sighed with disappointment as she stowed her longbow. Merlin gazed into the depths of the forest, sensing that the tranquility felt somewhat abnormal. Logically, this time of year should be when the beast species were most active. The setting sun cast its golden rays, painting the sky in hues of orange and red, with clouds resembling flickering flames. Although the guards were weary, their eyes sparkled with excitement. For them, this was their first mission as an escort team. Even as mere observers, the thrill was palpable. Moreover, they had managed to capture so much prey, and their lord had promised them a feast with today's haul. How could they not feel elated and grateful? They silently praised their lord. "Let's call it a day. It is getting late," Merlin ordered, instructing them to remain vigilant on the way back and to be cautious of their surroundings. Though Philea felt a twinge of regret, she said nothing. After all, darkness was the domain of beast species. The group turned around and headed back towards Huanshe Town. However, just as they began their retreat, a sudden thud echoed from the woods behind them, the sound of something crashing into the trees. Philea and the knight retinue instantly became alert. All turning toward the direction of the noise, they beheld a massive shadow charging towards them, evidently drawn by the scent of blood from their earlier catches. The escort team erupted into a flurry of commotion, instinctively terrified at the sight of such a colossal creature. Fortunately, the mental fortitude instilled by Otto and Lance bore fruit. Although the team was frightened, they did not completely scatter. The 4 Ironwood Knights swiftly advanced, forming a defensive line to obstruct the approach of the beast. Is that a bear? With the fading light of the sunset, Merlin finally discerned what it was. Although he had long been aware that magical beasts generally possessed considerable size, the sheer bulk of this creature exceeded his expectations. It resembled a moving hill, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath it. Meanwhile, Philia drew her bow and accurately struck the giant bear's back. However, the black bear's momentum only slowed slightly, as the arrow tip merely penetrated its thick fur, becoming lodged in the muscle, the fletching quivering slightly. TSK, Philia frowned. They had embarked on this journey lightly armed, without their heavier bows. Though both were low-tier magical beasts, their strength varied greatly. The rock-armored pig was no match for the ashen wolf, just as the ashen wolf could not contend with this black bear. This disparity among species was innate. Chapter 51, Mission Accomplished, Reward, Flame Rose. The 4 Ironwood Knights held the front, while 6 Root Knights harried from the flanks. Their coordination was impeccable and methodical, each movement seeming to resonate with a shared understanding, their collaboration seamless rather than haphazard. Observe closely, learn well. Otto shouted to the escort team, asserting that magical beasts were merely wild creatures, not invincible entities. Otto himself did not engage in the fray. As an experienced knight, he understood that someone must remain in the rear to guard against a potential ambush from a second magical beast. This was the most fundamental division of labor and conduct within the Order of Knights. In the distance, the battle intensified. The black bear's strength evidently approached the mid-tier, far more terrifying than the rock-armored pig or the ashen wolf. Otto mused to himself that had he encountered this bear instead of the ashen wolf that day, survival would have been improbable. In terms of speed, defense, and power, this giant bear was utterly dominant over the ashen wolf. Otto removed the tightly wrapped composite bow from his back. As he drew the bow and knocked an arrow, Merlin raised a hand to halt him. Master Otto. Merlin gestured toward Kate, who was intently watching the battle, encouraging him to give it a try. Kate's remarkable talent in archery had left a strong impression on Merlin. Otto immediately grasped Merlin's intention and nodded in agreement. Kate. Huh, my lord, what is it? You should give it a try. Me? Kate looked at the giant bear, his hands trembling involuntarily. I can't do it. How do you know you can if you haven't tried? Otto held out the composite bow before him, a hint of exasperation in his tone. This is a new weapon crafted by my lord. Even if you lack faith in yourself, should you not trust my lord? Kate, you can do it. Someone from the escort team called out, and soon the encouragement grew louder. Initially, some members of the team harbored grievances against Kate, who had once been a serf, questioning why he deserved the lord's recognition. However, after this hunting expedition, everyone had come to respect Kate wholeheartedly. His accuracy in archery was astounding. They had shot arrows before, but only after trying for themselves did they realize the extent of Kate's prowess. Kate glanced at the peculiar bow and arrows in Otto's hands, then looked at their lord, finally turning to his comrades cheering him on from behind, and took a deep breath. He accepted the composite bow. The heavy bow felt reassuring in his grasp, the cold metal providing an inexplicable sense of security, and his trembling hands gradually steadied. Although the bow seemed heavy, drawing it was surprisingly effortless. Kate aimed at the giant bear, which was entangled with the knights. Philia noticed the commotion and turned to see Kate fully drawing back the gleaming bow. The bowstring thrummed, and the arrow was released in an instant. The power of the composite bow surpassed that of a regular bow, not only due to its greater draw weight, but also owing to the enhanced arrows. The arrowheads had been reshaped into a trihedral form, and the material had undergone special treatment. Ordinary flames had limited efficacy in purifying the impurities of tempered iron, which typically required limestone, yet Fina's flames could eliminate most impurities. Though it still fell short of true steel, its hardness far exceeded that of regular iron. The long arrow penetrated deep into the black bear's body, maintaining its momentum, with most of its shaft embedded within. The black bear let out a pained howl, thrashing in a frenzy, prompting the knights to swiftly distance themselves. Philia observed everything keenly. She understood that this remarkably accurate archer was not a knight, nor even a squire, but an ordinary person. Thus, the question was clearly about the bow and arrows. Merlin, what is this? Philia fixed her gaze on Merlin, her eyes glinting with danger. How many more remarkable items do you have hidden away? Merlin felt somewhat uneasy under her scrutiny. None, just these. This bow is a gift I made for Master Otto. It is the only one I crafted. Gifting this and that. Why didn't you think to gift your sister something? Philia feigned despondency. Everyone else has a gift, but I do not. Am I still your sister? Merlin rolled his eyes. I'll bring you one when we return. All right. Philia's expression brightened instantly, grinning widely. At that moment, Kate had conquered his fear. Watching the giant bear's agony, his mindset shifted towards relaxation. So, magical beasts could feel pain. They were not invincible. Perhaps due to his exceptional talent. Or the bear's massive size and sluggishness, Kate managed to hit nearly every arrow. Though these arrows were not yet lethal, he sought its weakness, aiming for a single shot to bring it down. Otto furrowed his brow. The ongoing expenditure of resources was fraught with variables, and the bear's howls could attract even mightier foes. Its weakness lay in its eyes. Kate closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, then knocked an arrow and drew the bowstring. As he closed his eyes, the surrounding clamor seemed to fade away in that moment. He heard his heart beating, steady and powerful. He perceived the wind rustling through the trees, carrying the coolness of the evening glow. He could also hear the bear's heavy breathing, akin to an old bellows. When he opened his eyes again, the hint of fear that had once lingered was now replaced with profound calmness. The composite bow in his hands seemed to possess a life of its own. The arrow felt like an extension of his arm. Otto's voice echoed in his ears. Do not aim, feel. Kate exhaled gently, the bowstring vibrating slightly with his breath. In the distance, the giant bear stood upright, swiping at an ironwood knight. In that fleeting moment, the bowstring twanged, and the arrow flew through the air. This shot was faster than anyone could have imagined, tracing an almost invisible silver line through the air. Rather than flying in a straight line, it followed a subtle arc, cleverly evading the swinging paw and accurately embedding itself into the bear's crimson left eye. The bear let out a deafening wail, shaking the entire forest. It thrashed its head violently, trying to dislodge the foreign object from its eye, blood mixed with an unknown fluid gushing forth. Yet Kate's actions did not cease. Almost simultaneously with the first arrow's impact, he had already knocked a second arrow. What a remarkable boy! One of the root knights exclaimed in admiration, skillfully retreating to avoid the bear's wild assault. The second arrow was released. This time, the arrow pierced through the bear's gaping maw, driving straight into its throat and emerging from the back of its skull. For a brief moment, the air seemed to fall into silence. Even the rustling leaves ceased their whispering. The massive body swayed a few times before crashing to the ground, sending leaves scattering. An eerie stillness enveloped the forest, with only the dying breaths of the giant bear echoing through the air. All eyes turned to the young man, who still maintained his shooting stance, the composite bow in his hand glimmering with a cold light under the night sky. A blue text appeared before Mei Lin's eyes. Task completed. Reward. Flame rose. Philia was the first to break the silence. Mei Lin, I have changed my mind. Her gaze fixated intently on the bow. Will you sell it to me? Please. Do not force me to beg. Mei Lin shook his head helplessly, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Let's discuss this later. He approached Kate, his eyes ablaze with admiration. Gently patting his shoulder, he said, You did exceptionally well. Chapter 52. Bonfire Party and Flame Rose Spirit Bug. Kate seemed to awaken from a dream, gazing at the massive bear lying in the distance, then at the bow in his hands, as if struggling to believe his own achievements. My lord, Kate's voice trembled, his face flushed. Otto's Adam's apple bobbed, equally astonished. Although archery was not his forte, he was no novice either. His skills were honed through relentless practice, requiring considerable time and effort. Yet, it seemed this was Kate's first encounter with a bow. Otto's eyes sparkled with fervor. He had indeed not misjudged the talent before him. This was a raw genius, untrained yet exhibiting extraordinary skill. Just imagine the heights Kate could reach with rigorous training. My lord, your bow, he said as he accepted the bow. Yet he did not stow it away. He bowed slightly and turned to Mei Lin. Mei Lin understood Otto's intent and nodded gently. It has found its rightful owner. From this day forth, it is yours. Kate could scarcely believe his ears. And it was only when Otto pressed the composite bow into his embrace that he came to his senses. My lord, I do your utmost. Do not betray your lord's trust in you. Yes, thank you, my lord and Lord Otto. I will not let you down. The guards erupted in exuberant cheers, surrounding Kate with congratulations. The usually reticent young man had now become the center of attention. Otto approached the fallen bear, while Philia's knightly retinue marveled, their eyes wide with wonder. A shot through the eye, another sealing the throat. Even seasoned hunters would struggle to achieve such precision. Mei Lin, your luck is extraordinary. A noble beast and a sharpshooter. Are you favored by the goddess of fortune? Such talent, even after years in Rose Castle, she had never encountered. Upon returning, I shall petition August for my own fief. But you cannot remain in Rose Castle forever. Otherwise, you will miss many fascinating experiences. With a huff, Philia's retinue began to process the bear's carcass. A creature of such size was a treasure trove. The bear's hide could be crafted into fine leather. Its gallbladder was a precious medicinal ingredient, and the meat would suffice for the entire guard for several days. On the return journey, the guards walked with noticeably lighter steps. They were no longer the trembling recruits who had first encountered magical beasts. They were warriors who had witnessed battle and participated in the hunt. Kate was embraced by his companions, a confident smile adorning his face as he carefully wiped the composite bow, treating it as a rare treasure. The day's bounty was substantial. Although only one magical beast was claimed, it was sufficient to host a bonfire party. In the castle gardens, the guards and noble knights feasted heartily on meat and drank deeply. Merlin, bring me another piece of cream cake, Philia shouted, holding up an empty plate. It is simply divine. Either give me the recipe, or have Mrs. Sophia accompany me back to Rose Castle. Philia and Faina resembled two mischievous children, their noses and lips smeared with cream, blissfully unaware. The rich cream paired with the fluffy cake, infused with the sweetness of honey, melted in the mouth, leaving one craving more. Take it easy, there's a lot of honey in that. Be careful not to grow so stout that you cannot wield your sword. I do not care, Philia replied, scooping another generous spoonful. I have lost so much weight. In addition to the cake, the grilled bear meat was also a tremendous hit. The skewers sizzled over the coals, the spicy and savory seasonings enhancing the taste, the outer crust crisp, while the inside remained tender, prompting unanimous praise from all. A gulp of barley juice accompanied by a bite of meat was sheer bliss. As night deepened, the bonfire party drew to a close, and the crowd gradually dispersed. A slightly tipsy Philia was escorted back to her room by a maid, still murmuring that it had been her happiest day. The guards lined up and returned to the training camp, each wearing contented smiles. After overseeing the cleanup, old Arthur entered the study, carrying a cup of sobering tea. My lord, Princess Philia has already retired. He poured a cup of hot tea for Merlin. Thank you. Merlin accepted the cup. He was not drunk, as the drinks here possessed no alcohol content, and the taste was rather bitter, which he did not favor. This was the barley beer that Philia had brought. Suddenly recalling something, he asked, Mr. Arthur, is there anyone cultivating roses near Huanshire town? No, my lord. We investigated long ago. Roses cannot be considered food, so no one cultivates them. Merlin pondered as he finished his tea and stood up. Would you accompany me for a stroll in the garden? My lord, it is cool at night. You should wrap yourself in a blanket. Old Arthur hurriedly fetched a woolen blanket to catch up. The moon shone brightly, and the stars twinkled brilliantly, illuminating the path ahead without the need for candles. As Merlin passed the stable, he heard a commotion within. Upon entering, he discovered the fire dragon horse was restlessly whinnying, disturbing the other horses from their rest. The horse's neighing seemed to denounce the fire dragon horse's behavior. Merlin felt exasperated. This fire dragon horse was as unruly as a mischievous child, never allowing for a moment of peace. Just as he loosened the reins to calm it, the fire dragon horse suddenly broke free and bolted towards the rose garden. WOC. Merlin instinctively exclaimed. Be careful. He and old Arthur hurriedly chased after it. Fortunately, the fire dragon horse did not run far. It stopped outside the rose garden, then slowly walked inside, lying down next to a particularly vibrant rose, its face displaying an expression of bliss. Gasping for breath, Merlin reached the garden's edge and was stunned by the sight before him. Bathed in moonlight, a cluster of fiery red roses bloomed in the night, their petals resembling flickering flames, emitting a gentle glow in the darkness. The entire rose garden appeared as if it were a dream. Flame rose? Merlin whispered in disbelief. Is it from my garden? Could it be due to the feeding of magical energy crystals? Merlin felt incredulous. He approached slowly, his fingers gently brushing against the petals of the symbiotic rose, sensing a warm energy coursing through his fingertips. Such a rare miracle, more improbable than winning the lottery, was indeed unfolding before his eyes. Surely, I have not truly been favored by the goddess of fortune? Merlin murmured. The roses swayed gently in the night breeze, and a rose spirit bug lifted its head, crawling onto Merlin's finger. He raised his hand to take a closer look. The once red rose spirit bug now bore several flame-like patterns, akin to the mithril linen spirit bug. It had become even more vibrant and dazzling. Whether it was the effect of the alcohol or sheer joy, Merlin felt slightly lightheaded. Could it be that he had already reserved two little spirits? Chapter 53. The Promise of Radiance. The next morning, Merlin abruptly sat up in his sleep, a sharp pain coursing through his forehead. Ah! Two cries of distress echoed in the room. Merlin, what is wrong with you? Why did you suddenly sit up? Philia clutched her throbbing forehead, nearly brought to tears by the pain. Merlin groaned in agony. You are the one who is unwell. What brings you to my room at such an early hour? It's already noon, you know. Philia pointed disdainfully at the sun high in the sky. Your tolerance for alcohol is truly pitiful. What kind of dream were you having? Ah, no. That is my flame sprite. She exaggeratedly mimicked the ramblings of Merlin, causing him to feel a wave of annoyance. Merlin covered his forehead, unable to discern whether the pain stemmed from his earlier mishap or the lingering effects of a hangover. The dream from last night felt all too vivid. He had acquired both the Flame Rose Sprite and the Mithril Flax Sprite, and the potions they produced transformed his territory into a land of riches, where he lay back and counted his profits. However, that beautiful dream turned into a nightmare the moment Victoria seized the sprites. Could it be that his discovery in the rose garden last night was merely a figment of his imagination? Hurry and get dressed. Mrs. Sophia has prepared lunch, Philia urged. After a quick wash, Merlin descended the stairs, only to encounter old Arthur. Mr. Arthur, yesterday. My lord, you must never behave like that again. Old Arthur said, still shaken. You were in the rose garden, holding the rose sprite, and you just laughed and then fell asleep. It terrified me. Merlin cleared his throat awkwardly. I was drunk, indeed. Regardless, he resolved never to indulge in such excess again. What about the fire dragon horse? Still in the rose garden, refusing to leave, Merlin realized, confirming that his visit to the garden last night was no dream. What happened to your forehead? Merlin snapped back to reality. It's nothing. Philia did this. At the dining table, Philia and Faina exchanged glances at the conspicuous red mark on Merlin's forehead. Their faces flushed as they stifled laughter. Eat. Merlin shot them a glare. The budding knight's constitution was not as robust as that of the root knight, and with Philia's sun-kissed skin, there was no trace of a bruise on her forehead. In contrast, Merlin's fair complexion made the mark all the more noticeable. After lunch, Philia intended to inquire about the crafting of the composite bow, but Merlin promptly halted her. The core techniques for making composite bows were the domain of Faina, and Merlin had no intention of letting Philia observe, at least not until Philia clarified her stance on witches. Selfish. Who would want to see it anyway? Philia retorted, bored, pulling Merlin to the seaside. Merlin couldn't help but marvel at the unspoiled beauty of this world free from industrial pollution. The crystal-clear waters shimmered under the sun, and the snowy white waves gently lapped at the shore. Watching Philia and Faina frolic by the sea, Merlin refrained from joining and instead fell into deep contemplation, pondering the nature of existence. What truly is the essence of this world? Is this planet round? Why does gravity exist? What lies beneath the phenomena of magical beasts, sorcery, sprites, and dragons? His thoughts drifted far away. Just then, a dark spot appeared on the distant horizon. Moments later, it grew larger, gradually revealing the outline of a sailing ship. Merlin, what are you thinking about? Philia's voice interrupted his reverie. Look over there. Philia squinted towards the direction Merlin pointed, shielding her eyes from the glaring sun. Is that a merchant ship from Rose Castle? Amin has arrived. As the sailboat approached, the familiar emblem of the Rose family on the sail became clear. This merchant vessel was quite large, but due to the lack of a port in Huangshe town, it could only anchor far offshore. Venturing closer could risk running aground. Soon, several small boats were lowered from the merchant ship, gliding slowly towards the shore. Iman's figure stood out distinctly in one of the small boats as he waved vigorously towards the land. Merlin, Philia, are you here to welcome me? How did you know I would arrive today? Iman's voice boomed, brimming with uncontainable joy. Iman appeared even more robust, with a square build and features. His deep-set eyes resembled those of his father, August. The silver-white knight's armor gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight, exuding an aura of valor. Wearing armor in the heat of summer. Are you not afraid of encountering sea monsters and falling overboard? Philia remarked, arms crossed, her tongue sharp as ever. Iman evidently had grown accustomed to his sister's banter. Chuckling as he replied, safety first. Brother, Merlin stepped forward to embrace him. Was the journey smooth? Not too bad. Encountered a few sea monsters, but we handled them. Iman nonchalantly brushed off the dangers of the sea, then noticed the injury on Merlin's forehead. What happened to your head? He turned to Philia. Did you not protect Merlin? He was simply clumsy. A gentle bump, and look what happened, Philia retorted. All right, Merlin interrupted helplessly. The siblings had bickered since childhood, and even now with Iman married, that habit had not changed. Iman scrutinized Merlin, a hint of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Merlin, you feel different. Different how? Merlin's heart tightened. He had barely spoken a few words. Where could he have exposed any flaw? You look more handsome. More composed, somewhat like a lord. Merlin breathed a sigh of relief, forcing a chuckle. In this past month, Master Lance and Master Otto have taught me much. At that moment, small boats began to land behind Iman. A blonde knight approached with steady strides, his expression stern and emanating a fierce aura. The long sword at his waist swaying gently with his movements. Greetings, Princess Philia and Lord Merlin. Alistair performed a salute as impeccably as if from a textbook. Hello, Alistair. After completing the knightly salute, Alistair's gaze fell upon Faina behind Merlin. His sharp eyes made Faina instinctively inch closer behind Merlin. Noticing Alistair's scrutiny, Merlin chose not to hide the truth. As a flourishing knight, Alistair's sensitivity to elements was entirely expected, much like how the fire dragon horse was drawn to Faina. Merlin introduced calmly, "This is my guardian knight, Faina." He stepped aside. "Faina, this is my brother, Iman, the Crown Prince, and this is his guardian knight, Alistair." "Greetings, Crown Prince Iman, Sir Alistair." Faina managed to maintain her composure, determined not to embarrass Merlin, though the pressure from the two before her was undeniably immense, particularly from the stoic knight. "Alistair," Iman interjected. Only then did Alistair return a proper knightly salute. Iman turned to Faina, a warm smile gracing his face. "Since you can serve as Merlin's guardian knight, you must possess exceptional qualities." As he spoke, Iman unsheathed a long sword from his waist. This sword is called the Promise of the Blazing Flame, forged from rose steel. This sword was crafted using rare materials gifted by the other three principalities when our Rose family ascended to princely status. "Take it. You have prepared so many precious gifts for me. As your brother, I must express my appreciation." Yet Merlin hesitated. "But this is too precious," he protested. "No buts. This sword is not for you. Since you already have your own guardian knight, how could she not possess a weapon to protect you? Otherwise, how can she safeguard you? With magic?" Iman insisted, shoving the sword into Faina's arms. Merlin's expression froze, and he could only chuckle. "All right, Faina, accept it." "That's right. No need to be polite with your brother." Iman laughed heartily. "Come, let us hurry and have Lance and the others come over to account for those I brought." Eamon spoke with a hint of regret. "The cotton sprite bug you desire is beyond my reach. Victoria maintains a stringent control over them. However, I have brought you 30 sheep and a ryegrass sprite bug." Upon hearing ryegrass, Merlin's eyes brightened with surprise. Ryegrass is a premium, fresh forage, tender in texture and rich in nutrients, favored by cattle, sheep, pigs, chickens, and fish alike, boasting a high rate of digestion and absorption. Its rapid growth and strong regrowth capacity allow for 3 to 5 harvests a year, providing a stable yield. Most importantly, its cultivation is straightforward, requiring minimal soil quality, making it particularly suitable for planting in a place like Huangshe Town. "Brother, you have considered everything so thoroughly. You are truly wonderful." "Humph, am I not good enough?" Philia interjected, her tone dripping with sarcasm. All right, you all treat me the best," Merlin quickly soothed. Upon returning to the castle, old Arthur welcomed Eamon with delight. "Your Highness Eamon, it has been a long time. How did you arrive?" "I didn't see any carriage." Eamon warmly embraced the old steward. "We came by boat. After all, we must visit grandfather on Hongdai Island, and we needed a proper means of aquatic transportation. Swimming over would be rather cumbersome." Arthur was amused by Eamon's humor, laughing heartily. "Have you dined, Your Highness? Shall I have the kitchen prepare afternoon tea?" Yes. Let Eamon taste the cream cake. It is especially delicious." Philia eagerly chimed in. "Your Highness Philia, you have exceeded your sugar intake for the day," old Arthur gently reminded her. "I just want Eamon to try it. I want to eat any myself." Philia pouted, having been caught in her intentions. Eamon, well aware of his sister's thoughts, replied, "Philia, do not think you will get any of my share. I will not part with a morsel. Who would want it?" Seeing Philia's puffed-up expression, Eamon couldn't help but chuckle. "Very well, Mr. Arthur, I am indeed a bit hungry. Please prepare me a serving of afternoon tea." "At your service," Arthur replied. Upon learning of Eamon's arrival, Lancelot and Otto hastily returned. "Your Highness Eamon." They both performed the standard knightly salute. Eamon gazed at these loyal knights, a flicker of guilt crossing his eyes, as they had essentially been exiled to this remote territory. "You have endured much hardship. Merlin must have kept you busy," he solemnly remarked. Lancelot responded earnestly, "Your Highness, Lord Merlin is quite astute. We have not been of much assistance. Many matters he has handled personally." Otto added, "Even the new harnesses were devised by Lord Merlin. Furthermore, we have learned so many different things by being at his side." Merlin couldn't help but smile at their praise, as anyone would feel a sense of joy when complimented, regardless of the sincerity behind it. "Indeed, Eamon," Philia interjected, "Merlin has invented quite a few wonderful things. However, aside from the harnesses, you have missed your chance. First come, first served. I have already reserved them." Everyone burst into laughter at Philia's words. Under the sunlight, the three siblings' figures appeared exceptionally warm in front of the castle. Old Arthur stood aside, watching this long-awaited reunion with tears of joy in his eyes. Since the lady's passing, the three had not indulged in such carefree frolicking together for a long time. This time, I have brought only a small number of serfs, around 200, Eamon said. Taking a sip of milk tea, the total number of serfs will amount to 1,000. 700 are from the Rose Castle, all hard-working individuals you can rely on. The remaining 300 I purchased from slave traders. Knowing you were in need of laborers, I thought to bring them to you. In the future, I will have Philia's caravan transport more people in several batches. But it won't be for free, Philia promptly declared, scraping the last bit of cream from the cake plate with her small spoon. Eamon smiled, but did not respond. Old Arthur prepared a sumptuous afternoon tea for the three siblings. Fluffy cream cakes paired with milk tea brewed with red tea, milk, and honey. Simple yet delicious. Perfectly suited for the young. It's delightful, Eamon praised after tasting. If it weren't so sweet, I could indulge in another piece. Acting like an old man. Don't eat it all. Philia pretended to snatch it away. You haven't tea even finished your own, Eamon deftly dodged. To Merlin's surprise, aside from Philia and Fina, it was Alistair, the usually stern knight, who relished the desserts the most. He had silently finished his third piece of cake and now held his teacup. His expression still serious, yet his gaze had softened considerably. After enjoying their afternoon tea, the three siblings strolled towards the stables. Just as Merlin intended to introduce the harnesses to Eamon, the fire dragon horse swaggered past them, even snorting disdainfully at Merlin as if to say, "You weakling from last night." Merlin felt helpless. It took considerable effort to summon it on ordinary days. Yet it suddenly appeared to bask in the admiration and fervent gazes of others. As expected, Eamon and Alistair were instantly captivated by the magnificent horse. "Merlin, is this your horse? Where did you acquire it? Isn't your Mount Luna gifted by your father? I discovered it within my territory. It was spotted by the guards while it was drinking water during the training of the new grounds." Unlike Philia, Eamon, as the Grand Prince, had witnessed an emerald wyvern with his own eyes. The unique pressure of that dragon breed could now be faintly sensed in this horse. Leaning closer to Merlin, he whispered, "Is it a dragon-blooded horse?" Merlin's lips curled into a slight smile, neither confirming nor denying. Eamon suddenly slapped his thigh in frustration. "Had I known, I would have brought my mount along. Merlin, let us set aside the harnesses for now. We need to discuss breeding first." The fire dragon horse seemed to understand their conversation, snorting in discontent, tossing its fiery mane, and striding back to its stall, leaving behind an arrogant silhouette. Philia laughed upon witnessing this. "It seems it is not too pleased." Merlin couldn't help but chuckle as well. "This matter is not solely within my purview. The fire dragon horse has a strong personality, and it is only interested in Luna among the numerous mares in the stable. If you wish to breed, you must first bring the mare to foster a bond." Chapter 55. Departure, the Glass Nautical Mirror. Merlin led forth a gentle chestnut horse, fully equipped with a complete set of harnesses, high-bridge saddle, metal stirrups, and gleaming horseshoes. "Alistair, would you like to give it a try?" Merlin invited. The stoic knight effortlessly mounted the horse, his movements fluid. After a lap around the training ground, he returned, a rare expression of surprise crossing his usually stern face as he lightly nodded to Eamon. Merlin then handed Eamon a rolled-up blueprint. The principles of harness construction are quite simple. Even a rope with 2 iron rings can serve as a stirrup. However, its significance is profound. This blueprint is for you to produce yourself. It would be best to take this to Auguste and exchange it for some tangible benefits. You could also propose to create similar dragon equipment according to the dragoness proportions. It would be better for you to approach Father directly. This would not only improve his opinion of you, but also help you acquire the cotton sprite bug you desire. Merlin shook his head. At present, Auguste is indifferent to many matters, and his prejudice against me is deeply ingrained. He will not change his view based on just this harness, and may even think I am being unproductive. Furthermore, in exchanging with you, I am not being treated unfairly. Eamon understood Merlin's concerns. Moreover, Merlin's worries were not unfounded. While these pieces of equipment were practical, they were also easily replicable. Rather than allowing them to circulate freely, it was wiser to offer them in exchange for greater resources. "All right, I understand. Do not mention my name," Merlin added. "Just say it was something you stumbled upon and fabricate a reason. Is something troubling you?" Eamon inquired with a smile. Merlin simply replied, "There is nothing wrong with developing in a low-key manner." Subsequently, Merlin guided Eamon on a tour of the training grounds. Upon witnessing the soldiers of the guard in their neat formation and spirited morale, Eamon could not help but express his admiration. He had never encountered such training before. Finally, Merlin showcased the composite bow. From a distance, Kate demonstrated precise shooting. The sound of arrows slicing through the air left Eamon in awe. This weapon was indeed tailored for cavalry. Ayman caressed the intricate mechanical structure of the composite bow, but Merlin shook his head, saying, "No, this comes at a different price. I will not be selling this new equipment for the time being. Many troubles within the territory remain unresolved, and conditions for mass production of precision weapons like the composite bow are lacking. My priority is to equip the guard of my own territory." Ayman nodded in understanding. After a brief inspection of the territory, Lance began arranging accommodations for the over 200 serfs, while also inventorying the supplies that had arrived by ship. The shipment was not overly substantial. In addition to the serfs and sheep, there were some basic farming tools and other necessities, such as salt. "We will set off for Hongdai Island tomorrow," Ayman remarked while slicing the roast meat on his plate. "So soon?" Merlin responded, taken aback. He had initially planned to craft a small toy for his grandfather tomorrow, but it seemed he would have to work through the night. Today, while on the beach, the sand beneath his feet had inspired him. In this world, crystal was a precious commodity, and a pure, transparent crystal was highly sought after by the nobility. Furthermore, glass did not yet exist in this realm, and the sand beneath his feet was the very material for making glass. I cannot be away from Meguei Bao for too long. A few days at my grandfather's house, plus the round trip, will take quite a while. Philia curiously asked, "What gift have you prepared?" Ayman set down his knife and fork, elegantly wiped his mouth, and replied, "I have prepared 2 silver rose moonlight canes. My grandparents are elderly and need illumination when walking at night. I believe this will be quite practical." Merlin nodded in agreement, acknowledging the thoughtfulness of the gift. Hongdai Island is neither too far nor too near. Ayman's tone suddenly turned serious. The sea holds not only the dangers of wind and waves, but also the threat of pirates. We must be thoroughly prepared. When Augustus took us to our grandfather's house years ago, we encountered pirates. Fortunately, my father was strong enough to repel them. This time, with Alistair present, safety is somewhat assured, but we must not let our guard down. Merlin nodded, deep in thought. After dinner, Merlin took Fina to the workshop. He directed the servants to bring in the sand collected from the beach. This sand could not be used directly, as it contained impurities such as shells, stones, and twigs, which would result in impure glass. The first step was to meticulously sift out these impurities, wash the sand 35 times, and then discard the clay and salt, leaving behind the dense quartz sand. The melting point of quartz sand is 1,700 degrees, a challenge that Fina's magical flames could easily overcome. Under high temperatures, the quartz sand gradually melted into a crystalline liquid. Upon adding limestone, it ensured that the glass would not shatter upon cooling. Carefully, the molten glass was poured into pre-made molds. After repeated grinding and polishing, a pair of exquisite lenses finally took shape. "Such pure crystal," Luke exclaimed. Fina's eyes widened. "You are truly remarkable, my lord." Merlin, gazing at the lenses, felt a tinge of disappointment, perhaps due to insufficiently removing impurities. He installed the lenses into a hollow ironwood tube, crafting a rudimentary nautical telescope. It was as simple as could be. He also fashioned a magnifying glass from the remaining glass, intending to present it to his book-loving grandmother. Busy until midnight, Merlin returned to the castle, only to find old Arthur still waiting for him in the study. "Mr. Arthur, you need not wait for me like this," Merlin said with concern. "Fina, you should return to rest." "All right, good night, my lord," Fina obediently replied as she went back to her room. "Your health is very important. I wouldn't want you to suddenly collapse and leave behind such a mess." "I will take care," the old gentleman assured. "Lola can gradually take over the management now. Should I not be around one day?" No, Merlin hastily interrupted. "Do not speak such ominous words. You must live a long life." Old Arthur smiled appreciatively. "It is quite late," Merlin summarized. "Tomorrow, please personally deliver the ryegrass spirit bugs brought by my elder brother to the pasture, and ensure that the servants plant them. They are crucial for the future development of our livestock industry. Also, the fire rose spirit bugs, mithril linen spirit bugs, and wheat spirit bugs all require additional hands for proper care. Do not let outsiders approach." "Yes, my lord, I understand." After briefly discussing the affairs of the territory, Merlin retired to his room to rest. "Good night, my lord." "Good night." The following morning, Merlin boarded the small boat bound for the grand ship. For this journey, he had brought only the sharpshooter Kate along. "Merlin, are you not taking Fina, the knight, to guard you?" Philia asked, holding a large wooden box containing a big cream cake adorned with the words "Happy Birthday." "She has her own tasks. Moreover, at sea, her abilities cannot be utilized. In fact, until the refractory brick kiln is completed, the production of lime still relies on Fina's capabilities. This trip is uncertain. Upon Philia's return, she will need to bring back a batch of red bricks and cement. If Fina accompanies her, Philia will not be able to secure even a gram of cement. Merlin waved goodbye to old Arthur and the others on the shore. With Arthur managing the castle and Lance and Otto guarding the town, he felt quite at ease. Teacher Otto, Teacher Lance, take good care of the town. I will bring back local specialties. Be safe, my lord. Kate, do ensure the safety of our lord. As he boarded the grand ship, Merlin glanced back at the receding Huangshi town, his heart stirred with excitement. In many ways, this was his first true venture beyond this small town, embarking on an exploration of the wondrous world beyond. Chapter 56. The pirate magic fleet. The Hongdai Islands are vast and do not entirely belong to his grandfather's fief. In reality, half of Hongdai Island belongs to the Duchy of Meigui, which is, strictly speaking, part of the territory of the Golden Flower Empire. There are 4 cities on Hongdai Island, with Pearl City being the largest. The other 3 smaller cities are Coral City, Shell Bay, and Moonlight Harbor. These 4 cities are governed by 3 barons and 1 viscount. The neighboring Orca family belongs to the Deep Sea Kingdom. This great empire, comparable to the Golden Flower Empire, is quite tolerant of magic under the rule of Queen Posy. The influence of the Holy See is not as deeply rooted there as it is in the Golden Flower Empire. Merlin, what do you have in your hand? And what were you so mysteriously up to yesterday? Philia asked curiously, noticing the slender wooden box Merlin held. A secret, Merlin replied with a mysterious smile. How stingy. She teased. Merlin handed the box containing the nautical telescope to Kate. He then began to assess the dual-hulled sailing ship. For Huangshi Town to develop rapidly, fishery resources are equally essential. This vessel is a 4-masted ship, featuring a massive curved stern and slanted bow, with the fore and mid-masts equipped with square sails, and the aft mast rigged with a triangular sail, capable of carrying ample oceanic supplies. The ship gently swayed in the waves, the ironwood hull carving a white streak across the sea surface. Although this ship was not large, its structure was robust, and the cabin provided basic living quarters. The journey from Huangshi Town to Hongdai Island would take at least 3 days. Yet, beneath the seemingly tranquil azure surface of the sea lurked unknown dangers. Sounds of collisions occasionally echoed from the ship's hull, as if something were swimming below. Occasionally, enormous shadows would glide beneath the ship, causing a subtle pallor to wash over Merlin's face. Observing this, Philia could not help but burst into laughter. What is the matter? Our little lord is afraid. Merlin shot her a resigned glance, choosing not to respond. In his previous life, a fear of colossal creatures might have been merely a matter of viewing images. Yet in this world, such fears could manifest in tangible forms. Fortunately, the first half of the journey passed without any unforeseen incidents. However, at noon the following day, while Merlin was resting in the cabin, he was abruptly awakened, as blue luminescent words gradually materialized before him. You have encountered a crisis on your journey to Hongdai Dao. Assist the merchant ship in fending off pirates, and successfully reach Hongdai Dao. Reward, basic knowledge of magic. Magic? A jolt of excitement surged through Merlin. His curiosity about magic was profound, often pondering why he had not been reborn as a witch. Each time Fano wielded fire, he felt an overwhelming envy. Yet, despite his exhilaration, the thought of pirates furrowed his brow. Merlin promptly rose and exited the cabin with Kate. On the deck, the sea was calm, and the sailors were diligently attending to their duties. Everything appeared normal. Merlin conducted a thorough inspection of the ship, yet he discerned no anomalies. Merlin, what are you looking for? Philia inquired, puzzled. Merlin remained silent, instead opening the nautical telescope he had prepared for his grandfather. Through the lens, the distant coastline came into sharp focus. He scanned the horizon intently, and suddenly, a dark spot emerged in his field of vision. Noticing Merlin's intense focus, Philia grew increasingly curious. Merlin handed the telescope to his eager sister, instructing her to look with one eye. Philia complied, and the suddenly magnified view startled her. How can we see so far? Let us not dwell on that. Look over there, Merlin urged, pointing into the distance. Philia raised the telescope once more and, following Merlin's direction, gasped, a pirate ship? She quickly rushed to the bow to find Eamon, who was discussing the course with Alistair. Before Eamon could fully contemplate the wonders of the telescope, his expression darkened as he discerned the distant vessel, the Hei Chao ship. Through the telescope, Eamon could clearly see the warships that were not reliant on sails, propelled instead by a group of enslaved magical beasts known as tide sea elephants, racing towards them with astonishing speed. All hands on deck. Eamon's voice resonated across the deck. The Hei Chao pirates are upon us. Though they were a merchant vessel, all the sailors aboard had been replaced before Eamon's arrival. The trained crew sprang into action immediately. Archers took their positions, and warriors grasped their weapons tightly. Alistair stood at the bow, hand resting on the hilt of his sword, his gaze sharp as an eagle. The Haichao warships, devoid of sails, were pulled by the mighty tide sea elephants, massive creatures the size of half a ship, with long, menacing tusks. Prepare for boarding. Find your positions, hold steady. Eamon ordered loudly, as sailors swiftly lined up along the ship's railing. Although they had never faced pirates before, knowledge of how to defend against them was essential for those who sailed the seas. The bowsprit of the pirate ships was equipped with a hardened metal ram, designed to breach enemy hulls or secure both vessels together for boarding. The Haichao fleet approached swiftly, like arrows released from a bow. The tide sea elephants emitted low growls as they dove just before colliding with the Rose merchant ship. The impact was jarring, causing the entire vessel to tremble violently. Merlin stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Philea, quick on her feet, caught Merlin in her arms, her back slamming against the ship's railing, drawing a sharp breath. "Are you all right?" Philea asked anxiously. Merlin shook his head groggily. Fortunately, the Rose merchant ship was constructed from a special wood nurtured by ironwood sprites, granting it remarkable defensive strength, preventing it from being breached outright. Seeing that their initial assault had failed, the pirates swiftly adjusted their strategy. Several pirate ships changed direction and sailed parallel to the Rose merchant ship. Countless iron grappling hooks, attached to chains, were hurled, firmly securing the merchant ship's railings. With boarding planks swiftly laid down, "Prepare for battle," Eamon shouted, drawing his sword. The pirates grinned wickedly as they leapt onto the boarding planks, their curved blades glinting menacingly in the sunlight. The one-eyed pirate captain led the charge, exuding the aura of a seasoned warrior. At that perilous moment, a metallic hum resonated across the deck. Chapter 57. Basic knowledge of water magic. As a knight of the golden blossoms, Alistair suddenly radiated a brilliant golden light. As he swung his sword, waves of sword energy bloomed like golden metallic flowers, precisely severing the chains and dispatching the pirates on the boarding planks. The pirates screamed as they plunged into the sea, their blood staining the azure waters. Most pirates roamed the high seas, where the kingdom of gilded flowers and the holy sea found it challenging to extend their reach to eliminate threats in international waters. Existing on the high seas meant they possessed various means. The Haichao fleet had evidently come prepared. A sorcerer clad in a deep blue robe slowly ascended to the bow, his staff shimmering with a watery glow. He murmured an incantation, weaving an intricate spell. The sea began to churn violently. "Be careful, it's a sorcerer," Eamon exclaimed. No sooner had he spoken than several water arrows shot forth from the depths, aimed directly at Alistair. Although Alistair managed to parry with his sword, he was forced to retreat repeatedly. The water, manipulated by the sorcerer, transformed into watery prisons, attempting to ensnare Alistair's movements. Observing the entire battle, Merlin felt confused. How could a knight of the Golden Blossoms be ensnared by such simple spells? Suddenly, Merlin noticed a detail in the sorcerer's spellcasting. The blue gem embedded at the tip of his staff was pulsating with intensity. "Kate," Merlin shouted suddenly, "aim for the gem on that sorcerer's staff." He understood well that while sorcerers could possess formidable offensive capabilities, their defenses were often fragile. Kate comprehended instantly, knocking an arrow on his composite bow, drawing it back to form a perfect crescent. Despite the violent rocking of the ship, Kate remained as steady as a mountain, slowly closing his eyes and exhaling deeply. The sorcerer was engrossed in his incantation, completely unaware of the arrow flying towards him. Whoosh! It was not until the sound of the arrow slicing through the air reached him that the pirate sorcerer looked up, caught off guard as the gem on his staff shattered. The forming water wall instantly collapsed, erupting into a shower of droplets. "What a shot!" Alistair exclaimed, casting an appreciative glance at Kate, who had released the arrow. He then leaped into action. The figure of the Knight of the Golden Blossoms transformed into a golden streak as he gracefully landed on the nearest pirate ship. Sword light surged once more, resembling blooming golden roses, as pirates fell before him. When the last pirate fell beneath Alistair's blade, calmness returned to the sea. Despite enduring a fierce collision, the Rose merchant ship remained sturdy, though the deck bore the marks of battle. As Merlin's adrenaline began to wane, he finally comprehended the scene around him. The deck was stained with deep blood, and the air was thick with the distinct metallic scent of blood. Red and white remnants, severed limbs, and pirates still gasping for breath littered the deck. A wave of intense nausea washed over him, and he found himself clutching the railing, retching. "It's your first time seeing such a scene, is it?" Philea offered him a water skin, patting his back. "Drink some water. You'll get used to it after seeing it enough." Merlin took the water pouch and rinsed his mouth, forcing himself to acclimate to this harsh reality. He made a concerted effort to avoid glancing sideways, steering clear of the gruesome scenes, yet the acrid stench permeated the air without respite. At that moment, familiar blue text materialized before him. Task completed, reward, basic knowledge of magic. Beneath the ship, the tidal sea beasts, now devoid of the mage's control, began to thrash violently, quickly breaking free of their restraints and vanishing into the deep sea, leaving behind several empty pirate ships adrift on the water. Alistair returned triumphantly with his spoils, his bundle containing a staff and various magical materials extracted from the mage. The Black Tide pirate fleet was far more than just a simple pirate ship. They ranked third among the pirate factions at sea. Hence, it was prudent to leave quickly, uncertain of whether other pirates lurked behind. After a brief respite, the fleet set sail once more. Aemon ordered the pirate ship to be tied to the back of the merchant vessel, as these spoils would undoubtedly enhance their journey's yield. The three siblings gathered in the captain's quarters to begin tallying their treasures. Alistair laid out the spoils on the table, a staff embedded with blue gems, a spell book inscribed in strange characters, various magical materials, and a pouch of gold coins along with several jewels taken from the pirate leader. Was this pirate truly so impoverished? Aemon examined the staff closely before setting it down. The staff's true value lay in the water attribute magic crystal atop it, which, regrettably, was shattered. Philia perused the spellbook, her brow furrowing. This appears to be a tome of magic. What should we do? Should we discard it? Merlin's gaze was firmly locked on the two spellbooks, his eyes shimmering with barely concealed eagerness. Aemon pondered for a moment, his brow slightly creased. I believe we should dispose of these books. Upon hearing this, disappointment clouded Merlin's expression. However, Aemon quickly shifted his stance, declaring that discarding them would indeed be a grave loss. Brother, could you refrain from such heavy sighing? Aemon looked sternly at Philia. Neither of us can learn magic. Yet Merlin, he cast a significant glance at his younger brother, whose desire for the spellbooks was unmistakable. And the girl named Faina seemed to possess a certain difference as well. Private study is the only option, if the Holy See discovers it. I will be unable to assist you. Thank you, brother, Merlin exclaimed joyfully, cautiously accepting the two ancient spellbooks. He suppressed the urge to delve into them immediately and asked a long-held question. Brother, why does the Holy See prohibit magic? Aemon shook his head. I am not entirely certain of the specifics. It is said that the dragons of the Holy See possess the ability to suppress magic, and all their structures are built from anti-magic stones. Dragons that suppress magic? Merlin found this notion quite peculiar. After all, dragons are inherently magical beings. Philia interjected. I have seen some records in the library of Rose Castle. It is said that long ago, mages and knights fought side by side as comrades. However, a great upheaval occurred, leading the Holy See to impose a complete ban on magic. Aemon nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is the case. However, the Deep Sea Kingdom is entirely different. Under the reign of Queen Poseidon, mages enjoy a revered status. This is why the relationship between the two empires has always been tense. I will exercise caution, Merlin solemnly vowed, ensuring that my studies remain safe. Aemon patted his brother's shoulder. Remember, within the territory of the Goldflower Empire, magic is always a sensitive topic, whether on Grandfather's Hongdai Island or in our own domain. Do not let your guard down. The fleet continued its voyage under the glow of the setting sun, with the crew diligently scrubbing the deck, water washing away the traces of battle as the sea breeze gradually carried away the scent of blood. Aemon stood at the bow of the ship. At this pace, we shall reach Pearl City by noon tomorrow. Chapter 58, Arrival at Hongdai Island. Merlin, did you create this? Aemon suddenly recalled the wondrous mirror that could clearly reveal distant objects and couldn't help but inquire. Merlin chuckled awkwardly, nodding. Yes, I intended it as a gift for grandfather. That is not what I was asking. Aemon scrutinized his younger brother. You have certainly changed quite a bit. You used to show little interest in anything. Merlin was not always so melancholic. When their mother, Mia, was still alive, he was a lively and cheerful child. However, following her passing and in the face of August's disappointment and Victoria's deliberate suppression, the stark contrast gradually led him into emotional turmoil, commonly known as depression. This world does not prioritize mental health, and medical care largely relies on potions. Thus, Merlin's condition had gone largely unnoticed. After leaving the oppressive Rose Castle, I feel much better. I may lack talent on the path of knighthood, but I have discovered that I am more adept at contemplation. Aemon nodded in understanding, accepting this explanation. It is commendable that you can recognize your shortcomings and make timely corrections. Upon our return, please craft a navigation mirror for me as well. Merlin forced a smile in agreement. He already owed Phileas several favors, and now Aemon was joining in the request. Unfortunately, They had encountered a group of pirates along the way, but fortunately, it was only one crew of pirates. After dealing with them, the sea returned to tranquility, and until they arrived at Hongdai Island by noon the next day, they encountered no further troubles. When their ship docked at the port of Hongdai Island, a crowd had gathered to welcome them. However, judging by their expressions, the visitors seemed less than cordial. Eamon was the first to disembark. Eamon, a robust blue-haired man, leading the group, spoke uncertainly. Uncle Tutankhamun, it has been a long time. Eamon opened his arms for an embrace. You have grown so much. Tutankhamun scrutinized his nephew closely before glancing behind him, his face growing serious. Where is August? He did not come? Eamon felt a twinge of awkwardness. Although August now held the esteemed title of Duke, in terms of familial relations, the Count of Pearl Island remained August's father-in-law. Clearly, grandfather's family harbored grievances regarding August's severance of ties with them. Father has been quite busy with affairs of late. It is better he did not come. Sparing father from anger upon seeing him, Uncle Tutankhamun, Philia and Merlin also stepped off the ship. Philia warmly embraced their uncle. You have all grown into fine young ladies. Uncle Tutankhamun, Merlin greeted softly, noting that the man before him bore little difference from the one in his memories. Time seemed to have left no marks on his face. Yet when Tutankhamun's gaze fell upon Merlin, he froze momentarily. Those sea-blue eyes, identical to Mia's, and the similar brow and eye contours caused this stalwart man to well up with tears. Tutankhamun strode forward and enveloped Merlin in a tight embrace. Damn August. How could he not bring you here even once? His voice trembled slightly. After a long while, Tutankhamun finally released Merlin, wiping his face and revealing a smile. Come. Your grandfather will be overjoyed to see you. On the carriage heading to Pearl City, Philia inquired with concern. How are grandfather and grandmother's health? Tutankhamun's smile dimmed slightly. They are getting on in years and have their share of ailments. However, what he worries about most is the three of you. His gaze swept over his three nieces and nephews. Your visit this time is more important than any gift. Merlin observed the island carefully. Unlike the desolation of Huangshe town, Hongdai Island exuded vitality. On either side of the road lay neatly arranged farmland, and in the distance, flocks of sheep grazed upon the hillside. Most striking were the red-winged butterflies fluttering among the flowers. When they congregated, they resembled billowing red silk. The governance here is even better than I had anticipated, Eamon remarked in admiration. As the most peripheral region of the nation, its management is indeed surprisingly commendable. Tutan expressed with pride that the Pearl family had thrived here for generations and thus bore the responsibility of caring for their homeland. We have introduced the irrigation techniques from the Deep Sea Kingdom and cultivated crops suited to the island's climate. As the carriage advanced, Merlin observed the unique architectural style of the harbor area. It featured both the stone structures common in the Plantagenet Empire and the flowing curves favored by the Deep Sea Kingdom. The attire of the pedestrians also reflected a fusion of the two cultures. Is this place close to the Deep Sea Kingdom? Merlin inquired with curiosity. Tutan nodded affirmatively, explaining that they were on the largest island of the Red Butterfly Archipelago, with at least half of the territory belonging to the Orca family of the Deep Sea Kingdom, reachable within half a day's sail. Thus, Pearl City had always been a trade hub. He lowered his voice, saying here, you will encounter many things unseen in the Plantagenet Empire. As the carriage entered Pearl City, Merlin immediately grasped his uncle's meaning. The shops lining the streets displayed a myriad of magical items. Although they were mere trinkets, such sights were utterly absent in Rose Castle. Among the passers-by, he occasionally spotted individuals adorned with mage emblems. What is grandfather's stance on magic? Merlin tentatively asked. Tutan chuckled, saying, Father often remarks that tools themselves are neither good nor evil. It ultimately depends on the wielder. As long as it does not jeopardize the safety of our territory, he tends to turn a blind eye. Here, the presence of the Holy See was non-existent. Should a priest approach, the Orca family would swiftly detect it. The carriage finally halted before a coastal white castle. Unlike the imposing Rose Castle, this one emanated an air of elegance and tranquility. The balconies and windowsills were adorned with a variety of flowers, and the sea breeze carried a delightful fragrance. We have arrived, Tutan announced, stepping down first. Are you ready to meet your grandfather? He has awaited this day for far too long. Merlin took a deep breath, tightly gripping the wooden box containing their gifts. For some reason, he too felt a nervous anticipation. The grand white castle doors slowly opened to reveal a sprightly, elderly man accompanied by attendants, standing in the entrance. Count Sidon Pearl was clad in a simple sea-blue robe, leaning on a staff adorned with mother-of-pearl. He resembled Merlin's memories of him. As he spotted his three grandchildren descending from the carriage, his wrinkled azure eyes glistened with moisture. Grandfather, Felicia was the first to rush forward, embracing the elderly man tightly. Good child, good child. Count Sidon's voice trembled as he gently patted Felicia's back, his gaze fixed intently on the slowly approaching Eamon and Merlin. Chapter 59. Kinship and Gifts. Eamon stepped forward and bowed deeply. Grandfather, it's been a long time. Merlin stood at the back, observing the elderly figure who had existed only in his memories. Count Sidon appeared significantly older than he recalled, yet his eyes remained as clear as the sea, now filled with eager anticipation as they sought Merlin. Merlin, the old man softly called, opening his arms. In that instant, all feelings of unfamiliarity vanished. Merlin hastened forward, enveloped in his grandfather's embrace. The scent of the sea breeze mingled with floral notes enveloped him, stirring memories of his long-forgotten mother. You have all grown so much. Count Sidon released Merlin, scrutinizing his 3 grandchildren closely. If Mia could see today, how delighted she would be. At that moment, an elegant elderly lady approached, supported by a maid. Her silver hair was neatly pinned back, and a pearl necklace accentuated her still graceful features. Grandmother, the 3 siblings exclaimed in unison. Countess Isabel Pearl swiftly enveloped the trio in her embrace. Let me have a good look at you. Eamon resembles your father, while Felicia and Merlin bear more resemblance to Mia. Tears shimmered in Isabel's eyes as her trembling fingers gently caressed each child's cheek. Don't linger outside. Come in quickly. You must be exhausted from your journey. Did you encounter any dangers? As their grandmother softly inquired, they entered the castle hall, adorned with marine elements. The mother-of-pearl inlaid walls shimmered with a rainbow sheen in the sunlight, while murals depicting red-winged butterflies dancing over the sea adorned the castle's ceiling. Shell decorations scattered throughout revealed the owner's passion for the ocean. Tina, come meet your cousins, Tootin called toward the staircase. A timid little girl, around 7 or 8 years old, peeked from behind the stairs. She had the Pearl family's signature blue hair styled into 2 small braids, clutching a worn stuffed dolphin. This is your little cousin Tina, Tootin introduced. Tina, greet your brother and sister. The small girl hesitantly approached and softly said, Hello, brother and sister. Felicia immediately knelt down, smiling warmly at the adorable girl. Hello there, little Tina. Realizing she had brought nothing for her, she turned to Merlin and suggested, Why don't you give Tina that little trinket you prepared? Merlin understood and retrieved a delicate wooden box from his satchel. It contained a tiny kaleidoscope he had crafted from glass scraps. He knelt down and handed the kaleidoscope to Tina. Here, hold this and look through the small opening. Tina glanced at her father, receiving his approval before curiously accepting it. Following Merlin's instructions, her eyes widened in amazement. Wow, there are such beautiful flowers inside. Is this magic? Tina asked innocently. Merlin smiled and shook his head. It's not magic. It's merely the principle of optics. Noticing the puzzled expressions of the surrounding adults, he added, A little trick that changes the light, just like the one above. Everyone suddenly understood. At that moment, a gentle lady approached, carrying refreshments. She appeared to be in her 30s, dressed in the Pearl family's typical light blue gown, her smile warm and inviting. This is your Aunt Layla, Tootin introduced. Aunt. The 3 siblings greeted in unison. Layla responded with a smile, Welcome home. Your father and mother have been talking about you every day. We have awaited your return. They moved to the seaside terrace, where refreshments had been prepared. From the terrace, they could see the panoramic view of Pearl Harbor and the distant azure sea. The sea breeze caressed them, bringing a briny scent. Count Sidon pulled Merlin close to him. I heard that August has caused you some distress. His voice was soft yet tinged with evident discontent. Merlin shook his head. Father has his considerations. Humph, what considerations? The old count snorted. If he can't even protect his own children, what kind of duke is he? Grandmother Isabel gently pressed her husband's hand. The children have just arrived home. Let us not speak of such things. She turned to Eamon. How is your father? Eamon respectfully replied. Father is well, though preoccupied with affairs of state. He sends his regards to you both. The atmosphere on the terrace momentarily grew tense. At that moment, Tina ran up to Count Sidon, holding the kaleidoscope aloft. Grandfather, look. My cousin gave me a magic toy. The old count took the kaleidoscope, examining it with curiosity. When he peered through the small opening and saw the shifting patterns within, his expression transformed into one of astonishment. How is this achieved? Merlin explained. It merely utilizes the principle of mirror reflection, reflecting symmetrical patterns through colored shards of glass. It is not magic. Remarkable, Count Sidon marveled. It seems our Pearl family has produced a clever little fellow. Felicia interjected. Merlin has indeed invented many fascinating things. He has improved the harness and invented a new style of bow and arrow. As Felicia vividly described Merlin's creations, the atmosphere lightened once more. Grandmother Isabel held Merlin's hand tightly, occasionally patting it, as if afraid he might vanish. Tonight, we shall host a banquet to celebrate your return. Count Saitong announced to the entirety of Jinju Chung that my grandchildren have returned. The sunlight streamed through the arches of the terrace, casting a kaleidoscope of shadows upon the sea-smoothed stone floor. Merlin gazed at the horizon where the sea met the sky, suddenly enveloped by a long-lost sense of belonging. Here, there were no intrigues of Meguei Bao, nor the cold disdain of Victoria, only the bonds of kinship that run deeper than blood. Tina quietly approached Merlin, whispering, "Cousin, will you create any other delightful toys?" Merlin, meeting her expectant gaze, smiled and nodded. "Of course, I shall craft many more intriguing items. Grandfather, we have brought gifts for you and grandmother." With that, Eamon opened a slender sandalwood box, revealing 2 exquisitely crafted canes. "Your presence alone is the greatest gift for grandfather and grandmother. This is a design my mother created during her lifetime," Eamon gently explained. "She mentioned that you and grandmother enjoyed evening strolls by the sea, and she worried you might struggle to see the path. I discovered this design and had the finest craftsman of Meguei Bao bring it to life." Grandmother Isabel gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, saying, "Mia has always been so thoughtful." Philia produced a small velvet pouch from her bosom, containing a delicate pearl necklace. The pendant was a smoothly polished pearl shell, intricately carved with a miniature portrait. "Grandmother," Philia's voice quivered, "this was our mother's most cherished necklace. See, it depicts our entire family." Trembling, Isabel accepted the necklace and brought it closer for examination. The pearl shell bore a warm family portrait, Count Saitong and Isabel seated side by side, the young Mia standing behind them, flanked by her 3 brothers. Beside grandmother were Eamon and Philia, while grandfather cradled little Merlin. Each expression was vividly alive. Even Count Saitong's beard from that time was depicted with meticulous detail. Chapter 60. Gifts and Weddings. The elderly couple gazed at the pendant, the familiar smile of their daughter lingering in silence. Count Saitong's hand trembled slightly, and Mrs. Isabel's eyes were already brimming with tears. "Dear children," Count Saitong helped Philia to her feet, his voice hoarse, "this gift is too precious." Once the 2 elders had composed themselves, Merlin approached with 2 wooden boxes in hand. He first opened the larger one, revealing a nautical telescope. "Grandfather, this is a maritime telescope I crafted with my own hands." Merlin presented the telescope to Count Saitong, explaining, "It allows you to see far across the sea, aiding in the observation of ships and weather changes." Though simple, it proves to be quite useful. The old count, intrigued, took it and aimed it at the sea outside the window. Upon discerning a sail on the distant horizon, barely visible to the naked eye, he exclaimed, "Oh, my God! How does this bring distant sights so close?" With a smile, Merlin opened the second wooden box, revealing a magnifying glass set in a silver handle. "Grandmother, this is for you. I know you enjoy reading, but at this age, your eyes often tire easily. This will help you read the small print in books." Mrs. Isabel eagerly accepted the magnifying glass and immediately grabbed a nearby book to test it. As she read the previously blurred small print, her eyes lit up in surprise. "This is truly marvelous. I no longer have to squint while reading." Count Saitong set down the nautical telescope, his gaze resting on the faces of his 3 grandchildren. His eyes filled with emotion. "Children, your presence alone is the finest gift. There is no need for these." "Grandfather," Eamon responded on behalf of his siblings, "these gifts may not be extravagant, but each one carries our heartfelt intentions. The silver rose moonlit cane symbolizes our wish for your safety. The necklace from our mother embodies everlasting remembrance, while the telescope and magnifying glass are meant to accompany you in daily life. Though not valuable objects, they represent our affection." Mrs. Isabel adorned her neck with the necklace, caressing the pendant. "Since Mia married into Meguei Bao, this necklace has followed her away from Hongdai Dao. Now it has finally returned home, bringing her children with it." The warm, golden hues of the sunset filtered through the stained glass windows, bathing the hall in a comforting glow. Count Saitong, leaning on his new cane, stood and embraced his 3 grandchildren in turn. "Mia raised you well. Though she has departed from us, her love and wisdom continue to thrive in you." The old steward appropriately brought forth a bottle of aged wine and several crystal glasses. Count Saitong personally poured wine for everyone, raising his glass, "To reunion, to Mia living on in our hearts, and to the unbreakable bonds between the Jinju family and the Meguei family. To kinship." Everyone echoed in unison, the crystal glasses clinking melodiously in the air. Tina quietly tugged at Merlin's sleeve, whispering, "Cousin, the magical eyes you gave grandfather are remarkable. Can you teach me how to make one?" Merlin bent down, gently stroking his cousin's hair. "That is not magic, but science. When you are a bit older, I will teach you to create even more fascinating things. Later, we will hold a banquet. Your second Uncle Merrick and third Uncle Soren will be returning later. Mrs. Isabel remarked, her gaze revealing anticipation for the family reunion. The old Count and Mrs. Isabel were blessed with 3 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest son, Tutten, as the Viscount, had already begun assisting his aging father in managing this bountiful estate and the 3 nearby towns. Tutten and his wife, Layla, had a son and a daughter. The elder son Zolan Jinju and the younger daughter Tina Jinju. The second son, Merrick, held the title of hereditary baron and had 1 daughter, Alice Jinju. The third son, Soren, was also a hereditary baron and had 1 son, Karen Jinju. The descendants of the Jinju family were relatively few, primarily due to the laws of the Golden Flower Empire, which enforced monogamy, even upon the king. However, the law did not explicitly prohibit extramarital relationships. It was merely the case that illegitimate children had no rights to inheritance. Count Sidong had always maintained strict family values, never permitting any offspring to be disloyal to the family. However, it was said that the king of the Golden Flower Empire had many mistresses, even carefully selecting his maidens. At this moment, Count Sidong shifted the conversation towards Aemon. I hear you have become engaged? Aemon's ears flushed slightly. Yes, grandfather. The engagement has been arranged, but the official wedding will wait until next spring. Which family's daughter is she? What is her character like? How did you meet? The ever-quiet Mrs. Isabel inquired with concern shining in her eyes. In one's twilight years, there are few matters more pressing than the lifelong affairs of one's children and grandchildren. Aemon straightened his posture, responding respectfully, his face radiant with happiness. She is the eldest daughter of the Changchun Tung family, named Enola, aged 19. We have known each other since childhood, and our acquaintance deepened through political correspondence. Count Sidong pondered, if I recall correctly. The Changchun Tung family is responsible for the diplomatic affairs of Meigui Bao? Indeed, Aemon nodded. The Changchun Tung family is, in fact, a former branch of the Rose family, now primarily assisting the Duke of Rose in governance. Enola is proficient in multiple languages and possesses considerable insight into the diplomacy of neighboring nations. Given her such virtues, why not bring her along so that grandfather and grandmother may meet your future bride? Mrs. Isabel expressed a hint of regret. Aemon replied apologetically. The affairs of Meigui Bao are quite busy, and my father has entrusted me with most of the internal governance. After discussing with Enola, we decided she would remain at Meigui Bao to handle daily matters. I promised to bring her to meet you both come spring next year. Count Sidong sighed. Merrick is stationed in Coral City, Soren oversees Shell Bay. They have all established their families. Who would have thought that even me as children are on the verge of marriage? The Jinju family may not be numerous, but each child is a source of pride. Aemon, feeling a touch of nostalgia, cleverly turned to his cousin, speaking of which. Zolan is a year older than I. I wonder if he has a lady of interest among the noble women? Upon hearing this, Count Sidong sighed heavily, and Tutten's expression grew complex. The sigh, laden with helplessness, resonated with those present, imparting a tacit understanding to nearly all. It was not that there was a lack of affection, as Tutten carefully weighed his words. However, his beloved was none other than Alicia, the eldest daughter of the Orca family. A hush fell over the hall. The Orca family, as nobility of the Deep Sea Kingdom, maintained a long-standing amicable relationship with the Pearl family, their neighbors, yet their interactions had solely been commercial, with no precedent for marital unions. Count Sidong gently caressed his newly acquired moonlight cane, pondering aloud. Zoran has always possessed a strong will. When Miss Alicia visited last year, I sensed something amiss. Father, do you oppose? Tutten asked, displaying a hint of surprise. The elder count exchanged a knowing glance with his wife, and Isabel softly replied, the Pearl family has always respected the choices of their children. As long as the two are genuinely in love, the family will advocate for them. Merlin listened quietly to this exchange, his thoughts drifting to the noble traditions of the Plantagenet Empire. In this land where polygamy was strictly forbidden, Count Sidong's emphasis on familial loyalty appeared particularly valuable. It was precisely this familial ethos that fostered the harmonious atmosphere within the Pearl family. Although the Deep Sea Kingdom and the Plantagenet Empire could not be considered allies, neither were they sworn enemies. Aemon, with his perceptive political acumen as the crown prince, reflected that should cousin Zoran indeed marry, he might face the anguish of difficult choices in the future. Chapter 61. The family conquered by cream cake. Surely, Count Sidong, who had lived for over half a century, would not be oblivious to Aemon's musings. The elder nodded gently, speaking kindly. Let us discuss this further upon Zoran's return. You young ones share common interests. We elders might bore them with our discourse. Do assist him in weighing the pros and cons. Lady Isabel held tightly to the hands of Philia and Merlin, as if fearing they might vanish if she loosened her grip. She gently inquired, "And what of Philia and young Merlin? Have you made any friends? Should your grandmother assist in finding suitable companions?" "Me?" Philia, taken aback by the sudden inquiry, displayed a rare shyness befitting a young lady. Clearing her throat, she endeavored to maintain her usual poise. "I am in no rush. Those noble offspring are far too feeble. Only a worthy contender who can match my strength deserves my attention." Merlin stifled a laugh at her remark. It seemed, in any realm, the youth could not escape the pressure of their elders to marry. "What are you laughing at?" Philia, noticing her brother's amusement, felt a twinge of annoyance. "Philia is not in a hurry, and neither am I. You, Merlin." Philia's gaze turned perilous as she feigned an attack, prompting Merlin to nimbly evade behind their grandfather. Watching the playful banter between the siblings, Count Sidong and Lady Isabel exchanged smiles, a warm atmosphere enveloping every corner of the castle. Philia suddenly recalled that they were neither at Rose Castle nor in Yellowstone Town, quickly composing herself and returning to her seat with dignity. Meanwhile, Merlin rubbed his arm, which had been pinched, dramatically inhaling. In an effort to shift the conversation, Philia seized the moment. "Grandfather, for your birthday this time, Merlin has specially prepared a birthday cake for you." "Oh, what delightful novelty is this?" Count Sidong leaned forward with curiosity, and Lady Isabel's attention was piqued as well. "It is a dessert devised by Merlin, exceptionally delicious," Philia explained. Tina, perched on her grandmother's lap, perked up at this, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she adored sweets. Philia opened the wooden box containing the cream cake. To preserve its freshness, a thin layer of ice lay within, while the sweet aroma of cream wafted gently through the air. It was indeed remarkable that this cream cake had endured until now. Tina instinctively swallowed, whispering, "It smells so good." "You have no idea. Merlin has invented many marvelous things in our territory." Philia seized the opportunity to showcase her brother as a shield, continuing to elaborate on the cement that could bond stones overnight, along with the recently devised nautical telescope and magnifying glass, all personally innovated by Merlin. She vividly described Merlin's various inventions, detailing his groundbreaking achievements in Yellowstone Town, particularly emphasizing the land's barrenness and backwardness. "By the gods," Lady Isabel exclaimed, "my dear, did you truly create those wondrous items yourself?" Merlin, slightly bashful, nodded. "They are merely small experiments." "Good child, you must have faced considerable hardships in the territory," Count Sidong expressed with concern, adding, "How could August allow a minor to venture to such a remote place?" "I thrived there," Merlin replied earnestly, "in Yellowstone Town." My words held weight. Lady Isabel gently caressed her grandson's cheek, her gaze softening further, as if she glimpsed her daughter Mia's youthful visage. "Grandmother, please try this cake." Philia cut a slice adorned with a cream rose and respectfully offered it to the elder lady. "Yes, yes," Lady Isabel accepted the plate, her smile warm. Merlin, aware that the elder preferred less sweetness, had specifically instructed Mrs. Sophia to limit the sugar. Both grandfather and grandmother relished it, each enjoying a small piece. Little Tina, with cream smeared across her mouth, shook her head joyfully, her adorable demeanor eliciting laughter from all. "Look at you, eating like a little kitten." Tina's mother, Layla, lovingly wiped her daughter's cheek. Just then, a bright voice echoed from the staircase. "What brings such joy to everyone?" Turning at the sound, they beheld Zoran Pearl ascending the spiral staircase. The eldest grandson of the Pearl family bore the same blue curls and eyes as his father Tutin, yet his features reflected his mother Layla's elegance. Dressed in a well-fitted navy blue suit, he exhibited an air of graceful composure. Brother Zoran, Eamon and Philia were the first to rise in greeting. Zoran's gaze swept across the hall, and upon spotting his three younger cousins, a flicker of delight sparkled in his eyes. "I heard someone had arrived, and I guessed it was you all. I made a point to return early from my cruise." His gaze finally settled on Merlin, a warm smile gracing his face. "This must be my cousin Merlin, yes? The last time I saw you, you were this tall." He gestured to indicate a much shorter height. Merlin smiled in return. "Cousin Zoran." Observing this cousin, Merlin could not help but note their similar demeanors, as the traits of the Pearl family were evidently pronounced. "Don't just stand there, sit down and rest for a while. Have a bite to eat," Count Sidong advised, eyeing his breathless grandson. "Have you seen your uncles Merrick and Solon?" Zoran nodded. "They are on their way, just behind me, slightly delayed." "You child, could you not wait for your uncles?" Layla chided playfully. "Hee, I was simply eager to see my cousins." Zoran's gaze landed on the cream cake. His eyebrows arched in curiosity. "What delightful pastry is this? I've never seen such a thing in Pearl City." Tina immediately raised her plate in offering. "It's a cake made by cousin Merlin, and it's delicious. Zoran accepted the cake, slice handed by Philia, savoring it and genuinely exclaiming, truly delectable. Cousin Merlin, it appears you have inherited our Pearl family's spirit of innovation. That cousin, may I keep a bit? Zoran scratched his head, glancing at Merlin with a touch of shyness. I would like to save some for Lottie. I believe she would adore this flavor. Lottie? Is she the young lady from the Orca family? Eamon inquired. Zoran blinked in surprise. How did you know? At that moment, the dinner bell rang, and the butler respectfully announced the arrival of guests. Count Sidong rose, smiling. You young ones have much to discuss. We must go attend to our guests. The sound of the dinner bell echoed throughout the castle while the chatter of guests approached. Count Sidong adjusted his robe and extended his hand to Lady Isabel. My dear, it is time to welcome our guests. Madame Isha Bayer gracefully rose, yet reluctantly patted Merlin's hand. Once the banquet concludes, do share with Grandma the tales of your adventures in Huangshi Town. Merlin nodded with a gentle smile, urging her to take her time. After the two elders departed, Zolan immediately approached Merlin, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Cousin, about that cream cake. Merlin knowingly nodded, responding with a smile. I shall instruct the kitchen on its preparation. Indulge yourself. Zolan grasped Merlin's hand in delight. Thank you immensely. Lottie adores sampling desserts from various places. This gift will surely please her. At that moment, Philia leaned in with curiosity. Cousin, do tell us how you became acquainted with the young lady from the Orca family. Chapter 62. The Young Lady of the Deep Sea Kingdom. Orca family. Zolan's face brightened with a tender smile. Last autumn, my fleet encountered the Black Tide pirate fleet on the high seas. It was she who rescued me, and since then, we have maintained frequent correspondence. Philia and Merlin exchanged mischievous glances. Cousin, it seems you have a classic tale of a damsel saving a hero. Zolan felt a hint of bashfulness from their teasing. Eamon, deep in thought, remarked, the Orca family holds a prominent position in the Deep Sea Kingdom. Their eldest daughter. He paused, acknowledging the difficulty of the situation. Zolan sighed softly, but Lottie mentioned that her father does not oppose our relationship. Just then, footsteps echoed from the staircase. Two middle-aged men, each exuding distinct charisma, approached side by side. One donned a deep blue naval uniform, while the other wore an exquisite silk robe. It seems we have missed an intriguing conversation. The man in uniform chuckled heartily, his features bearing a striking resemblance to Tutin, albeit more serious. The other man smiled warmly. Eamon, Philia, Merlin, long time no see. Uncle Merrick, Uncle Soren, the siblings exclaimed as they embraced their uncles in greeting. Merrick Pearl, the second son of the Pearl family and hereditary baron of Coral City, surveyed his three nephews with a keen gaze, finally resting his eyes on Eamon. The last time we met, you were fretting over your swordsmanship assessment. I never imagined you would now be a distinguished root knight. Soren Pearl, the third son of the Pearl family and hereditary baron of Shell Bay, affectionately embraced each child. Mia's children have grown so much, especially Merlin, who is the spitting image of my little sister in her youth. The siblings felt a wave of warmth from their uncle's sincere affection. This pure familial bond was something rarely experienced in Rose Castle. We heard from little Tina that your cousin Merlin has invented a marvelous mirror? Merrick inquired with curiosity. Might you enlighten us, uncle? It would be my honor. This is indeed a gift I prepared for grandfather. Merlin retrieved the navigational mirror, handing it carefully to Merrick, who proceeded to the balcony. As he peered through the lens toward the distant horizon, he gasped, this is truly a divine instrument tailored for the Navy. Soren also took a turn, equally astonished. If every warship could be equipped with this, our patrol efficiency would soar. Merrick gingerly returned the navigational mirror to its box, fixing a serious gaze upon Merlin. Merlin, did you truly craft such a treasure? Sensing the potential awkwardness of his inquiry, he quickly added, I mean, what is the cost of producing such a marvel? If it could be sold in the Deep Sea Kingdom, it would undoubtedly be a sensation. The Deep Sea Kingdom possesses numerous lands, yet they are primarily a collection of scattered islands, with transportation predominantly reliant on boats. If this navigational mirror could be marketed in the Deep Sea Kingdom, it would surely fly off the shelves. Merlin smiled. Certainly. The production cost of the navigational mirror is quite low. However, my territory is still in its nascent stages and lacks the capacity for mass production. No matter. With your intellect, I believe it won't be long before you guide your territory onto the right path. When that time comes, do remember to seek out your uncle first. Merrick said, patting him on the shoulder with encouragement. Merlin gladly agreed. At that moment, the melodious chime of the banquet bell resonated, and the butler arrived to invite the guests to take their seats. Everyone adjusted their attire in preparation for the banquet hall. Lottie and Zolan waved to the girl in the corner, a gentle smile naturally gracing their faces. The girl, unhurried, finished the pastry in her hand, elegantly wiped her mouth, and then strolled over. Her long, dark curls shimmered with a pearl-like luster under the light, and the Orca family's signature black and white attire accentuated her graceful figure. Zolan and Lodi's gazes drifted past his shoulder to the three behind him. "Are these the siblings you often mention?" "Indeed," Zolan replied, turning to introduce them. "This is Aemon Rose, the eldest son of Duke Augustus, and this is Philia and Merlin." Lodi gracefully performed a customary greeting from the Deep Sea Kingdom, her skirts sweeping in a lovely arc. "Hello, I am Lodi Orca, from the Orca family of the Deep Sea Kingdom." Merlin scrutinized the young lady who had captured his cousin's heart. She possessed a sweet visage, her aquamarine eyes clear and innocent, reflecting a purity untouched by the world. Most striking was the faint mist that enveloped her, as though she were gently cradled by ocean fog. At that moment, a small sprite, no larger than a palm, emerged from Lodi's silver hair. It was entirely transparent, resembling a droplet of water, with two pairs of delicate, gossamer wings fluttering around it, surrounded by fine mist. Puff, puff. The sprite, named Bubble, playfully blew a stream of sparkling bubbles toward Zolan, who watched in delight as the bubbles burst at the noses of Zolan, Aemon, Philia, and Merlin, releasing a sound akin to silver bells. "Bubble, that is rather impolite," Lodi softly chided, though her eyes sparkled with affection. The water mist sprite wobbled its translucent little feet and obediently settled on Lodi's shoulder, curiously observing the strangers. "This is my elemental sprite. Its name is Bubble. I sincerely apologize. It can be quite mischievous," Lodi explained upon noticing the curious gazes of the others. "Bubble is an elemental sprite. Unlike the plant sprites of your GNK empire that can stimulate crop growth, Bubble can create mist to bring me coolness on hot days and allows me to breathe freely underwater." "Really? How marvelous," Merlin marveled. Realizing his understanding of this world was still quite limited, this visit was truly worthwhile. "Indeed, not only that, but the bubbles Bubble creates will also allow you to breathe freely underwater," Zolan added. However, he feigned anger as he glared at Bubble. "Umph. I even saved some freshly made pastries for you. Since you were so naughty, I suppose I shall let it go." Bubble immediately flew to his shoulder, rubbing its cool little hands against his cheek, making soft, pleading sounds. "Gurgle, gurgle." Aemon inquired with interest. "What is the difference between elemental sprites and plant sprites?" "Well, plant sprites are more reliant on the land, while elemental sprites are more in tune with the natural environment," Lodi patiently explained. "Bubble was born in the ocean during a storm. It particularly loves the waves and rain." "How adorable." Philia could not resist reaching out to touch Bubble, but the sprite cleverly dodged, leaving a trail of fine droplets on her fingertips. "It is quite shy," Lodi apologized, "and aside from me, it only wishes to be close to Zolan." Zolan beamed with pride, lifting the cream cake he had concealed behind his back. "This is the special cream cake, made by cousin Merlin. I saved it just for you." Chapter 63, Elemental Sprite. Bubble Lodi accepted it with delight, carefully unwrapping the packaging. Suddenly recalling something, she hesitated slightly. "Thank you." Merlin smiled and waved his hand dismissively. Bubble floated closer with curiosity, evidently unable to contain itself. Lodi smiled gently, her gaze equally captivated by the cake, which appeared truly special. Zolan cut a small piece of cake, carefully placing it on a shell-shaped dish. Bubble immediately pounced on it, nearly burying its entire face in the cream, emitting satisfied gurgling sounds as its transparent wings fluttered joyfully. The little spirits possessed the ability to consume food, not solely the elemental spirits, but the plant spirits as well. The golden rose spirit, Mei, from the rose family, is particularly gluttonous. Although food does not affect the spirits, nor does it augment their power, it is merely a matter of indulgence. "Slow down, my little gourmand," chided Zolan as Lottie gracefully accepted a small piece of cake he offered. Upon tasting it, Lottie's eyes widened slightly. The milk flavor was rich yet remarkably light. "I have never experienced such a dessert." Pow Pow had already finished his portion, circling the empty plate with eager eyes fixed on the cake on Lottie's plate. A smear of cream adorned the corner of his mouth, rendering him utterly adorable. "It seems your little spirit shares a fondness for sweets, much like my sister," Zolan teased. Cutting a small piece for Pow Pow, Lottie regarded the jubilant little spirit and softly remarked, "In the Deep Sea Kingdom, we typically flavor our dishes with seaweed sugar. The texture is entirely different." She took another bite, savoring the delicate texture that melted like clouds on her tongue, a perfect sweetness that she had never encountered before. Merlin humbly nodded. "If you enjoy it, I could have my cousin teach you how to make it or prepare it for you." Zolan looked at Merlin with gratitude, thinking, "What a brotherly gesture." "That would be immensely appreciated," Lottie replied, elegantly dabbling at the corner of her mouth. By the way, the Pearl City has recently been experimenting with the cultivation of new spirits. Count Sidon hopes to breed spirits that can thrive in seawater and promote crop growth, Zolan added. My grandfather has long sought to improve the agriculture on our island. The soil of Red Butterfly Island is predominantly saline and alkaline, making it difficult for many crops to flourish. I believe if Count Sidon agrees to allow us to use magic for purification, our Orca family would be most willing to assist. Though Zolan was aware of Lottie's good intentions, he still shook his head. While his grandfather was not opposed to magic, he would not contravene the laws of the Empire. Lottie's brow furrowed slightly. Your nation is quite peculiar. It opposes magic, yet is accustomed to the existence of spirits and dragons. Such are the laws. Eamon, as the Grand Duke's heir, felt compelled to interject. Merlin, captivated by the elemental spirits, suddenly encountered a blue task before him. The land of Red Butterfly Island, primarily saline and alkaline, had been managed by the Pearl family for generations, yet with subtle results. To resolve the saline and alkaline land, reward marine beast species. Merlin snapped back to reality, declaring, the saline and alkaline land? Leave it to me. I possess a solution. Zolan recognized his cousin's intelligence, but remained skeptical that Merlin could rectify the issue that the Pearl family had long struggled with. Is it truly feasible? Do you genuinely have a solution? It wouldn't hurt to try. At that moment, a servant passed by with a tray bearing several glasses of specially concocted beverages. Pow Pow suddenly soared with excitement, circling above the cups. In no time, a fine mist appeared on the surface of each drink, shimmering under the light. It seems Pow Pow wishes for you to sample his special blend, Lottie laughed. Merlin picked up a glass, feeling the cool mist wash over him. He took a gentle sip, astonished to discover that this seemingly ordinary juice, under Pow Pow's magic, carried the refreshing essence of a sea breeze. How truly wondrous! Merlin exclaimed in genuine admiration. Lottie gazed tenderly at the little spirit joyfully spinning in the air. Every little spirit possesses its unique talent. Just like each individual, it is vital to find the position that suits them. Having completed his delightful meal, Pow Pow lazily nestled on Lottie's shoulder, his small belly slightly protruding, occasionally emitting satisfied gurgles. He affectionately rubbed his head against Lottie's cheek, seemingly grateful for her sharing such deliciousness. It appears this little fellow is the happiest of all tonight. Eamon chuckled. Lottie gently stroked Pow Pow. He is usually quite reserved. It seems he genuinely enjoys this cake, and you all. The music of the banquet began to play, and guests started to enter the dance floor. Pow Pow, seemingly enchanted by the melody, softly tapped along on Lottie's shoulder, his wings fluttering gently with the rhythm. Zolan extended his hand to Lottie. May I have the honor of inviting the young lady of the Orca family to dance? Lottie finished the last bite of her cake, elegantly dabbed her mouth, and placed her hand in Zolan's, of course. Eamon and Philia were soon invited by enthusiastic guests to join the dance floor. Merlin, aware of his lack of athletic prowess, decided not to embarrass himself and quietly retreated to a long banquet table on the side of the hall. While Huangshi Town was also coastal, Merlin had no time to explore the sea, and the seafood of Huangshi Town paled in comparison to the exquisite offerings before him. Translucent sashimi was artistically arranged in a lotus design, while enormous lobsters radiated an enticing crimson glow, accompanied by various shellfish and crustaceans he had never seen before. Many of the ingredients evidently possessed the bloodline of marine beasts, emanating a unique energy. He specifically sought the pearl fish from his memories and was delighted to discover this renowned dish at the center of the table. The fish meat exhibited a subtle pearlescent sheen, as if genuinely embedded with tiny pearls. Merlin took a plate and carefully selected a bit of everything. These top-tier seafood delicacies required the simplest of preparations, steamed or chilled, perhaps with a few drops of lemon juice. Any excessive seasoning would mar the gifts bestowed by the sea. Just as he was savoring a completely crimson crab, a cheerful voice resonated beside him. It seems you have a discerning appreciation for the taste of the red grape crab. Merlin looked up to see a strikingly charming young couple. The young man, in his early 20s, wore the signature sea blue attire of the Pearl family, while the young woman, appearing a few years older, donned a silver-gray gown with a delicately adorned shell hairpiece. Merlin found the pair both unfamiliar and familiar. Noticing the look of confusion on Merlin's face, the young woman feigned sorrow. What? You do not even remember your cousins? Who was it that used to cling to me as a child, begging me to take him to the sea, only to fall and cry on the rocks? The floodgates of memory burst open. Merlin sprang up in delight. Cousin Kaelin. Cousin Alice. He warmly embraced the two. Kaelin laughed heartily, patting Merlin's back. At last, you remember. Alice gently returned the embrace. Little Merlin has grown so much. Chapter 64. The peculiar daughter of the Coral Island family Alice Shinju. the only daughter of Uncle Malike. In his memories, she was the cousin who always took him crabbing during their childhood, now blossomed into a graceful young woman. She had matured considerably, yet retained the same charm from their youth. Alice affectionately pinched Merlin's cheek. I apologize for our tardiness. Not at all. We'll be here for many days. Merlin replied with a smile. Kaelin pointed at the red grape crab on Merlin's plate. This is a specialty of the deep sea. They feed on red grapes from the ocean and can only be caught during the season. Their crab roe emits a fragrance akin to that of wine, thus the name. If you like, you can take some home, Kaelin enthusiastically offered. We caught quite a few this morning and have kept them in seawater. Is that permissible? Merlin hesitated. The distance from Red Butterfly Island to Huangshi Town was considerable, making it difficult to keep such creatures fresh. Of course, no need to be shy. Alice replied with a gentle smile. We are family. All right then, I shall bring some back for Arthur and my friends to taste, but not too much. As the three engaged in casual conversation, Alice noticed that Merlin's collar was slightly askew and attentively straightened it. You enjoy your meal first. We shall go greet Eamon and Philia. Remember to mind your appearance. Tonight's guests are all prominent figures from various families, many of whom are eligible young ladies. She winked knowingly, gently ruffling Merlin's hair before departing with Kaelin. Merlin then refocused on the sumptuous feast before him. The flesh of the red grape crab is indeed imbued with the unique aroma of wine, perfectly complementing the sweetness of the crab roe, as Karen had described. As he savored this delightful dish, a melodious voice reached his ears. Hello, may I sit here? Raising his gaze, he beheld a young lady adorned in a light blue gown standing beside his table. She appeared to be around 16 or 17, her long, wavy crimson hair loosely styled, with several strands delicately framing her exquisite features, enhancing her beauty. What captured the eye most was a pair of pearl earrings that glimmered with a soft pink sheen under the light. Of course, Merlin responded promptly, rising to pull out a chair for her. Thank you. The young lady gracefully took her seat, her gaze falling upon Merlin's plate. It seems you are quite fond of the seafood from Hongdai Island. It is indeed delicious, Merlin replied with a smile. I am Shanhu. The young lady smiled gently. And you? I am Mei Lin, he replied politely, concluding that she must belong to the Shanhu family. Is this your first visit to Hongdai Island? Shanhu inquired curiously. No. I came here as a child, but I have little memory of it, Merlin answered. I am here to celebrate my grandfather's birthday and plan to stay for a few more days. You must enjoy your time on Hongdai Island, Shanhu said, her eyes sparkling. The sea is beautiful, especially the moon coral that glows at night. Suddenly pausing, she noticed Merlin's distracted demeanor and shyly lowered her head. I apologize. Have I said too much? Not at all, Merlin replied sincerely, regaining his focus. I find it quite interesting. In fact, I am planning to explore various places in the coming days. Shanhu's smile returned. If you don't mind, I could be your guide. No one knows the sea better than I do. At that moment, the band struck up a new dance tune. Shanhu looked towards the dance floor, her eyes reflecting a sense of longing mixed with a hint of shyness. Would you care to dance? Merlin stood and extended his hand politely. Though his dancing skills were modest, he could not bear to disappoint her hopeful gaze. Shanhu, surprised, placed her hand in his. It would be my honor. In the dance floor, Merlin carefully guided their steps. Initially, Shanhu was a bit reserved, but as the music progressed, her movements became lighter. In the distance, Alice cast a look of approval at Merlin, discreetly gesturing encouragement. The rhythm of the dance was slow and graceful, typical of the noble etiquette dances which were designed to be simple and easy to learn. Although Merlin had never formally trained, he quickly found his rhythm under Shanhu's adept guidance. After the dance concluded, Merlin and Shanhu returned to their seats, and he found himself holding a glass of wine. You danced beautifully, Shanhu praised softly, her eyes filled with genuine warmth. You guided me well. Thank you for sparing me from embarrassment in front of everyone, Merlin replied. Shanhu covered her mouth with a light laugh. You are too modest. The atmosphere grew quiet for a moment, as Merlin, being somewhat awkward in social situations, found it challenging to engage further. They both took a sip of their wine, the tension hanging in the air. Shanhu took the initiative to change the subject. Could you tell me about the world outside? What is Rose Castle like? I have never ventured beyond my home. Rose Castle, Merlin pondered before describing it, is surrounded by vast fields of roses. During bloom, the entire castle is enveloped in the fragrance of roses. The palace walls are adorned with climbing rose vines, making it appear like a city of flowers from a distance. Just hearing Merlin's description, Shanhu's eyes lit up with longing. Just imagining it is beautiful. If you are willing, you could visit Huangshi Town, Merlin sincerely invited. I will not be returning to Rose Castle. It is no longer my home. Huangshe Town is my territory. Is that truly possible? Aunt Shanhu asked, her surprise evident. Of course, Merlin nodded with a smile. What is your territory like? Are there roses there as well? Not yet, Merlin chuckled helplessly. Roses cannot be consumed as food. Currently, Huangshe Town primarily grows wheat and other crops. But I intend to plant roses there in the future. That sounds wonderful, Aunt Shanhu said gently. Managing your own territory is quite a remarkable achievement. As the dance concluded, Aunt Shanhu elegantly curtsied. I must take my leave now. I have had a delightful time today, thank you. Merlin wanted to say that the banquet had not yet ended, but Aunt Shanhu had already lifted her skirt and waved goodbye. He watched her retreating figure, her red hair creating a graceful arc in the light. Merlin shook his head, feeling a peculiar sensation. It was not the kind of strange associated with love or infatuation. Rather, he sensed something unusual about Aunt Shanhu herself. Still watching? Yes, already far away. Philia and Alice appeared behind him unnoticed. Philia gently nudged him with her elbow, teasing, has our little Merlin finally woken up? Alice joined in the jest with a smile. Did you find out which family she belongs to? Should I have grandfather and grandmother arrange a betrothal for you? I merely danced with her, Merlin explained helplessly, fearing that if he did not clarify, they would concoct names for his future children. Chapter 65. Merlin's envy and the mysterious Orca family. As he observed the teasing expressions of his two cousins, Merlin sighed in resignation. Which family does that young lady belong to? I feel as if I have never seen her before. Being the eldest granddaughter of the Pearl family, Alice was well acquainted with the noble offspring from surrounding islands. Yet the red-haired girl had completely eluded her memory. Merlin, too, was puzzled. She mentioned she is from the Shanha family. Do you not recognize her? The Shanha family? Alice furrowed her brow. The patriarch, Frank Shanha, has only 3 sons. Where could a daughter come from? Perhaps she is from a collateral branch of the family? Merlin speculated. She only introduced herself as Aunt Shanhu. Aunt Shanhu, Alice repeated thoughtfully, shaking her head. I have never heard of her in Shanha Castle. Merlin shrugged nonchalantly. She might just be a guest attending by chance. It is not worth overthinking. Although Aunt Shanhu was strikingly beautiful, Merlin did not dwell on it excessively. His current focus lay on the myriad of fascinating experiences Hongdai Island had to offer. The banquet soon reached its conclusion, with guests beginning to bid their farewells. Night had deepened, and important guests at Pearl Castle were not to be kept overnight by Count Sidong. Those unable to return due to the late hour were accommodated in local inns beneath Pearl Castle. Count Sidong and Lady Isabel appeared weary, prompting Merlin to approach them considerately. Grandfather, grandmother, you should rest. Your health is paramount. We will remain here for several more days. Lady Isabel lovingly embraced each child. I apologize. I am no longer as energetic as I once was. We will accompany you properly tomorrow, Philia said softly. Good night, dear ones. Good night, grandfather and grandmother. After watching the elderly couple depart with the assistance of their attendants, Tutankhamun addressed the young people. Let today be the end. You have traveled extensively and should rest well. Lottie remained beside Zolan. The two engaged in quiet conversation. Cousins, I'll accompany Lottie home, Zolan said somewhat shyly. No need to trouble yourself. I can manage. Lottie gently declined. At that moment, a small elemental sprite named Bubble, hidden within Lottie's hair, suddenly flew out, circling around Merlin before affectionately landing on his shoulder. Merlin stood momentarily in astonishment, while Lottie's eyes widened in surprise. Bubble has never shown such affection to strangers. This is quite unusual. Stuck in place, Merlin dared not move. Initially, when they had first met, Bubble had shown curiosity towards him, but it was nothing compared to this newfound intimacy. This sudden change left him utterly baffled. Only after Lottie softly called for Bubble did it reluctantly return to her side. It is getting late, Lottie said. I will come to see you all again tomorrow. Zolan warmly invited. Why not stay here? No, Lottie shook her head, her pure eyes filled with seriousness. My mother will worry. The group accompanied Lottie to the seaside. As Merlin pondered the purpose of his presence here, the surface of the sea began to churn, and from beneath the waves emerged a magnificent orca, causing him to involuntarily gasp. Bubbles enveloped Lottie as she gracefully leapt onto the orca's broad back. Bidding farewell to the onlookers, the orca emitted a long, resonant call before slowly sinking beneath the waves, disappearing into the depths of the night. Merlin gazed at the now tranquil sea, enviously swallowing hard. In comparison to the enchanting magic of the deep sea kingdom, the kingdom of Jinju Hua appeared vastly antiquated. It was as if the kingdom of Jinju Hua resembled primitive beings. How incredibly cool, Merlin murmured, his heart filled with longing for that realm of magic. Perhaps I should defect. Zolan patted Merlin's shoulder, saying, let us return. Tomorrow holds surprises for you. Watching Lottie and the orca vanish into the vastness of the night, Merlin found himself lost in thought. The moonlight shattered into countless silver scales upon the waves, while the distant horizon blurred beneath the deep blue sky, leaving only the gentle whispers of the sea caressing the shore. Each time he witnessed this scene, it felt akin to gazing upon a mythological tale. Ailey sighed softly, the sea breeze playfully tousling her hair. Zolan proudly remarked, "The orca family has coexisted with the great beasts of the ocean for generations. It is their inherent gift." Merlin finally regained his voice, inquiring, "So that orca is her steed?" "More accurately, it is her companion," Zolan corrected. "The offspring of the orca family form a bond with an orca at birth, remaining lifelong partners. Luwadi's orca, named Hage, has grown up alongside her." As they made their way back to the castle, Merlin remained immersed in the awe he had just experienced. In contrast to the Deep-Sea Kingdom, the restrictions on magic within the kingdom of Jinju Hua rendered the entire nation seemingly conservative and stifling. He envisioned the possibility of taming such marine companions along the shores of Huangshe Town. "Don't dream." Phileas seemed to read his thoughts, gently nudging his shoulder. "It is illegal to tame large oceanic magical beasts within the Empire unless granted permission by the Church." Ailey added, "Moreover, not all magical beasts are as gentle as orcas. Last year, a merchant ship near Jinju Island was dragged into the depths by a giant octopus, with no survivors." She continued, "Furthermore, I must remind you that orcas are only docile towards members of their own family." Merlin, somewhat indignant, replied, "I haven't said anything yet." "Humph, but that's what you're thinking," she countered. The castle stood silently against the night, its tower lights guiding returning ships. Upon entering the hall, they found the servants clearing the remnants of the banquet. The glow of the crystal chandelier dimmed. "Thank you for your hard work today." Tutankhamun descended the staircase, now clad in comfortable attire. "My father sent me to see if you require a late-night snack." Zolan waved his hand dismissively. "No need, father. We are all quite full." "Indeed, uncle. The seafood from Hongdai Island remains as delightful as ever." Tutankhamun's gaze fell upon Merlin, and he gently inquired, "I heard you danced with a young lady from the Shanka family. How was it? Would you like me to introduce you?" Merlin was taken aback, surprised by how swiftly the news had spread. Ailey interjected, "Her name isn't T, but I have never seen her in Shanka City." After a moment of contemplation, Tutankhamun shook his head. "Frank Shanku indeed has no daughters. He has only 3 sons. Perhaps she is a child of a distant relative." This little mystery garnered little attention, and after exchanging goodnights, everyone returned to their respective chambers. Merlin's room was situated on the side facing the sea. As he opened the window, the briny sea breeze rushed in, carrying the scent of distant tides. Beneath the moonlit white cliffs, red butterflies danced, and for a moment, Merlin felt as if he had returned to the enchanting memories of his childhood, a dreamlike beauty, as anchored ships gently swayed upon the waves. Tossing and turning, Merlin reflected on his deep-seated yearning for magic that had persisted long before arriving at Hongdai Island. After witnessing the marvels of the orca family, his heart surged with an insatiable desire for magic. He retrieved the 2 volumes of magic books, studying them meticulously under the light. One was titled Introduction to Water Magic, its silver-embossed patterns slightly worn, indicating it had been perused many times. The other resembled a diary. Merlin noticed the elegant handwriting within the pages, seemingly left by a previous owner.